And our first speaker is Professor Panayotis Ioannou. His speech is entitled Italian Renaissance and Byzantine Art in the Work of Margherita Albani Mignati. Maybe here.
Sì, podium.
Okay, so you can change your images and okay, you can use this one, this pen also for change. And Professor Ioannou came from University of Crete and is a great specialist of art, Byzantine art, and the fortune of this.
Thank you very much. I speak in Italian. Si sente? The presentation. Lo schermo, no. Okay. Buongiorno, tanti ringraziamenti e congratulazioni per il convegno, questo secondo convegno sulle donne storiche dell'arte. Sembra logico, basandosi su criteri cronologici, che le organizzatrici di questo convegno hanno messo come primo intervento un tema che ha a che fare con una figura pienamente inserita nel secolo XIX. Devo però dire, fin dall'inizio, che tal figura, sotto un certo aspetto, non appartiene pienamente nel termine o non aderisce alla professione, se vogliamo, di storica dell'arte, cosa che credo vediamo anche in altri casi di questa mattina. Non solo perché Margherita Albani Mignati non fece studi accademici in tal materia, per la verità non fece studi sistematici in nessuna materia, del resto la disciplina di storia dell'arte nella sua epoca stava ancora per nascere, ma anche perché il suo coinvolgimento con la storia dell'arte rappresenta solamente parte della sua attività. Si pongono quindi, a mio avviso, almeno due domande di un peso, direi, forse non trascurabile. La prima, qual è stato, se c'è stato, precisamente il contributo originale di tal personaggio nella storia dell'arte? La seconda, ebbe quella sua attività, qualsiasi che fosse, qualche impatto, qualche ripercussione in seguito? A queste due domande cerco di rispondere nel presente intervento. Prima di tutto, penso che sia necessario fare qualche parola sull'identità e sulle qualità di questa Margherita Albani Mignati e sul contesto in cui si svolse la sua attività. Immagino che non a tutti è conosciuta e giustamente perché, per essere precisi, tale personalità ha attirato l'attenzione degli studiosi piuttosto recentemente. Un punto di riferimento come inizio di un approccio storico della sua figura lo possiamo individuare alla sezione dedicata nel periodico Dimensioni e problemi della ricerca storica, un periodico della Sapienza, specialmente nel volume del 2005 con titolo Alla scoperta di una donna dimenticata, Margherita Albani Mignati, che include questo inserto, diciamo, due saggi. Uno di Maria Teresa Mori sui rapporti della Mignati con il patriota politico e storico Pasquale Villari, lo vediamo qui in un ritratto di Domenico Morelli, con il frontespizio di un suo libro importante, Lettere meridionali, su ambedue, il pittore e la pubblicazione. Questa ritorniamo più avanti. E l'altro di Lucetta Scarafia, che indagava i rapporti della stessa Mignati con il filosofo, poeta e più noto come scrittore teosofista Édouard Siré. Tali argomenti erano ben noti nella bibliografia, ma in questa sede del periodico era la prima volta che sono stati esaminati sistematicamente. Nella loro premessa le due storiche, Mori e Scarafia, sottolineavano, cito, certo, gli interessi di Margherita, sostenuti da una vivida curiosità verso tutte le problematiche del suo tempo, non riguardavano solo la politica, che la coinvolse e appassionò soprattutto negli anni dell'unificazione nazionale italiana, ma anche e soprattutto l'arte, la letteratura, la religione. Detto questo, diamo alcuni cenni biografici necessari per gli argomenti che vogliamo sviluppare. Margherita Albana nacque nel 1821, anno dell'inizio della guerra dell'indipendenza greca, a Corfù, all'isola di Corfù, la quale, come tutte le isole ionie, furono sotto il dominio britannico, praticamente un protettorato britannico. Proveniente da una famiglia benestante corfiota, all'età di 2 anni fu adottata dall'alto commissario delle isole, il governatore praticamente, un personaggio dell'aristocrazia britannica, il generale Sir Frederick Adam, cui un suo ritratto della National Portrait Gallery di Londra. Tale adozione dall'alto ufficiale britannico permise o costrinse la piccola Margherita, che visse la sua infanzia negli ambienti più prestigiosi dell'isola, come questo palazzo del governatore o la sua dimora, diciamo, Mon Repos, ad una educazione, una formazione con una forte impronta inglese. Poi il trasferimento del generale Adam nel 1832 in India, a Madras, non so perché, che trascorse un lungo periodo di 6 anni, senz'altro avrebbe avuto un peso particolare per l'ulteriore formazione dell'adolescente Margherita. È testimoniato dalle sue lettere, anche da altre parti, che durante tutto questo periodo era in stretti rapporti sentimentali con il medico siciliano Pasquale Maria Bengia, che insieme, o anche da sola, studiò profondamente libri della filosofia, ovvero religione degli indiani, diciamo così, tutto sommato, il buddismo. Seguendo un nuovo trasferimento del generale Adam, Margherita si recò nel 1838 in Italia, a Roma, in Piazza di Spagna. Il nuovo ambiente di generale Adam, indubbiamente ambiente di una certa aristocrazia, veniva frequentato da politici, artisti, letterati, tanto italiani che, e forse di più, stranieri. In quel periodo, come si sa, di forte impronta del neoclassicismo, ma anche di un crescente romanticismo, che coincide del resto con le fasi critiche del Risorgimento, Margherita, che vediamo qui ritratta dallo scultore canoviano inglese John Gibson, proprio in quegli anni, mentre conobbe anche Thorvaldsen. Margherita, come sappiamo dalle lettere sue e altre testimonianze, sviluppò degli interessi artistici dovuti alle discussioni, alle visite nei monumenti, nelle collezioni di Roma e in altre città, e senz'altro studiando dei libri e delle fonti. In quell'ambiente conobbe nella persona di un giovane suo compatriota, un pittore proveniente da un'altra isola ionia di Cefalonia, e all'epoca studente presso l'Accademia di San Luca, con Tommaso Minardi, il suo futuro marito, di basso stato sociale. Giorgio Mignati, una scelta sua di stampo, diciamo così, romantico. Qui in un ritratto della pittrice austriaca Emily Schmeck, amica della Mignati. Dipinto di Giorgio Mignati con una scena della rivoluzione greca che fece molte volte. Dopo viaggi in Italia e nell'Europa e un soggiorno a Venezia, la coppia si stabilì nel 1846 a Firenze, ove Margherita aprì uno dei più vivaci salotti della città. La sua situazione economica, sociale e politica, la sua qualità di straniera, inglese e greca, tutto sommato la sua poliedrica personalità hanno fatto quel salotto a Palazzo Fenzi, nella via Larga 59, adesso via Cavour, per più di 3 decenni, ovvero poco prima della rivoluzione del 48, durante le fasi critiche del Risorgimento, anche durante la instaurazione dello Stato italiano, un nucleo culturale e politico della città e non solo, un punto di riferimento per discussioni letterarie, artistiche e politiche. In effetti era frequentato da un pleiade di personalità di primo ordine, di varie qualità e di varie nazionalità, soprattutto tedeschi, inglesi, francesi, italiani, ovviamente, greci, di Nord Europa, artisti, scrittori, letterati, storici dell'arte, musicisti, politici, rivoluzionari, anche diciamo Garibaldi per un certo tempo. Per nominare solamente alcuni, le scrittrici Rosela Ludmilla Assing, Malvida von Meisenburg, gli angloamericani Antonio e Teodosia Trollope, Elizabeth Barrett Browning, George Eliot, altri, i patrioti italiani Giuseppe Mazzini, Aurelio Safi, sua moglie Giorgina Safi, Pasquale Villari, già sopra citato, Domenico Comparetti, Jacopo Nerucci, gli storici dell'arte Michele Migliarini e Giovanni Rosini, il mercante collezionista e scrittore americano James Jackson Jarvis, altri letterati come Francesco Dall'Ongaro, Angelo De Gubernatis e infine tanti artisti come Francesco Saverio Altamura, Domenico Morelli, Giovanni Dipré, lo stesso Gustave Moreau. Con tutti questi la Mignati teneva rapporti sostanziali e continui, come si può desumere anche dal suo ricchissimo carteggio di migliaia di lettere, oggi conservato nella Biblioteca Nazionale di Firenze, nella Biblioteca Marucelliana e in altri sedi. Ed è proprio in questo ambiente e contesto che la Mignati cominciò a scrivere, o meglio a pubblicare, i suoi scritti. Le sue prime pubblicazioni sono degli articoli, dei reportage, che lei mandava per 6 anni, dall'anno critico per il Risorgimento 1859 al 1866 al quotidiano londinese Daily News, scrivendo con passione pro l'indipendenza italiana. Altri suoi articoli sono stati pubblicati in giornali e riviste italiane e francesi, mentre in forma di monografia apparirono suoi studi su Byron e Shelley, su Dante, su Richard Wagner, eccetera. Se in tutti o nella maggioranza di queste pubblicazioni riferimenti o accenni lunghi o brevi in storia dell'arte sono sparse, si può dire che in 2 libri il suo coinvolgimento con le arti figurative e la storia dell'arte diventa il suo principale argomento. In effetti, avendo tanti interessi, poi in mezzo ad un ambiente composto da tanti artisti, sposata lei stessa con un pittore allievo del purista Minardi e vivendo in un periodo nel quale essere artista significa essere patriota, essere rivoluzionario e viceversa, suo coinvolgimento con la storia dell'arte sembra logico. Infatti, Margherita collaborò insieme a suo marito, Giorgio Mignati, alla stesura di Storia della pittura italiana, e questo è il libro su Dante, nel 1865. La storia della pittura italiana, pubblicata in fornire sì, tanto materiale, girando per la Toscana e non solo, addirittura a Venezia, a Milano, a vedere opere, monumenti, eccetera, per fornire materiale a Rosini. Rosini scrive a Giorgio a un certo punto nel 1849: per il mio lavoro vi starete, in plurale, come colonna che sostiene mezz'arco. In questa collaborazione, che risale almeno dal 1846, partecipava in un certo grado, non piccolo, anche Margherita, come possiamo capire da alcune lettere. Scrive per esempio Rosini a Giorgio: mandai a Madonna le prime pagine, torno a mandarle con qualche correzione, leggetelo con attenzione. E nel 1850 pregando Margherita per dare l'ultima mano ai suoi scritti. Argomenti di storia dell'arte riguardi opere, collezioni, eccetera, Margherita discuteva tramite anche lettere con l'americano Jarvis negli anni 1862 e 1862, diciamo un mancato Bernson, su The Old Masters e piuttosto sui primitivi italiani, quanto con lo stesso Domenico Morelli, il quale più volte le scriveva chiedendole anche dei consigli sulle sue, un'altra del 1856, un'altra di 1861. Nel 1876 pubblicò a Londra, in inglese, il suo libro Sketches of the Historical Past of Italy, from the Fall of the Roman Empire to the Earliest Revival of Letters and Arts. E in 1881 un altro libro in francese, questa volta a Parigi, su Correggio, la via e le opere. Praticamente la sua ultima opera pubblicata quando lei viveva ancora, e ripubblicata poi in italiano con una importante diciamo, cura di Giorgina Saffi, una diciamo, manziniana, e poi ripubblicata in francese con una cura di Édouard Siret. In questi due libri, che dispongono in gran parte tematiche comuni, la Mignati esprime le sue idee e i suoi obiettivi che hanno un posto centrale nel suo pensiero e che sono attinenti alla storia dell'arte. In effetti, sembra che elaborò tutti questi due libri nello stesso periodo, cominciando dal libro su Correggio, il quale negli ultimi anni ha attirato un interesse particolare, dopo un silenzio molto lungo, come sottolinea lo storico dell'arte specializzato in Correggio, Andrea Muzzi. Si tratta della monografia sul Correggio che fra 8 e 900 ha avuto il maggior numero di edizioni, contribuendo così in maniera decisiva a definire una delle prime interpretazioni dell'arte correggesca che trovò diffusione anche in un pubblico più vasto di quello degli studiosi. Per farla breve, che dice Mignati in questo libro, anche in altre sedi? In prima vista sembra che lei disprezza tutta la bibliografia precedente. A mio avviso la vuole, diciamo, ignorare, che non praticamente non è che non la conosceva. E vede nella personalità e nella vita di Correggio, cito, un mistero ravvolto nella sublime modestia del pensatore, un magico signore della tavolozza che fu al tempo stesso uno dei grandi rivelatori dell'anima. Più di ogni altro, egli ebbe il culto profondo. Non a caso vede nelle sue opere, soprattutto nelle sue cupole a Parma, la visione di San Giovanni e l'apoteosi della Vergine. Vede una luce, soprattutto una luce, una idea, una luce ariana. Scrisse: le due cupole in Parma mi avevano rivelato quasi per visione tutta la bellezza di quell'anima ardente e pura. Ben presto mi venne scorto il pensiero dominante a cui si informa tutto questo il suo lavoro nella grande idea ariana della luce. In effetti la Mignati vede il Gesù che manifesta, diciamo, il progressivo miglioramento dell'uomo in una serie che comincia da Krishna, da Pitagora e arriva al Gesù, per farla breve. Sicuramente qua abbiamo una grande influenza del buddismo. E lo stesso per quanto riguarda la Madonna, che la vede nella serie di arii primitivi di Maya, l'Aurora, e poi, diciamo, una serie tutta inserita nel corso del buddismo. Per mancanza di tempo, quindi l'opera del pittore emiliano, la sostanza del cui concepì la Mignati come una vera e propria rivelazione, viene inserita e spiegata nel contesto teosofico, ma poi rafforzato dal suo incontro ipotizzato ma probabile con Elena Blavatsky, che nel 1867 sta in Italia, anche a Firenze, a incontrare anche, come è noto, Garibaldi. Se aggiungiamo a questo anche la sua amicizia, i suoi rapporti con Édouard Siret, si può capire questa visione, questo approccio della Mignati. Poi la stessa dice a un suo amico e scrittore greco nel 1880: infine ho scritto Correggio, nel quale esprimo le mie opinioni filosofiche, critiche, estetiche a riguardo dell'arte e della religione. Nello stesso libro passa quasi inosservata una constatazione che la Mignati fece nella sua lunga introduzione sul Rinascimento, o meglio sui rinascimenti, se vogliamo. Si tratta di un aspetto del suo pensiero basilare. Le origini dell'arte italica sono da ricercarsi non nella Toscana, ma nel Mezzogiorno d'Italia, in quei paesi ove l'antica tradizione venne in certo modo perpetuata, mercé l'arte bizantina e la cultura greco-latina. L'architettura, la scultura e la pittura fiorirono per eccellenza. Si tratta di un argomento che sviluppò a lungo nel suo altro libro pubblicato in Londra, nel quale esamina in maniera molte volte superficiale e dilettante i rapporti dell'arte rinascimentale con quella medievale, come del resto viene sottolineato dal suo titolo. In questo libro, che firma come una greca e dedica a Gladstone, un alto ufficiale britannico, il concetto dell'arte greca, che in suoi vari scritti appare in maniera abbastanza vaga, quasi astratta, assume un aspetto preciso. L'aspetto è l'arte bizantina. Sintetizzando con la massima brevità, Mignati sostenne che l'arte rinascimentale è nata in Sud Italia, che il contributo dell'arte bizantina era proprio decisivo. L'arte bizantina che fino in quell'epoca, diciamo, si basava su Vasari, che diceva sul greca maniera vecchia, che era tanto malfatte di grossezza e di maniera che pare impossibile che immaginare peggio si potesse, o, sempre di Vasari, non intesa né conosciuta da nessuno, e tanti altri, finché Cimabue sbandì affatto quella goffa maniera greca e risuscitò la moderna e buona arte della pittura. La Mignati continuò scrivendo che l'influsso dell'arte bizantina nelle arti figurative si estese dall'Italia del Sud nella Toscana e nel resto della penisola. Per quanto riguarda questi aspetti, si basava, o era influenzata, diciamo, dalle sue amicizie, qua alcuni, passo così, alcune frasi, si basava su Villari e sulle sue lettere meridionali che avevano discusso insieme a Firenze, soprattutto poi tramite lettere. Non solo, anche con suo amico nemico, Demetrio Salazzaro, che appena in quel periodo ha cominciato a pubblicare studi sui monumenti della Italia meridionale. Abbiamo un fitto carteggio tra Salazzaro e Margherita, almeno per 6 anni. Ma se a questo argomento furono d'accordo Salazzaro, Villari, Margherita, c'è un altro che erano proprio avversari. Si tratta di un forte dibattito che lo possiamo rintracciare tramite le lettere per quanto riguarda l'arte bizantina. Per farla molto breve, Salazzaro diceva che l'arte bizantina era, basandosi su Vasari ovviamente, era un'arte che non aveva niente a che fare con il Rinascimento e l'arte moderna. E poi lo scriveva anche a Mignati, un popolo, molte frasi, molte lettere, anche molto lunghe, un popolo che non ha avuto una letteratura propria, una poesia. Non è possibile che abbia avuto un'arte, parlo dei bizantini, ma il suo, punto erano gli affreschi di Sant'Angelo in Formis, il monastero benedettino, che Salazzaro già dal 1868 ha pubblicato una monografia, poi ripubblicata tante volte, e questo era un punto di discussione con la Mignati. Praticamente, se uno va anche adesso a questo monumento, è una discussione se questo è arte bizantina o no. La Mignati, vediamo alcune sue frasi, diceva che questo era un monumento dell'arte bizantina. Da parte sua, Salazzaro replicava in altre sedi, in lettere e anche in altri suoi libri. Per farla molto breve, una lettera qua di un suo amico avvocato, solamente una frase, possiamo qui se... ecco, l'avevo evidenziata però. Ella continui l'opera sua di rivendicazione nazionale e lasci l'influsso del bizantinismo ai baroni bizantini, che sanno tanto d'arte quanto io so di medicina, eppure, e ne vogliono parlare. È sottinteso che parla, perché questa lettera è di 1877, dopo la pubblicazione del libro della Mignati, che ha come obiettivo, la Mignati. Ma, che così concludo, la Mignati aveva in mano due, documenti provenienti tutti e due dalla Francia, che aveva tanti stretti rapporti, parlava il francese molto bene, pubblicava, come abbiamo visto, aveva la pubblicazione di un manuale, quello più basilare sull'arte bizantina, che la prima volta è stato pubblicato nel 1845 a Parigi da Diderot, con una premessa a Victor Hugo, che praticamente è un manuale iconografico e tecnico sull'arte bizantina che rappresenta per la Mignati una rivelazione, e poi l'altro aveva esclusivamente nelle sue mani le copie che ha fatto Dominique Papetit, un pittore che è andato a Monte Athos negli anni 40 e ha fatto copie anche in altre parti della Grecia, ha fatto copie dei monumenti bizantini. Sappiamo dalle lettere che la Mignati aveva a Firenze, tramite un collaboratore di Papetit di nome Sabatier, queste copie. Passiamo questo. Come dal monastero di Lavra, anche altri disegni, poi alcune volte colorati, e anche del monastero di Daphni, se lo conoscete o no. Allora, per finire, per la Mignati era tutto, un uno, influenzata dal buddismo, tutta l'arte era una fase successiva, l'una precedente dall'altra successiva. In questo contesto visionario della Mignati ci sono tante, incertezze, tante confusioni, e poi sono, continuati da una parte, per quanto riguarda Correggio, dal Sirè, teosofisti, satanisti, questa interpretazione che abbiamo fuori il contesto accademico, ma molto diffusa, anche nella nostra epoca ancora più diffusa, per la Dan e tanti teosofisti, che era diciamo, una fonte, forse la fonte principale erano gli scritti di Mignati. Poi per quanto riguarda l'arte bizantina, è la prima che scrive in maniera positiva su questa arte, anche la prima donna, diciamo così, e in un certo punto sono d'accordo con Salazzaro, che erano, diciamo, nemici. E con questo concludo, contro il realismo, contro il Courbet, contro, come dice la Mignati, contro l'orgia del realismo, e allo stesso tempo anche Salazzaro parla contro i realisti e contro Proudhon e Courbet. Grazie della vostra attenzione.
Thank you very much. Many thanks to Panayotis for this focus, this very deep focus on interesting figure and her discussion about many concepts like times as the Renaissance, the birth of modern art, and so on. I ask discussion after Consuelo. Sorry, discussion after. At the end of the session, so please keep your questions. And now I call our second speaker. She is Ludovica Girau. She comes from the Università Cattolica di Milano. She will speak in Italian, and the title of her speech is quoting: "Sono sicura che nessuno legga gli scritti di una donna sull'arte, la storia e l'estetica con nient'altro che assoluto disprezzo. Il contributo negletto di Julia Cartwright Eddy, 1851-1924. Please remember 20 minutes. Thank you.
Allora, buongiorno a tutte le persone presenti. Mi chiamo Ludovica Girau e lavoro presso la Galleria Bottega Antica di Milano e ho il piacere di condividere con voi una parte del lavoro che ho svolto per la mia tesi laurea specialistica dedicata a una figura ancora poco conosciuta in Italia, Julia Cartwright Eddy, storica, critica d'arte e scrittrice britannica dell'età vittoriana. Scusate. Cartwright fa parte di una generazione di donne inglesi che nella seconda metà dell'Ottocento iniziarono di scrivere d'arte in un momento in cui la disciplina andava ancora definendosi. E in un contesto in cui le carriere accademiche erano spesso precluse alle donne, molte di loro trovarono nella scrittura, in forme diciamo anche considerate minori come il diario, il resoconto di viaggio o gli articoli, uno spazio intellettuale autonomo. E la loro produzione non si limitava all'analisi stilistica, ma si allargava anche a riflessioni sulla storia, sulla cultura, sull'identità e anche sulla condizione femminile. Nata nel 1851 nel Northamptonshire, Julia Cartwright fu educata privatamente, secondo quella che era poi l'usanza delle famiglie dell'alta borghesia anglicana. E fu proprio lo zio William Cartwright, collezionista d'arte e simpatizzante dei moti risorgimentali italiani, a trasmetterle questo grandissimo amore per l'arte e per la cultura italiana. Di conseguenza Cartwright si inserisce in una genealogia di studiose colte e privilegiate in grado di trasformare poi la loro gli studiari e punti di viaggio sono stati oggetto di studio da parte di una studiosa inglese chiamata Angela Emanuel, scomparsa prematuramente nel 1988, e di Maria Lambritis, che invece anche oggi ricercatrice e curatrice presso la National Gallery di Londra. A partire dal suo primo viaggio in Italia, che risale già al 1868, Cartwright comincia a elaborare un corpus di studi dedicati soprattutto al Rinascimento italiano. Scrive per riviste importanti dell'epoca in Inghilterra come Portfolio, Art Journal, il Burlington Magazine, e pubblica una serie di volumi su artisti come Mantegna e Francia, come potete vedere è la prima monografia edita nel 1881. Scrive anche appunto 2 monografie su Raffaello, sul primo periodo di Raffaello e sul periodo romano di Raffaello, su Botticelli, e anche su temi iconografici come quello di San Bernardino, anche su argomenti meno battuti come i giardini rinascimentali italiani. Un aspetto però molto significativo del suo lavoro è l'attenzione che lei riserva alle figure femminili del passato. Infatti Cartwright pubblica una serie di biografie di donne celebri della storia europea, come Dorothy Sidney, Enrichetta Maria di Borbone, Cristina di Danimarca e poi le sorelle Beatrice e Isabella d'Este. Perché questo aspetto della sua produzione è di grande interesse? Perché attraverso queste vite, che noi possiamo definire oggi esemplari, ovviamente eccezionali per l'epoca, Cartwright riflette con ovviamente gli strumenti e le sensibilità del suo tempo, ovvero quello di una donna vittoriana, sulla presenza delle donne nella storia, e come ha osservato poi la storica americana Joan Kelly, le biografie di figure eccezionali sono state una forma primitiva ma molto potente di discorso protofemminista, ovvero un modo per affermare la voce delle donne nella storiografia. Ovviamente oggi noi qui usiamo il termine femminista con la dovuta cautela storica. E poi la figura su cui Cartwright ha maggiormente concentrato le sue energie è proprio Isabella d'Este, marchesa di Mantova. Nel 1903 pubblica la sua opera più importante, che si chiama appunto Isabella d'Este, Marchioness of Mantua, 1474-1539, A Study of the Renaissance, edito per l'editore John Murray in 2 volumi. L'obiettivo di Cartwright è assolutamente ambizioso, ovvero trasformare in una narrazione unitaria e coerente la mole sterminata di fonti che riguardano Isabella d'Este, ovvero lettere, cronache e documenti, che già in parte erano stati raccolti da Alessandro Luzio, l'allora direttore dell'Archivio di Storia di Mantova, e il suo collega Rodolfo Renier. Cartwright però intende fare qualcosa di diverso, ovvero vuole costruire un ritratto completo, storico e umano di una donna che aveva saputo esercitare potere, coltivare sapere e influenzare l'arte del suo tempo. Isabella d'Este diventa marchesa a soli 16 anni, governa e dopo la sua morte è stata reggente, madre, diplomatica e soprattutto una mecenate di grandissima consapevolezza. Infatti si è circondata di artisti e intellettuali, facendosi promotrice di un progetto culturale di enorme impatto. E Cartwright insiste proprio sul collezionismo di Isabella d'Este come strumento strategico. La marchesa infatti raccolse opere d'arte su scala molto più ampia rispetto alle altre nobildonne del tempo, distinguendosi anche per la tipologia di oggetti. Infatti ella preferiva la pittura mitologica, la statuaria antica, anziché solo l'arte sacra o gli oggetti devozionali. E in questo modo riesce a inserirsi in un ambito tradizionalmente maschile e a usarlo anche per rafforzare la propria autorità. Il simbolo ovviamente di questo potere sofisticato è lo studiolo di Palazzo Ducale, una stanza privata che diventa però anche una stanza altamente politica, che rifletteva l'identità intellettuale e culturale della marchesa. Cartwright ne riconosce il valore sia estetico sia politico e le interpreta come luogo di rappresentazione anche del potere femminile. E ciò che rende attuale questa biografia edita da Cartwright è proprio la complessità, ovvero Isabella non viene idealizzata. A Cartwright ne parla anche per quanto riguarda i limiti della marchesa, le sue ambizioni, le sue strategie talvolta veramente spregiudicate, e proprio questa tensione tra la forza e l'umanità che ne rendono il ritratto molto moderno, lontano da quelli che potevano essere i toni celebrativi della geografia storica, soprattutto quella vittoriana. Il libro su Isabella d'Este poi fu purtroppo al centro di un episodio spiacevole, ovvero dopo l'uscita Cartwright decide di appunto spedire una copia dell'opera proprio ad Alessandro Luzio, con cui lei ovviamente era stata in contatto durante la redazione della sua opera, e proprio lo stesso Alessandro Luzio l'accusa di plagio. L'accusa venne poi prontamente ritirata anche grazie all'intervento dell'editore John Murray, ma anche grazie al sostegno dei coniugi Bernard Berenson e Mary Berenson, con cui Cartwright intratteneva dei rapporti di stima amicizia e appunto c'è un lungo carteggio tra BB e Giulia. In particolare è interessante perché Mary Berenson pubblicò in forma anonima una recensione elogiativa dell'opera di Cartwright sul Burlington Magazine, celandosi dietro alle iniziali ML. E soltanto nel 2014, grazie al Burlington Magazine Index Project, è stato possibile attribuire quell'articolo proprio a Mary Berenson. Infatti questo progetto, che oggi si è concluso, mirava a identificare gli autori nascosti dietro sigle o pseudonimi nelle prime annate del Burlington. È stato quindi un lavoro di grande valore archivistico e critico che ha permesso di restituire visibilità a molte autrici che erano state oscurate da delle convenzioni editoriali dell'epoca. Dunque Julia Cartwright proseguì i suoi studi fino alla pubblicazione nel 1908 della sua ultima grande opera, che è una biografia dedicata a Baldassare Castiglione, dove ovviamente torna a parlare anche di Isabella d'Este e ovviamente degli ideali di corte. Negli anni successivi poi, ovviamente nei suoi diari, a partire dal 1910, si inizia a percepire una grande malinconia nelle parole di Giulia, perché inizia a capire che il clima politico sta velocemente cambiando e si sta affacciando appunto il primo conflitto mondiale. Quindi decide di ritirarsi a Oxford, dove studiava la figlia, Cecilia Meriedi, e dopo una lunga malattia iniziata nel 1919 morirà nel 1924. Tuttavia la sua eredità intellettuale, diciamo, è proprio anche nella figlia. Infatti Cecilia Meriedi divenne a sua volta un'importante studiosa della storia del Rinascimento italiano presso Oxford. Quindi con la sua opera Julia Cartwright ha saputo raccontare il Rinascimento da una prospettiva sicuramente nuova, mettendo al centro le donne come protagoniste nella politica, nella cultura e nell'arte. E scrivere di una donna come Isabella d'Este non è stato soltanto un esercizio di erudizione, ma un vero e proprio atto critico. È stato un modo per affermare anche nel proprio tempo la legittimità della voce femminile nella storiografia. E quindi parlare di Cartwright significa anche confrontarci con il nostro sguardo sul passato, un invito a renderlo più inclusivo e a riconoscere figure che magari dai margini hanno lasciato comunque un segno profondo nella storia del sapere. Grazie per la vostra attenzione.
Thank you. Thank you very much to Ludovica Girau for this lecture of the figure of Julia Cartwright. The writing of female biographies is very important for the birth, this is my opinion, of for the birth of art history at all. But I think we'll discuss about that later. Our third discussant, third speaker is Michele Amedei. Welcome, of course, also to Michele. Michele Amedei is an independent scholar.
Quite old. I'm part of the University of Pisa.
Okay, and now he is at the University of Pisa, and you are very glad for that news. And his speech is entitled Mary Berenson just now quoted, Mary Berenson contribution to art history, travel notebooks and exploration of Italian territory between 1891 and 1910. Thank you. Of course, 20 minutes.
Yes, okay, I will try, but I might be in time. It's okay, great, stop me. So thank you very much, first of all, for this presentation, and thank you everybody for being part of this interesting conference. So my talk focus on Mary Whitall Smith Caslow. We have that yes, Ludovica has already mentioned earlier, art historian and wife of one of the greatest American art historians of the 20th century, Bernard Berenson, whom she first met in 1888 and married 12 years later on 29 December of 1900. So in the light of many studies on Bernard, Mary's role in our discipline has been somewhat marginalized. However, indispensable sources for reconstructed biography are, on the one hand, the monograph entitled Mary Berenson that you can see here in the left, and on the other, studies by Ilaria della Monica, who in 2017 published an article in Visual Resources, which is I've taken this photograph from one of the page of this article as transcription of some of Mary's diaries that are today preserved at Villa Tatti in Florence, and to which I will return later. And the more recent small volume, the ones in yellow, by Tiffany Johnson, entitled Villa Tatti, Mary Berenson, Golden Urn, Arcadia. Unlike the latter studies, however, my paper intends to shed light on Mary's personality as an art historian in relation to documents that concern exploration she made together with Bernard and many other friends in different parts of Europe between the 1890s and the early 1900s. At a time when, having separated from her first husband, Frank Costello, whom she married in September 1885, Mary became increasingly passionate about art history. Most specifically, artists who lived in Renaissance, whom she discovered through travels to different parts of Europe, or maybe in Italy, together with Bernard. As you can see here, and in one of the most lot photographs that the Tatti preserved, and then you can see here the two in the Castello di Poppi in Casentino, and here there's Bernard with a particular hat, and Mary is next to him. However, looking more deeply in Mary's personality in relation to art history, I'm first providing some biographical information to better understand the personality of our protagonist. Mary Smith was born in Philadelphia into a very conservative and orthodox family, Quaker family. Reading Mary's biography, edited by Barbara Strachey and Jane Samuels, and that based on diaries and correspondences, reveals a young woman who, during the time of her adolescence, sought escape from a bigoted and closed world through learning and studying writers such as Walt Whitman. In the early 1880s, Mary enrolled in a psychology and philosophy courses at Smith's College at the Radcliffe College in Harvard. There she met the first husband, Frank Costello, a fervent Catholic, to whom she married in 1885 and went to live with him in England. The couple has two daughters, Rachel and Catherine Elizabeth, who was the wife of Adrian Stephen, younger brother of Virginia Woolf. The meeting with Bernard, also a student at Harvard, where he studied literature, hoping to become a writer, took place around 1888. Other encounters between the two are documented over the years. For instance, in 1890, when Mary and Bernard Berenson re-meet again in Italy in 1890. It was in the early 1890s that Mary began to study the art history even more passionately with her beloved Berenson, Bernard, turning her passionate into a real job, the result of which were studies on artists such as Sassetta, Giovanni da Rimini, and Lorenzo Lotto, published between 1895 and the early 20th century in prestigious magazines such as, for example, Gazette des Beaux-Arts and Di Rassegna d'Arte. And before I got married, and I'm surprised to find that also later she used, as Ludovica said, ML, right? That means was Mary Logan, who was a pseudonym that she always used also previously, and that's very interesting. We should not think about Mary Berenson and Bernard Berenson as a pupil, Mary, and master, Bernard, because from the very beginning, their interest in art grew together. So they reinforce themselves in the perception, in the perspective of art history field. And they have reinforced this passion traveling in Italy, but also in France and Spain, using also, for example, car, like in this case, which is probably made in Montepulciano. It must be said that Bernard had a different background to Mary. His literature studies had led him to read books considered important for anyone wishing to approach to art history field. For example, Walter Pater's Renaissance, which was still infused of Victorian sensibility, and above all, the writing of Giovanni Morelli. From the latter, studied by Bernard and Mary in connection with books such as, for example, the Opere dei Maestri Italiani of 886, and above all, the Italian painters. He came and maybe he pushed to a scientific, positivistic approach to artifacts that really absorbed the interest of Mary and Bernard in the same time. The result of that kind of research of Giovanni Morelli was absolutely a revolution. The art of the past was no longer investigated as a vehicle to procure, according to Pater, pleasurable sensations, each of more or less peculiar or unique kind. But they were studied, the art history, in accordance with a scientific approach that purged any emotion from the careful and scientific analysis that Mary herself recounts in one of her first articles. And I quote, "The truly helpful art criticism," wrote Mary in 1895, "would begin with classifying the pictures correctly, so that one would any longer run to risk of wasting time and emotion in this manner." The close relationship between scholar and work of art is therefore the basis of Mary's research. The classification to which she refers could not only be started by working directly with the works, by observing in them, grasping the differences between one and the other to understand the place each had in relation to the different stages of development in art history. This is why the notebooks and albums I mentioned earlier are really important, because they testify more than any other document that the founding principles of a discipline that she shared with her lover and later husband Berenson is absolutely clear. Let us look for example, at the pages of those notebooks, that they are preserved at Villa I Tatti. They are about 15 notebooks and albums of different size, as you can see over here. They varied, of course, in size from small to large, depending on their function. Mary often took small pocket-sized notebook with her to take her first handwritten notes in front of a picture she was discovering, always together with Bernard, while she was traveling in different parts of Italy. And then she reworked in a larger format all the notes that she was taking, also with the help of Bernard. And sometimes we can catch the handwritten of Bernard that made some correction from the album of Mary herself, that shows the connection and the exchange between the two in connection to works that they studied in the truth, working and traveling. In the case of a large format, the title also contains some information, including the address, for example, and something that might be interesting, that, for example, in a large notebook like this, album like this, we can find information, for example, concerning the people with whom she visited some places. So, for example, in 1899, in November, she was in Siena with Roger Fry, and his name is written over there. Or, again, you know, Fry was the one's famous because she gave the name to post-impressionism after the famous exhibition that was done in London in 1910. Or, just to give another example, in March 1902, she would return to Siena, this time with Leo Stein, brother of the most famous Gertrude, who in the same time, in the same spring, was starting his to improve his collection of greatest contemporary artists, including Cézanne. Apart from this information, which are useful to understand the connection of Mary with the milieu that she frequented with Bernard Berenson in Florence, in Paris, or in London, the albums tells more about art history from the perspective of Mary herself. Mary was a great artist. She was a good sketcher, as you can see here, and faced with works by Signorelli, Lotto, or Bellini, as in case of this one made in October 1892, Mary demonstrates great capacity for synthesis and attention to details. Like, for example, in this case, in which we can see that in the Bellini's Pesaro altarpiece, now in the Civic Museums of Pesaro, she catch that the upper part of the altarpiece was not included with the Pietà that was replaced later. Okay, so also the information that we can gather from these albums are useful for the ones who want to study the development of the works itself. So these are very important drawings from different perspectives. And of course, they use these sketches also in connection with photographs, which of which the collection of Tati is absolutely giant. It's big, okay. Sometimes the exercise of drawing takes precedence over the maniacal attention to detail and proportions of the details that she copied. So much so that, for example, when copying the Madonna dell'Assunta in Church of Santa Maria Assunta in Celana near Bergamo, the position of a Madonna observed from below upwards became such an exercise in style for Mary that she replicated, so sometimes unsuccessfully, 4 times. Of course, and I'm going to the conclusion, the pages of the albums do not lack references to Giovanni Morelli himself. Morelli believed that the only way to classify a work of an artist was to understand what his style was also, for example, in relation to the drawing of certain anatomical parts. For example, in his books, he explained it, including famous sketch of hands, ears, and other part of anatomical body that she also included in her sketchbooks that testified more in depth her dependence to that kind of positivistic view. In conclusion, I'm pleased here, and I'm sorry, there's also this one that show the way she studied, okay, also hands, like Morelli. I'm pleased here to give an account of the work that Ilaria della Monica was the archivist of Villa I Tatti, and the Villa I Tatti itself have been doing over the last years. I show you here the main page of a website that's still in progress that will soon be available to everyone. It concerns a project related to the transcription of all of Mary diaries from her travels to different parts of Italy and Europe. And that would be very useful from different perspectives. On the one hand, because it will be possible to make specific inquiries using keywords like name of the artists, places, and people. On the other, because we will finally have the opportunity to initiate more in-depth research on an art historian who is forgotten or almost forgotten, but who deserves a worthy place among the most important innovators of our discipline between the 19th and the early 20th century. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much to Michele Amedei for this deep analysis on Mary Berenson and her contribution, very, very important to the workshop of Berenson, meaning crescent and enhancing role of this woman, to the works wrote, or at least signed by her husband. Okay. Our next speaker is Lucia Colombari. She teaches at the University of Oklahoma, here in Rome. In Oklahoma, sorry. Today is here in Rome for this Congress. And the title of her speech is From Artist to Leader. Very beautiful. Benedetta Kappa and the Legacy of Futurist Movement. Thank you very much, Lucia.
Grazie a tutti, grazie in particolare alle organizzatrici del convegno di oggi, Eliana Carrara, Patrizia Dragoni, Consuelo Lollobrigida e Ilaria Miarelli Mariani, e grazie infinite anche alla University of Arkansas Rome Center per l'ospitalità. When Italian Futurism founder and intellectual leader Filippo Tommaso Marinetti died in 1944, the demise of the movement appeared unavoidable, particularly as its association with fascism became unattainable in post-war Italy. Yet today, futurist artworks occupy prominent positions in major museums worldwide, with prices reaching the millions at auction. This enduring legacy owes much to an overlooked figure, Benedetta Kappa, artist, writer, and widow of Marinetti. In 1957, writing for an exhibition at the Detroit Institute of Art, Kappa asserted, quote, "The world artistic atmosphere was imbued, nourished by futurism," end of quote. To understand the futurist contribution, the passage elaborated, one must consider this dynamic and disruptive energy, its capacity to provoke, spread, and ignite artistic revolutions across the globe. Kappa's words were not merely nostalgic reflections, but part of a strategic plan to ensure futurism's place in the modernist canon. Today's presentation critically examines Benedetta Kappa's work promoting futurist significance, influence, and relevance abroad after the Second World War. More than a futurist artist, Kappa emerged as a sophisticated art professional who almost single-handedly preserved and internationalized futurism in the post-war period. Drawing on archival correspondence, exhibition history, and market analysis, I will examine three aspects of her overlooked influence. First, her navigation of futurism political complications. Second, her strategic engagement with museums and collections in the United States. And finally, her dual role as both historian and dealer of the movement. While she sold iconic artworks by Umberto Boccioni and a dear friend Giacomo Balla that were part of her and Marinetti's collection, she provided continuous guidance and resources to expand and enrich the understanding of the movement abroad. Through this analysis, I demonstrate how Kappa's intervention fundamentally shaped the legacy of the futurist movement and offer new insights into women's crucial role in constructing artistic narratives. Despite a historical perception of futurism as a predominantly male-driven movement, recent scholarship and depth to gender studies re-examine and revise blind spots in the art historical narrative. In this expanded notion of the movement, a crucial contribution of women artists like Benedetta Kappa emerged, reshaping our understanding of their impact on guiding futurism trajectory and legacy. Most critical appraisers have explored Benedetta Kappa's complex position within futurism as an artist, writer, wife, and political subject during the interwar years. Scholars such as Mirella Bentivoglio, Siobhan Conetti, Jennifer Griffith, Claudia Salari, and Franca Zoccoli have critically analyzed Kappa's contribution to the Italian movement, spanning literature, painting, and theoretical work such as the Aeropainting Manifesto and Tactilism. For the purpose of today's conference, however, I'm interested in sharing a part of a broader study on the legacy of Italian futurism and the shaping of the art market between Italy and the United States after the Second World War. I will examine how Benedetta Kappa became crucial to futurism international survival through three key steps. The first part will briefly contextualize Kappa's pre-1944 role in the movement. Understanding Kappa's position before this watershed moment helps explain her unique ability to secure a place for futurism in the modernist canon, particularly as she navigated the political complexity of Italy in the years that followed. Second, the presentation will examine the socioeconomic factors that led to these specific exchanges between Italy and the United States. Futurism found a new appreciation on the other side of the Atlantic after the Second World War, where aesthetic consideration concerning the movement's early and most notable representative, the so-called heroic phase of futurism between 1909 and 1916, could overshadow political history. Lastly, I will analyze specific examples of exchanges between Kappa and US institutions and collectors that exemplify her advocacy, stressing how she both preserved futurist legacy and reshaped Italian history narratives abroad. A visual artist, a novelist, and poet, Benedetta Kappa played multifaceted roles within the futurist movement. She studied under the mentorship of artist Giacomo Balla in his studio in Rome, starting in 1917. Her first attempts embracing futurist philosophy occurred 2 years later and concerned paroliberismo, or words in freedom, a revolutionary approach to poetry and visual art that prioritized visual elements over conventional syntax. The technique, championed by Marinetti, sought to liberate words from the constraint of typography to create a dynamic, visual, and written experience. As a prolific writer, Kappa wrote 3 novels and countless essays. Notably, she co-wrote some foundational futurist manifestos, including the Manifesto of Aeropainting in 1929, a painter in language capturing the visual experience of flight. Her contribution as a co-author found a pictorial expression in a series of work depicting the perspective provided by the plane. She also participated in several futurist collective exhibitions, including at the Biennale in Venice and Quadriennale in Rome, and received commissions for public works, such as the murals for the Palazzo delle Poste in Palermo. Benedetta Kappa strongly supported the advancement of women in both the arts and broader society. Her work often centered on themes like femininities and gender issues, promoting a more diverse and fair gender presence within futurism. As art historian Shaban Koneti observes, Kappa was able to implement her own brand of gender reform through her art and rhetoric, end of quote. She shared and worked with some of the fascist regime's ideals concerning womanhood and family. Yet, through her active political and artistic presence, she also resisted the binary understanding of gender roles. As art historian Jennifer Griffith underscored, Benedetta reiterated traditional women roles in her public discourse, such as celebrating maternal responsibility, which aligned with the fascist ideology. Yet, her actions and writings suggest that she was also defiant, using her position to subtly assert female agency within a male-dominated and political repressive context. Her legacy ultimately reflects the contradiction of modernities, especially for women artists navigating authoritarian regimes and patriarchal structures. Benedetta Kappa fulfilled a dual position within the Futurist movement, both a supporting figure and an independent artist. She simultaneously embraced and shied away from her role as Marinetti's wife. She carved out her own artistic identity, contributing to the movement in distinct and innovative ways. To avoid a direct and immediate association with her husband, she also signed her work simply with her first name, Benedetta. Following the death of Marinetti in 1944, an unexpected but crucial role added to Kappa's already substantial contributions as an artist and theorist, that of the movement's leader and strategist in a radically changed world. Kappa's post-war advocacy for futurism must be understood within the complex dynamics that shaped her artistic career and the subsequent role as keeper of the movement's legacy. On the one hand, Kappa's marriage to Marinetti provided her with unique cultural authority after his death. As his widow, she possessed both symbolic capital and literal ownership of key futurist works. Yet, this same relationship risked reducing her contribution to a simple continuation of her husband's vision for the futurist movement. Kappa's engagement with the American art world, however, reveals how she skillfully leveraged her position as Marinetti's widow while simultaneously asserting her independent expertise and expanded vision for the futurist movement. Marinetti's death, followed by the end of World War II in 1945, conventionally marks the end of Italian futurism. This periodization is not merely chronological, but ideological. In post-war Italy's cultural landscape, the emergence of new artistic trends, coupled with the broader social and economic context of post-war Italy, contributed to sidelining the bombastic statement and war-prompted aesthetic of futurism. Yet, paradoxically, it was precisely during this period of domestic rejection that opportunities emerged internationally, particularly in the United States. The post-war stigma made futurist art less desirable locally, leading to opportunities for the international art market. In this transformed context, Kappa's strategic intervention would prove decisive. The high net worth art market in the post-war United States represented a significant supporter of the futurist legacy. As institutions such as the Museum of Modern Art and collectors such as Lydia Winston Malvin began to expand or build their collections after the war, previously hidden or less accessible futurist artworks presented a lucrative opportunity. Museums' eagerness to fill historical gaps in their holdings and collectors' hunger for modern art led to a keen interest in avant-garde movements and a surge in acquisitions. The first director of MoMA, Alfred Barr, personally met and negotiated with Benedetta Kappa in 1948 for the purchase of Boccioni's iconic sculpture, development of a bottle in space, and unique form of continuity in space, both posthumous bronzes from the original plaster sculptures. Post-war interest on futurist art initially centered on the 5 founding artists roughly until the First World War, highlighting a phase of the movement unattained by its subsequent affiliation with fascism. The high demand for futurist art was also partially because by 1945, many works had remained in the possession of the artists themselves or their descendants in Italy, facilitating the high demand. Boccioni's premature death in 1916 made his corpus of artworks limited in number, becoming naturally more desirable. The hesitation of certain heirs to deprive themselves of the works of art of their loved ones, as in the case of Elica and Luce, daughters of Giacomo Balla, led to the unintended sustain of higher demand. By allowing pivotal works such as Boccioni's Trilogy of the State of Mind to appear in the landmark exhibition 20th Century Italian Art at MoMA, one of the most influential venues for modern art in the US, Kappa effectively This cemented the movement's historical importance and ensured its continual relevance beyond Italy's border. While Kappa's negotiation with major institutions like MoMA proved crucial for establishing Futurist canonical status, it was through personal relationship with dedicated collectors that she found the most sympathetic audience for a broader vision of the movement. Rather than simply liquidating assets from the family collection, Kappa approached these transactions as opportunities to educate and cultivate stewards who would carry Futurism legacy forward. Her correspondence revealed a consistent pattern. She saw not merely buyers, but intellectual partners who would preserve, study, and promote the works in their care. One of the most significant of these partnerships, one that would substantially reshape Futurism American reception, was with Detroit collector Lydia Winston Malvin. Their relationship, developed over a decade of correspondence and personal visits beginning in 1951, exemplifies Kappa's sophisticated approach to preserve and promoting Futurism. Between 1951 and 61, Lydia and Winston Malvin assembled a vast art collection of modern art, traveling regularly to Europe, seeking out artists or their heirs. While her collecting activity concerned the most well-known European art trends, Italian Futurism soon became a major focus. Importantly, through repeated visit and personal relationship with the Futurist artists and their family, Lydia Balmi established meaningful connection with key figures in the Futurist circle, including Gino Severini and his wife Jeanne, Luce and Enrica Balla, Benedetta Kappa, and Boccioni's sister, Raffaella Boccioni. This relationship enabled her to acquire rare and valuable artworks by simultaneously being able to collect first-hand information on them. Lydia and her husband Harry visited Kappa and her daughters in Rome, ultimately persuading them over time to part with several artworks in the family collection by Balla and Luigi Russolo, as well as some posthumous Boccioni sculptures such as Anti-Graceful and Unique Forms of Continuity in Space, both cast in 1950. Their correspondence showcased Malvin's inquisitive nature and strong dedication to linking the practice of collecting with the study of artworks, including their history and style. She would request art historical and technical documentation for each purchase, which Benedetta was always ready to provide. Major American institutions recognized the significance of the Winston Malvin collection. In 1957, the Detroit Institute of Art mounted the first significant exhibition valorizing her collection. The chief curator, Paul Grigaud, invited Benedetta Kappa to write an essay on Futurism for the accomplishment. The essay detailed the core aspects of the movement's philosophy from its foundation in 1909. It also highlighted the Futurist's widespread and transformative impact on the global artistic landscape in the early 20th century. Importantly, Kappa concluded with a reflection on the enduring relevance of Futurism nearly half a century after its conception, emphasizing how the movement remained a vital source of inspiration for artists even in a dramatically transformed world. Quote, while air speeds are competing with the speed of light and the space between planets is no longer deserted, she concluded, the essential line of Futurism can continue and continues to incite artists to enrich themselves, end of quote. Benedetta Kappa's advocacy was not without hesitation and reluctance. For instance, the correspondence with the art dealer Sidney Janis reveals strong hesitations in lending and later selling bronze prize dynamism of a soccer player, which had been part of Marinetti's collection since 1913. Her cautious negotiations, driven by simultaneous financial needs and concern for the artwork's care and legacy, reveal a deep sense of responsibility for the preservation of futurist heritage. Yet, her ultimate decision to land the painting reflected a calculated commitment to securing futurism visibility and prestige within the international modern art canon. The Sydney Janis Gallery played pivotal roles in shaping the landscape of modern and contemporary art in New York since its opening in 1948. Janis sought to introduce futurism to American audience through the exhibition Futurism 1910 and 1914, which opened in 1954. It showcased the first artists who embraced the futurist philosophy with an array of artworks, encapsulating and showcasing key aesthetic elements such as simultaneity, interpretation of planes, and use of force lines. Of the 33 artworks included in the Janis Gallery exhibition, more than two-thirds belong to museums and private collectors in Europe, including notable names of modern art collecting such as Gianni Mattioli and Riccardo Jucher. The rich correspondence between Janis and Kappa from 1953 to June of 1954 indicates the dealer's vivid interest in exhibiting and possibly purchasing dynamism of a soccer player. On the contrary, Kappa appeared concerned over the safety and care of the painting. In a letter dated June 17, 1953, Janis acknowledged Kappa's concern while simultaneously offering the alternative solution to buy the painting if they could find a mutually agreeable arrangement. Subsequent letter renewed Janis' invitation for the exhibition. Quote, "I hope you will decide in favor of it," the loan of Boccioni's painting, "as this work will be the piece of resistance of the Futurist show." Benedetta Kappa committed to lending the artwork only in December 1953, less than 4 months before the opening. A color plate of Boccioni's painting was also included in the accompanying exhibition catalog. After a lengthy but amicable negotiation, Kappa sold Boccioni's painting for $8,000, or at the time 5 million lira. The painting ultimately remained a part of the Sydney and Henrietta Janis collection until 1967, when it was gifted to MoMA. Benedetta Kappa's unwavering dedication to futurism after Marinetti's death marked a pivotal chapter in both her career and the movement's evolution. Kappa emerged as the architect of futurism international capital. Through careful curation of which works enter which collections, strategic essay writing that shaped the critical narratives, and selective negotiation with influential dealers and curators, she effectively carried futurism's story for post-war audiences, emphasizing its informal innovation while allowing its more problematic political dimension to recede. The MoMA, Winston Malby collection, and the Janis Gallery cases revealed Kappa's sophisticated understanding of how artistic canon are constructed, not just through scholarship, but through market forces, institutional validation, and transnational networks. Kappa's work challenged us to reconsider traditional art historical narrative in 3 significant ways. It demonstrates how women's contribution to modernism extended beyond artistic production to include crucial curatorial, critical, and marketing activities. Second, it reveals how the seemingly clean boundaries between artistic periods, like the conventional 1944 end date for futurism, obscure the complex afterlives of avant-garde movements. Finally, it illuminates the essential role of transatlantic exchanges in constructing European modernist legacy during the Cold War, when American cultural institutions sought to claim and reframe the European avant-garde within their own national narratives. The legacy of Benedetta Kappa, therefore, lies not only in her art, but in her strategic and visionary role in ensuring futurism's survival and the evolution in the modern era. Thank you.
Thank you very much to Lucia Colombare for this very interesting survey on Benedetta Kappa and about her role as a big promoter of the interest for the futurism in the American market, art market, of course, after the Second World War. And Benedetta Kappa is a strong leader because she was able to impose herself as women artists in a group of man artist, and I appreciate a definition of Benedetta Kappa as architect of the international post-war interest to the future. Thank you again to Lucia Colombari. Our next speaker is Matilde Cartolari. Matilde Cartolari is now a fellow researcher in Munich, the Zentrale Institut für Kunstgeschichte in Munich, and her today speech is entitled Transatlantic Museum Histories, Life and Work of Elizabeth Moses, 1894-1957. Thank you.
Thank you, grazie, for this introduction. So let me start. For those familiar with European museum history in the interwar period, the name of Elizabeth Moses doesn't ring a bell. In fact, Moses' name unexpectedly appears in the anthology published in 2005 by Luca Basso Peressut under the title of Il Museo Moderno, Architettura e Museografia da Perret a Cannes. Compared with the great names of international museography such as Le Corbusier, Argan, Valéry, Elizabeth Moses does not disfigure. On the contrary, as Basso Peressut points out, Moses' essay, comparso sulla rivista di Giuseppe Pagano ed Edoardo Persico, Costruzioni Casabella del febbraio 1934, oltre ad essere per l'epoca molto documentato e aggiornato sui temi riguardanti il rapporto fra istituzione, educazione e pubblico, rimane, a una lettura attuale, ancora straordinariamente ricco di stimoli e suggestioni propositive. Indeed, Moses' essay still retains a freshness and wide-ranging programmatic value that made it a much appreciated reference in the growing body of literature devoted to exhibitions and museums in the 1930s. Moses reiterates in the text the importance of the social function of the museum under the motto of living museums, Musei Viventi. Her words echo Henri Faucillon's reflection in the 1920s and the international museographic debate of the Office International des Musées, which would result that in the Museographic Conference of Madrid. Picking up the trope of museum criticism that had begun in the late 19th century and peaked in the early 20th century with the avant-garde, Moses warned, I quote, "Un museo non è soltanto un deposito di opere d'arte più o meno prezioso, nel qual caso la parola fatale di cimiteri d'arte avrebbe la sua giustificazione. Il direttore non esiste soltanto per conservare le opere d'arte, per farne oggetto di studi scientifici. Le pubblicazioni scientifiche appartengono al popolo, alla massa. Un direttore di museo non può e non deve vivere senza questo pubblico." Reading Moses' very documented and up-to-date text, it is surprising that very few have asked the question, who is Elizabeth Moses? How and why did she publish in Casabella? How did she acquire such profound awareness of the international museum debate? Elizabeth Caroline Moses is an artist from a wealthy Jewish family. Her father was a doctor and her mother a nurse. She attended the prestigious Humanistisches Mädchengymnasium at Marienplatz in Cologne before continuing her studies in art history in Bonn, Munich, and Berlin. In 1921, Moses completed her doctorate under Paul Clement on the depiction of plants in German art of the 14th and 15th century. Meanwhile, she had taken up a position at the Kunstgewerbe Museum, where she worked as librarian, later museum assistant, until 1933, when she was dismissed because of the racial laws. At this point, a second phase of Moses' life and career began, as she left Germany in 1934 to take refuge first in Italy and then in the United States, where she became curator at the decorative art departments of the Young Memorial Museum in San Francisco. In the US, Moses continued her museum career, expanding her focus on decorative arts and Jewish culture to the field of tapestries and modern design. She chose to remain in the US until she died in 1947. Here is the Pietradicia, the stumbling stone, in front of the Moses family house in Cologne that remembers her as a refugee but also as a Holocaust survivor. Her family survived too because they all immigrated to the US. In my talk today, I will use Moses' Italian text as a hinge to reflect on the three moments of her career, and in particular on her work in Cologne before 1933 and the transit to Italy before arriving in the US. So let's start with Moses' work for the Kunstgewerbe Museum, the Museum of Applied Art in Cologne. Located in the North Rhineland near the Belgian border, the city of Cologne had experienced strong expansion in the late 19th century, driven by the industrial development of the nearby Ruhrgebiet. By the 1920s, despite the economic crisis and occupation by the Allies, the city was bustling with a vibrant cultural scene. In 1925, Moses became head of the textile and porcelain collection and head of the Old Master Paintings division in the Wallraf Richards Museum. In 1928, she curated the Jewish pavilion for the Great Printing Fair, the Pressa exhibition in Cologne. During this period, the Kunstgewerbe Museum was directed by Karl Schäfer, who oversaw the rearrangement of the museum collections. Schäfer completed the transformation of the museum, which had been founded in 1888 as an educational tool for craftsmen and workers, and turned into a museum of art and local cultural history. Schäfer shared the late 19th century critique of the museum as a graveyard for works of art. He adopted the proposal of selecting only the high-quality works in exhibition rooms for the general public, while study rooms would be available for scholars. For Schäfer, this selection was the only way for museums to become accessible and to identify Schäfer's thinking reverberates in an essay written by Elizabeth Moses in 1928 with the eloquent title Brauchen wir Museen? Do we need museums? When asked what means were available to the museum to tackle public dissatisfaction, Moses responded by citing the visual aspect of museum display. I quote, "The museum must accommodate the public, that is, take account of current fashions in its construction, layout, areas of collecting and rotating exhibition as far as possible, and come closer to the character of private collections by concentrating more closely on a particular area of collecting or a particular artistic direction, above all through the milieu." End of quote. For Moses, the museum had the task of settling the works in a milieu, a suitable environment. I quote, "The figures of history and literature are brought to life when they are placed in the appropriate milieu. Clothing and tools of daily life are explained in the original. In short, the charm of intimate life, as it is revealed in letters and memoir, is now also reflected visually." For Moses, the focus on the museum environment was even more important than the audience itself. According to her, in fact, the museum can live without an audience, just like a plant house, but it needs a gardener like it, because works of art live like plants, are dependent on light, air, and warmth, require the most attentive care, and they need a museum as a shelter, like a plant needs its glasshouse when they are torn from their natural environment, a fact that we have to reckon with. In this text, Moses referred notably to the work of Alfred Lichtwark, director of the Hamburg Kunsthalle since the late 19th century and a great innovator in the field of museum pedagogy. Lichtwark had sought to reform the museum practice on the basis of the Volksbildungsbewegung, the movement to democratize art for the people and the working class. His exercise of art contemplation for students and children are still regarded as a cornerstone of modern museum education. In addition to Lichtwark, Moses mentions the Folkwang Museum in Hagen in the nearby Ruhrgebiet. The museum had been Osthaus according to modernist canons, that is, by juxtaposing on the basis of formal kinship paintings and sculptures by old masters, contemporary artists, and even ethnographic objects of non-European origin. The Folkwang Museum had revolutionized the approach of the mid-19th century cultural history museum. In the field of art collections, the great demiurge of the Berlin Museum, Wilhelm Bode, had experimented with the integrated representation of different art genres, first as Stilräume, then in the Kaiser Friedrich Museum. In the late 19th and early 20th century, German museums were trying to move beyond the historic symbol and to find solutions more suitable to the needs of in 1928, the direction of the Cologne Kunstgewerbe Museum passed to Karl Witt, a member of the Deutsches Werkbund. Witt transformed the museum according to the new formalist principles proposed by the Folkwang Museum in Hagen. The collections were rearranged in modernist settings according to criteria such as materials and workmanship, purpose and form, color and ornament. In addition to guides, lecturers, and events, Witt promoted an extremely varied exhibition activity open to non-canonized typology such as photography, design, and word art. Witt's exhibitions were also marked by a spectacular and innovative approach. In the 150 Years of Fashion exhibitions, for instance, dresses and costumes were distributed on moving tailor's dummies in the atrium and on the walkways. The exhibition was also accompanied by numerous historical fashion shows, which obtained great public success. The following exhibition, Niederrheinische Volkskunst, included a farmhouse where ballads and folk songs were played, and a Christmas market selling gingerbread. Witt's activity was interrupted by the National Socialist regime's seizure of power in 1933, when he was forced to resign. Elizabeth Moses' 1934 essay for Casabella thus summarizes nearly 15 years of work at the Cologne Museum under the direction of Schaeffer and Witt. Compared to the 1928 essay, Moses absorbs Witt's modernist influence and abandons the idea of the architectural milieu in favor of neutral modernist interiors. In addition, Moses integrated Schaeffer's educational vision with Witt's experimental attitude towards exhibition making. As Moses says, queste esposizioni, per le quali ogni museo dovrebbe sacrificare un ambiente, si sono dimostrate dappertutto come fattori importanti per far vivere un museo, tanto più che nelle esposizioni possiamo concederci, aiutandoci con la tecnica moderna, certi tricks che l'ambiente solenne del museo non permette. Penso per esempio ad un'esposizione di Natale, arte popolare del Basso Reno. Vi si suonavano canzoni e danze popolari del Basso Reno al grammofono e vi si vendevano panforti cotti nelle forme originali del 1700 e 1800 appartenenti a diversi musei della regione. Forme che esposte nella vetrina sono morti legni, ma che adoprate diventano all'improvviso viventi. This practical experimentalism adds to the focus on childhood proposed by Lichtbach in the early 20th century. Quali sono i mezzi per attirare la gioventù nei musei? Fare sempre nuove esposizioni di tipo popolare e continue illustrazioni delle raccolte per fanciulli, ma senza sussiego professorale, senza l'antipatico tono della dotta conferenza, indipendentemente dalla scuola, e mettere in relazione le opere d'arte antiche con la vita del nostro tempo, lasciare che i fanciulli abbiano nelle mani le opere d'arte per acquistare il senso della forma e della materia. Overall, Moses' text for Casabella revealed the importance of the German contribution to international museography, which is often overshadowed by the prevalence in studies of Franco and Anglophone sources. Germany indeed had little presence in the interwar museographic debate for geopolitical reasons. The country could not join intellectual cooperation before the 1925 Treaty of Locarno and abandoned it with the rise to power of Nazism in 1933. Nevertheless, German museography enjoyed wide circulation, often mediated by other countries such as the US, and by museum professionals such as Elizabeth Moses. As mentioned earlier, the Casabella article testified to Moses' brief passage to Italy on her way to the exile in the United States. About this period, nothing was known so far. Thanks to my colleague Carlo Bassanini, today I can present a brief correspondence that sheds at least some light on Moses' transit to Italy, and notably to Milan. In 1937, the former Milan superintendent Ettore Modigliani contacted Moses to ask her for some materials for the writing of his book Mentor. Modigliani had recently been transferred to the peripheral L'Aquila because of political conflict with Minister of National Education Cesare Maria De Vecchi. He thus revealed to Moses. Spesso ho parlato di lei con la dottoressa Wittgens, che era mia collaboratrice, e mi sono assai rallegrato di sapere che lei aveva trovato un buon posto in una libera terra, come del resto era logico che lei trovasse per la sua intelligenza e per la sua cultura. Forse lei non sa che anche a me è successo qualcosa di simile, a quanto avviene allora a lei, anche se non per le stesse ragioni, per ragioni un poco simili. Moses replied with warmth and empathy by recalling her arrival in Milan 4 years earlier. I quote, "Rest assured that I deeply understand your tragic fate, and, as you rightly assume, fully share your feelings because I know them from my own experience. You ask if I still remember you. If you only knew how often I have spoken of you over the years. I will never forget how good you made me feel with your helpfulness and sympathy when I arrived shipwrecked in Milan 4 years ago." Moses gratefully recalled Mariani's interest and Philip's Bereitschaft, his willingness to help, and tried to console him with these words. "Today, I'm very happy to have torn myself away from my old workplace, because I would certainly have run the risk of becoming too comfortable. It's nice to be able to transplant the old European culture into this new, healthy country that is hungry for art and knowledge, where our experiences greatly exist. In our European arguments, we have greatly underestimated the Americans. I certainly believe that America is the country of the future in every way." The difficulty of Moses' exile barely emerged in a small note about the arduous necessity of working in a language other than her own. A further letter reveals that Moses was in close contact also with Modigliani's former colleague in Milan, Fernanda Wittgens, to whom she tells about the dinners with the young Danconas, probably the nephews of Paolo d'Ancona, Wittgens' teacher at the University of Milan. Although they do not provide precise indications regarding the publication in Casabella, the letters offer an important documentary foothold to anchor Elizabeth Moses' Italian presence in the Milanese context. Modigliani did not know it yet, but shortly thereafter, he himself would be a victim of racial persecution, and he would escape deportation by hiding with his family in the Apennine Mountains. Paolo d'Ancona, also Jewish, managed to flee to Switzerland thanks to the help of Fernanda Wittgens. Finally, I would like to conclude with a brief remark about Moses' American period, a phase that she revealed to have been productive in terms of her career and personal satisfaction. Indeed, considering the circumstances, Moses appears to be a story with a happy ending. As she reveals in a letter to fellow émigré museum curator Alexander Dorner, Moses happened to be in the right place at the right time. I quote, "I arrived just at the opportune moment when Dr. Heil made the decision to turn this Wild West museum, an amusing mixture of plaster figures, stuffed giraffe, rococo dressers, Indian baskets, and life-size photographs of the pioneers, into a proper museum." Moses refers to the process of reorganization according to European scientific standards of the De Young Memorial Museum, carried out by Walter Heil, a German museum curator who had moved to the United States in 1926 to work at the Detroit Institute of Art with Wilhelm Reinhold Valentina, another prominent German immigrant. Heil's presence enabled Moses to settle on the West Coast and continue her career almost seamlessly on foreign soil. To a retrospective glance, however, Moses' case can appear as an exception. In reality, it was often very hard for women, who mostly lost take care or occasional jobs. Behind its intellectual story of cross-fertilization, migration hides a harsh social reality that often affects the most fragile. In Moses' case, in addition to sheer chance, her high social class and family independence undoubtedly play a key role, as well as her pre-1933 international networks. Finally, her career continuity was favored by her specialization in areas such as applied arts and textiles of lesser museum prestige and often deemed feminine because of their affinity with domestic life. While Mose's story may appear as a Volksgeschichte, a success story, this success did not prevent her from remaining an almost anonymous voice in the museum debate of the time. Rescuing for Oblivion allows us to reflect on a crucial phase of European political and cultural history and to reconnect the threads of careers and lives suddenly broken by war and persecution. Thanks.
Thank you very much to Matilda Cartolari for her talk, which revealed a very pivotal figure in the modern museography, and also for revealing this network with Italian figures working in the museums and superintendents. Well, our next speaker is Alzbeta Filipova, correct? Quite, più o meno. Okay, I'm sorry. She came from Brno, from the Macerata University, and today she will present us the figure of one of the most important art historian of this land, that is René Schmerling, the first woman and art historian at the Georgian Soviet Academy of Science and their forgotten legacy. Thank you, Elzbieta, and you have 20 minutes. Thank you very much.
Grazie mille dell'invito e della presentazione.
It was a pleasure. Don't mention it.
And I will switch to English with my presentation. And although I come from the Masaryk University in Czech Republic, I will present today the, let's say, forgotten legacy of one of the most important art historian of Georgia in Caucasus, in South Caucasus, and especially in the Soviet period. So the story of René Schmerling is one of triple marginalization. First, she was a woman in a male-dominated academic world, an environment that required sacrifices just to be heard, something that probably more of you will be still talking about in the next presentations. Second, she belonged to Georgia's German minority, a community once thriving under the Tsarist regime, but later severely persecuted under Soviet rule, especially during and after World War II. And third, she lived and worked in Georgia, then a Soviet republic, where ideological control shapes academic world to a very heavy extent. Scholarship had to fit the strict narratives imposed by the totalitarian regime, and the scientists and scholars had to comply with these new ideological imperatives. These layers of identity, gender, ethnicity, and let's say citizenship under heavy ideological control are deeply intertwined and will thread through the rest of this presentation as they thread through the life of René Schmerling. I first encountered Schmerling through a street sign called René Schmerlingi Skucha in Georgian, but street in English. You know, in Tbilisi, spaces, public spaces and street are named almost uniquely after men, nation builders, and especially ethnically Georgian men, which is in, let's say, opposition to the ethnic reality of this country that has always been a very multicultural, multi-confessional and multi-ethnic society. But the nation building, especially during the late Tsarist and Soviet times, made its imprint also on how the public life or public space looks like. This reflects the deeply patriarchal fabric of Georgian society. And to challenge this, the Heinrich Böll Stiftung Foundation initiated the project Gendering the Streets in in 2014, naming streets after important women forgotten by mainstream history. Renée Schmerling was chosen for her undeniable contribution to the history of Georgian art, a discipline held in high regard as a pillar of national identity. Her work helped frame art history as a tool to affirm Georgia's cultural uniqueness. So you really have to understand that in Georgia, art history is one of a very important nation-building discipline or tool in general. Renée Schmerling was born in 1901 in Tbilisi into a culturally rich family. Her father, here on the picture, Oskar Schmerling, was a well-known caricaturist and art educator. Her mother, Hilde Salzman, was a teacher, so she was German from both sides of the family. And they were part of the German community in Tbilisi, which was a community descendant of the 19th century Swabian migrants who had built new settlements and contributed to the multicultural urban life of cities, not only like Tbilisi, but also Baku and other settlements throughout the whole South Caucasian region. Oskar Schmerling depicted everyday life in this diverse city through sympathetic caricatures, as you can see here, and also paintings. And his art captured all the different ethnicities: Georgians, Armenians, Azeris, Russians, and many, many more. And his daughter Renée inherited this broad cosmopolitan outlook on her city and on her region. So let's say she was formed from the beginning of her life as anything but nationalist or narrow nationalist. After finishing high school, Renée Schmerling enrolled in the School of Painting and Sculpture, where she studied, amongst others, under her father. And by 1919, she was already working as an assistant scenographer at the Georgian Drama Theatre. In 1922, she joined the newly established Academy of Fine Arts, studying painting, graphics, and architecture. So she was formed, first of all, as an artist and not an art historian. But the interest in architectural history eventually led her to the Museum of Old Georgian Art at the Tbilisi State University, where she began her lifelong engagement with Georgian medieval art, which is the core of Georgian artistic identity. You know, the categories which are applicable to Western art, like medieval or antique, medieval, modern, and contemporary, do not really fit in the Georgian context. So here, the medieval period, let's say, can be stretched up until the 19th century, where the Russians take over. So medieval art is really the core. After graduating from the Academy of Fine Arts, Schmerling joined the Georgian State Museum Ethnography Department as a painter, first of all. But in 1934, when the Museum of Old Georgian Art became the independent Metechi Museum, she stayed on as a research assistant because her intellectual capacities were not were complementary. By 1941, she joined the newly formed Art History Department at the Georgian Academy of Sciences, which was formed or founded in the same year, so 1941, a difficult year in the world history. And there she was working under the influential scholar Georgi Chubinashvili. And this is an important figure because he is considered the father of art history in Georgia. Chubinashvili has been Schmerling's professor and mentor at the Academy of Arts already, where he was teaching. And he described her as a brilliant student, particularly skilled in precise drawing, which was an ability that served her throughout her career, as we could see in one of her books, where she provided her own illustrations to the text. Chubinashvili himself was a cosmopolitan scholar. He was born in St. Petersburg. He was obviously of ethnic Georgian descent, but he was educated in German schools and universities in Leipzig and in Halle, and he only moved to Georgia in 1918. So he was let's say, an immigrated nation builder. His scholarship brought Heinrich Wülflin's formalist methods to the study of Georgian medieval architecture. And due to Soviet restrictions on theological research, Chubinashvili and also Schmedling had to study religious monuments without referring to their liturgic function. So instead, let's say also inspired by Wülflin's methodology, they focused uniquely on form, style, and ornament, building typologies from visual evidence alone. So this medieval art was totally taken away from its original theological and liturgical context. This approach allowed them to work within Soviet ideological limits while maintaining, to a certain degree, a high scholarly rigor. In 1941, so we go back, as Schmedling became Chubinashvili's first assistant at all, so they were really the founding duo of the Department of Art History at the Academy of Sciences, a catastrophe struck. With the Nazi invasion of the USSR, ethnic Germans were labeled as potential collaborators, and the Soviet regime launched a mass deportation of all the Germans in the Soviet Union. On August 28, 1941, a decree from the Supreme Soviet ordered the forced relocation of all Germans living in the Soviet Union. And between August 41 and mid-1942, over 1.2 million people were deported to Siberia and Central Asia. Not only Germans, but also all the potentially, this is the official thing, all the potentially dangerous people for the functioning of the totalitarian state. But Germans made a big part of it. The logistics of the operation were staggering, even as the Soviet military was retreating and thousands of German perished. Unfortunately, exact numbers remain unknown. René Schmedling survived only because the historian Simon Janashia, here on the picture from the first composition of the Academy of Sciences of Georgian Socialist Republic, this historian had personal ties to Stalin and intervened on Schmedling's behalf, arguing that she was an irreplaceable specialist. Unfortunately, other members of her family were not so fortunate, and they died either in transit or later in labor camps in Kazakhstan. Schmedling survived as the only one of her family, together with a niece, which was hidden by somebody, and which is the main source of our information about her aunt, because she gave some interviews later, which are very precious for whoever wants to study this fascinating figure. Though she continued her academic work and rose in rank, Schmedling paid a high personal price. Whether her decision not to marry or have a family of her own was due to institutional constraints or personal choice, it reflects the difficult conditions women faced in academia. But this is also another matter that maybe would be better to talk about in another paper. So her gender. During the 1940s and 50s, Schmedling published very little. Her doctoral thesis, which was called Small Forms in Architecture of Medieval Georgia, only appeared in 1962 during a period of relative ideological relaxation. It is a work of meticulous detail, complementing Chubinashvili's studies on monumental architecture. And while Chubinashvili aimed to prove Georgia's cultural independence from Byzantium and especially Armenia, His work fit well within the Soviet state nationalist policy, affirming the idea of a homogeneous Georgian identity, something which was in the first place not proper to René Schmerling. Schmerling, despite her own marginalization as a Georgian German, aligned her research with these ideological expectations, perhaps as a survival strategy. And here I have a quote that fits into this narrative. The deeply flawed view of the art of the Georgian people as a branch of the art of the 13th century, or for other chronological periods of its history, as an offspring of other art, is shared to this day not only by bourgeois scholars, but to a local extent also by some Soviet specialists. However, Soviet people believe that every nation, big or small, has its own qualitative features, its own specificity, which belongs to it and which other nations do not have. Even in her thesis, Schmerling used mandatory quotes from Lenin and Stalin, where such references were required in all discipline. As you see on this is a bit blurred, but you can believe me that on the front page of her thesis, first she quotes her mentor and boss, Georgi Chubinashvili, and then the obligatory quotes continue with Lenin and Stalin. And here I have another quote. The question of the global significance of the artistic heritage of the Georgian people is far from being sufficiently researched. It is only since the establishment of Soviet power in Georgia that the necessary conditions for fruitful research work in the field of Georgian art have been created. So this is also the ideological section that has to precede any scholarship in the Soviet publications of the time. The post-war years also brought renewed ideological purges in academia. Chubinashvili himself was accused of bourgeois formalism, to which here Schmerling opposes, and forced to publicly recant. Schmerling, however, published less, and her most significant works appeared near the end of her life, or even posthumously, during Khrushchev's thaw, when scrutiny over the humanities had eased. Her major contribution was to the study of medieval Georgian manuscripts, culminating in the two-volume artworking of the Georgian manuscript book, published in 1967 and one as late as in 1979. Though Schmerling was the first woman to hold the position of assistant at the Academy's art history department, she wasn't the last. By 1948, more women had joined the junior staff, yet none rose to leading roles. It wasn't until 2007 that art history in Georgia had a female in a leading position of the institute that at the time already bore the name Georgi Chubinashvili National Research Center, which the institute bears until today. But until the early 2000s, the leading positions were always attributed to men, despite the quite big percentage of female researchers in the institute. Nothing special, I believe. Nothing new and nothing special. And here I would like to conclude quite an illustrative quote from a web page, Radio Tavisu Pleba, which is a Radio Free Liberty, which now is struggling to survive. But still, the vision of the legacy of this woman is to a certain degree very biased. René Schmerling was a brilliant representative of this school, Chubinashvili's school, one of the most beloved disciples of Georgi Chubinashvili, who chose to study a relatively unexplored field of Georgian culture, the so-called small architectural forms, decor, ornamental decoration. It is said that the interest in small architectural forms was exactly in line with René Schmerling's character, a special sense of precision, filigree, even pedantry, characteristic of the scholar, which is necessary for any research of art history. René Schmerling's book, Small Forms in Medieval Georgian Architecture, which was published a year before the author's death, is a confirmation that the history of Georgian art was distinguished by one line of development, so to speak, dramaturgy, and that this line was equally reflected in both architecture and decorative forms. Renée Schmedling dedicated her whole life to establishing this regularity. To this day, Schmedling's legacy is seen through the lens of Chubinashvili's foundational work, as is apparent also from this little text. While he studied monumental architecture, she focused on smaller forms, often confirming his conclusion rather than any attempt at challenging them. Despite her talent, knowledge, and precision, Schmeling remains in the shadow of the great men of Georgian art history. Her story also reflects not just personal resilience, but the constraints placed on those working on the margins by gender, ethnicity, and ideology. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much to Alzbeta for this beautiful reconstruction of the biography and the interest of this woman who had to struggle for her life and for her studies. Thank you. Thank you. Our next speaker is Angèle Ferrer. Morning also to Angèle. She came from the University of Lorraine, and today she will speak about the role of a French feminist activist in art history, case study, Édition des Femmes during the second wave feminist. Thank you.
Thank you very much for this presentation, and I'm really happy to be here today and listen to all of you. So to begin this presentation, I would like first to briefly go back to the origins of my research. In my doctoral thesis, completed in 2021, I explored the history and aesthetics of contemporary construction site photography. In the last chapter of this research, I focused on the fact that women's contribution to the history of architectural photography. Thank you. And this led to a postdoctoral project focused on promoting the work of women photographers in the collection of the Bibliothèque Nationale de France, the BNF. First, I studied the work of 4 women who documented urban space in its transformation between 1970s and 1990s, Rosine Nussimovici, Deidi Van Schouwen, Catherine Wagner, and Cecilia Otero. And finally, I focused more largely on the period between 1968 and 1996, when the curator Jean-Claude Lemagny acquired a large number of photographs for the collection made by women. So I get out and I was interested in more subjects. So this chronological frame from 68 to 96 extends beyond the internal history of the Bibliothèque Nationale de France collection. The 70s and 90s also correspond to the period that Naomi Rosenblum, American photography historian, defines as the era of a feminist vision in her book, A History of Women Photographers, published in 1996. This same period has recently been highlighted in major French publications on the history of women photographers. Then, to document women photographers from the Bibliothèque Nationale de France collection, my research progressively focused on the French feminist cultural network of that time. Art historian Fabienne Dumont, in her book Des sorcières comme les autres, published in 2014, highlights how the second wave feminism in France saw the rise of women's artist collectives, as well as exhibitions and journals created by and for women. So I would like for this presentation today to present my work on a French feminist publishing house, particularly active during this period around the major figure of Antoinette Fouque, a French feminist activist and one of the pioneers in the promotion of women's creation in all its forms. So first, in the first part, I will introduce the publishing house Éditions des Femmes and their role in promoting women's creativity production in France. And in the second part of my talk, I will mostly focus on my area of expertise, to show how exhibitions and publications from Éditions des Femmes can serve as important feminist activist sources for art history. And finally, to conclude, I will highlight the relationships that Éditions des Femmes had with more established figures in the French photography scene during the 70s and 80s, especially with the gallerist owner Agathe Gaillard. So, active on the French women's liberation movements in 1968, Antoinette Fouque quickly distinguished herself by founding the group Psychanalyse and Politique, Psychoanalyse and Politics. She was a psychoanalyst herself. She led a seminar in psychoanalysis at the University of Vincennes. And there she sought to challenge the Freudian assumption of a single phallic libido. Fouque's activism, however, extended beyond psychoanalysis. She was also deeply involved in the publication work and highly critical of the structural sexism within the publishing industry. That's why she founded a feminist publishing house in 1973 called Éditions des Femmes, with other members from the group Psychanalyse and Politique. But more largely, the collective behind Éditions des Femmes brought together women from a wide range of professional backgrounds. In 1974, just 1 year later, Éditions des Femmes opened a bookshop in Paris, the Librairie des Femmes. Here you can see some archival photographs of the bookstore, and these images are taken from a magazine published by Éditions des Femmes starting in 1974. So indeed, a significant part of the activity of Éditions des Femmes was in 76, named Quotidien des Femmes. Then it became a monthly magazine, Des Femmes en Mouvement, from 78 to 79. And finally, it was published as a weekly magazine from 81 to 82. The magazine, created collectively, was managed by an editorial team that welcomed outside contributions. We will see it later. I will return to some image later, but first I have also to talk about the creation of the bookshop and also of the art gallery. The Galerie des Femmes opened in 1981 within the premises of the Librairie des Femmes, Rue de Seine in Paris. The gallery went on to present a total of 32 exhibitions by women artists before closing its doors in 1992. The gallery's program was overseen by Marie de Dieu, namely, who was also in charge of the cultural pages of the magazine, but you will see that many other contributors was there for the gallery and the magazine. So as you can see here, there is a summary program featured on the official Éditions des Femmes website. The Galerie des Femmes featured some major figures in art history, such as Tina Modotti, Sonia Delaunay, Imogen Cunningham, but also and especially young emerging women artists. Here, among these exhibited were 15 French, American, Italian, German, Argentine, and 2 Mexican artists. Some of these exhibitions were accompanied by the publication of exhibition catalog by Éditions des Femmes, such as Tina Modotti, photographe révolutionnaire. And in addition to exhibition catalogs, Éditions des Femmes also published monographs on women artists independently of the gallery's exhibition program. You can see some of them. In her book, Women Are the Silence of History, published in 1992, the French historian Michel Perrault writes that the way sources are constituted reflects sexual inequality and the marginalization or devaluation of women's activities. Indeed, as I mentioned in the introduction of this presentation, I was confronted with this lack of sources while working on the valorization of women's photographers' work preserved in the Bibliothèque nationale de France. It was at that point that I turned to Éditions des Femmes. Here on the screen, an example of the cultural agenda, which includes, among other things, an exhibition section that appears in every issue. In this issue, particularly from June 1981, we found an exhibition Lesbia Erotica by Kate Miller at the Galerie des Femmes, but also a group show titled Images de Femmes in Paris. In addition to the cultural agenda, the magazine serves as a precious discursive extension of the exhibition presented at the gallery. For example, you can see here articles about a group exhibition organized by Galerie des Femmes in the city of Avignon, in the south of France during the summer '81. We can see that the articles are signed by French critics like Monique Scheinder-Mounoury, Gabrielle Mann, Denise René, Marie-Michel Poncet, Florence de Méridieu, and Agathe Gaillard. I will come back to her a bit later. Here, so you have the coverage of Sonia Delaunay Solo's exhibition in '81 at the Galerie des Femmes. And here, an article by Vicky Pepeo about Tina Modotti, in the occasion of the photographer's first solo exhibition in France, held at the Galerie des Femmes. Pepeu, sorry for the pronunciation. This exhibition feels especially relevant today with the major retrospective currently in Roma. I haven't seen it yet, but I hope I will very soon. After '82, the magazine started to no longer have this kind of sources around the exhibitions shown over the next 10 years. In my field of specialization, photographic history, these activist sources became central to my research where public archives were lacking. Indeed, it is important to remember that in the 70s and 80s, photography was still at the very beginning of its institutionalization in France. Here, just here, you can see an article that I write with Vera Léon and other researchers, specifically about the photographics in the magazine by Éditions des Femmes. So as an example, I would like just to focus here on the collaboration between Éditions des Femmes and the French photographer Claude Bateau. Claude Bateau graduated from the École supérieure des arts appliqués du Perret in Paris. She started photography very young with a camera given by her father. And in 1957, she started working in the photographic studio of the French National Archives, where she met her husband, Jean Bateau, also a photographer. In 1975, she donated around 60 photography in the Bibliothèque nationale de France. This donation led to the creation of a first portfolio Portrait d'enfant, featuring here their two daughters, Marie-Angèle and Delphine. 2 years later, in 1977, Éditions des Femmes published her book, her monography, Claude Bateau, Le Moment des Choses. And you just can see here that she exposed twice in the Galerie des Femmes, but in collective exhibitions. So, published her book Claude Bateau, Le Moment des Choses, and in the same year, her work was also featured in the inaugural issue of the monthly feminist magazine Des Femmes en Mouvement. Here you can see 2 photographs of her accompanied with an interview with the artist. Photographs by Claude Bateau will continue to be published regularly in the magazine. So here in August, September 78. Here again, October 78. Many examples. And more specifically, in this weekly issue from December, January 1980, all the pictures illustrating the magazine are by Claude Bateau. There are a total of 34 photographs by the artist. So I just made a little selection here to show you her work. So this magazine represents a unique and little-known archive of Claude Bateau works. Indeed, some of the photographs published by Éditions des Femmes are not among her best-known images. And some pictures like this one, where it is? Yeah, this one, for example, in this context of publication might suggest a feminist subtext, which is not in the other most known pictures of Claude Bateau. So beyond Claude Bateau, I found information about several women photographers from the BNF collection, notably some very little known French women. For example, Marie-Yvonne Gillot and others. Also looking through the magazine, it seemed that a feminist historiography of women in photography was taking shape through the articles. This can be seen, for example, in this weekly issue from August 1980, entirely dedicated to photography. The editorial team makes a first attempt to tell the history of women in photography with different periods. So what I call the first period is that of the pioneers of the Victorian era, centered around the figure of Julia Margaret Cameron and Clementine Howard. We also have the second period, which takes place in 1920s, marked by a shift in class and continent as photography is placed in the service of revolution with the guiding figure of Tina Modotti. And finally, the issue offers an overviewing of diversity of contemporary practices, such as social documentary photography by Janine Nips and François Sor, or on the other, more aesthetic approaches, including aesthetic of lights and shadow associated with Colette Alvarez-Urbagel, or the encounter of with emotion embodied in the work of Claude Bateau. To conclude, moreover, the year 1979, which saw the publication of the book Le Moment des Choses by Éditions des Femmes, coincided with an exhibition of Claude Bateau's work at the Agathe Gaillard Gallery in Paris. This gallery, dedicated exclusively to photography, had opened 2 years earlier, in 1975, at a time when photography was beginning to gain institutional recognition in France. Indeed, the 70s witnessed the creation of major landmarks in the field, such as the now renowned Rencontres d'Arles Festival and others. So the Agathe Gaillard Gallery quickly established itself in Paris and becoming the first gallery in Paris exclusively dedicated to photography. In her memoir, published in 2013, the gallerist Agathe Gaillard mentions the fact that Éditions des Femmes published 2 books by Claude Bateau, but more importantly, she recalls her first encounter with Antoinette Fouque and other members of Éditions des Femmes in 1976 during the opening of the exhibition by another artist, an American photographer named Erika Lennart, also mostly published in the magazine. So here is a quote. At the opening, I met Antoinette Fouque and other members of Éditions des Femmes. They even made a very beautiful book with these photos. This marked the beginning of a collaboration with the Galerie des Femmes, which was mainly initiated by Marie de Dieu, as well as Michel Barrière and Claudine Mullard. I was interested in their way of presenting women's work with a generosity that brought it out in a surprisingly powerful way. In that context, the work was seen a bit differently than in mixed gallery, where women shared the space with male photographers. What that expressed became more visible. And this collaboration mentioned by Agathe Gaillard in her memoirs is confirmed in the pages of Éditions des Femmes magazine. Indeed, a review of the group exhibition in Avignon praises, and I quote, an exhibition that, in its rigor and purpose, does not resemble traditional exhibitions and raises the question of art created and seen by women. And here you can see a picture of Agathe Gaillard speaking on the right of the screen. In another issue, and I will finish on that, from October 1981, a two-page spread is dedicated to an exhibition review by Agathe Gaillard, this time about a group photography exhibition in Prague. So to conclude, I think that maybe it would also be interesting to open this presentation on the international collaboration between Éditions des Femmes and many critics and art historians from different countries, especially Italian historians and critics. For example, Lea Vergine, and I read that at the end of this international conference. We will have a presentation by Maria Giovanna Mancini and Valeria Rao on Lea Vergine, so maybe it will open more conversation, and I look forward to listen to them. Thank you very much.
Yeah. Merci bien, Angèle. Thank you very much for your panorama of a very best case of female self-improvement, which comes together with the rediscoveries of female figures we lived in the medieval period, such as Christine de Pizzan, for example. Thank you. Our next speakers are online, or almost, I hope. They are Irene Gherogianni from the Athens School of Fine Arts and Charis Canellopoulos from the Open University of Cyprus. The title of their speech is Women in Art Criticism and Post-War Art in Greece.
Thank you. I hope you can all hear me. Yes? It's just me today, I'm afraid. Haris could not be here with us, but we both wanted to thank the organizers for the invitation and for making things quality. Haris and I started.
Sorry, can you hear us?
Yes. Can you?
Morning.
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Maybe we will try. Okay. Try
Can you hear me now?
Moment, just after the speak of Nino Barattini, I invite him to the please. Nino Barattini is an independent scholar, a writer, okay? And today we will talk about promoting the American art in a post-war France. Dorothy Spear, 1990 to 2014, diplomat, gallerist, and art patron. Thank you.
Well, hello everyone. Thank you for being here. Can you hear? You're right. Right. Thank you. May I first, of course, thank all the organizers of the conference and the University of Arkansas for hosting us in such a beautiful place today. I'm very glad to be here to speak about a very underknown woman in the Western art world of the 20th century, Dorothy Spear. Born in 1919 in Pittsburgh and died in 2014 in Washington, Spear spent most of her active life in Paris, dedicated to promoting American art in various contexts. This conference being more dedicated to women critics and art historians, I'm going to focus my presentation on how she has oriented the critical reception of the American art in post-war France through her various curatorial activities, her unique choices, and her own professional network. After obtaining a master's degree in history of art, specialized in medieval art, from the Art Institute of Fine Arts in New York, and a degree in international relations from Columbia University, Spire really started her career a few years after as a cultural attaché at the American Embassy in Paris, and soon dedicated herself to programming exhibitions and conferences on American art in a very diplomatic and political context from the early 50s to 1965. Then she opened her own gallery in 1968 that she led until 2008, promoting during decades mostly figurative artists, especially from Chicago, New York, and Washington, D.C. Therefore, this kind of dual aspect of her professional life would suggest to split our presentation into two main axes. The first one being the question of the USIS, the MoMA, and Dorothea Spire enrolled in the official valorization of American art during the Cold War. Indeed, Spire was sent to the American Embassy in Paris by the USIS, which is the United States Intelligence Service, in 1947, and was first engaged in global diplomatic affairs. She quickly became exhibition officer and then cultural attaché a few months after she convinced the USIS and the embassy to develop an ambitious art program for the French public. USIS was created in 1953 to promote the image of the United States in the world, notably through cultural programs, publication, traveling exhibitions, films, libraries, and cultural centers. USIS cultural propaganda was part of a global soft power strategy to counter Soviet influence in Western Europe. Convinced of the progressive and universal role of modern American art, the Museum of Modern Art has been a key partner of the US government at that period to mount, select, and send traveling exhibitions all around the world. During 1951 to 1962, being the exhibition officer at the embassy, Spire was then in charge of receiving these exhibitions organized and curated by the MoMA, and to program it in Paris or in various cultural institutions through France. Always in close connection with Alfred Barr and the director René Darnoncourt of MoMA. The correspondence of the USIS and the MoMA really show that Spire was for Washington a key figure to influence both the French government and Jean Cassou that you have here on the left. As she was, of course, the first interlocutor between the French officials and the American diplomatic institution and museums. No other USIS agent seemed to have had this important, and much less, of course, a woman. More than 20 exhibitions emerged from this three-way collaboration, for the most being set in Paris at the Musée d'Art Moderne under Jean Cassou's auspices. In a 1976 interview, Spire explains, "The major show were in the Musée National d'Art Moderne. I had a very close friend there, Jean Cassou, the director, so that worked well. What was good, I would get people to listen to me, and he wasn't really interested in American art at all at the beginning. I think I got him interested." While Spire's comments about her supposed influence on Cassou must be, of course, qualified, because we know that he already had the ambition to set exhibition on American art before her. It's clear that her lasting ties with him, both personal and professional, served MoMA's interests considerably, and those of the USIS more generally. Well, let's have a look to this selection of shows, which are probably some of the most important cultural events that took place in post-war France. For example, the 1953, sorry, 12 painters and sculptor shows, and the 50 years of American art in 1955, but also the 59 Jackson Polo Show, were probably three of the biggest traveling shows that took place in Paris, which had the largest audience. For example, the 12 American artists selected by the Museum of Modern Art under Ricci included 9 painters and 3 sculptors such as Alexander Calder, Edward Hopper, Ben Chan, or Stuart Davis. Speaking about the exhibition she helped to put on, Dorothy Aspire says to interview with Paul Cumming, you know, I served as a catalyst, which is to me a word that really described her exact role during this specific period. We can note that she also put on the show Formes Utiles, Useful Form USA, with a part of the MoMA's collection of design, and the Frank Lloyd Show, right, which are 2 examples of exhibit that show her long time interest in design, architecture, and modernism. She used to say later in the 80s that based on all the show she had to mount, the most impactful to the critic and the public in France were the 12 Americans and Frank Lloyd Wright exhibitions, but also mentioned the show Skyscraper and the Mies van der Rohe show, the last one, which seems to have been a personal initiative regarding our last research. Spire also confessed years after that it was very complicated to put on the Frank Lloyd Wright show, and more specifically to convince the director of the École des Beaux-Arts de Paris, who showed himself quite unwilling about welcoming a contemporary architecture exhibition project. The David at Toulouse-Lautrec and the Chloé Armatis are 2 interesting shows designed in a more diplomatic context, with the strong idea of here building long-term cultural exchanges and transatlantic dialogues by presenting in Paris at the Orangerie Museum French masterpieces coming from various American collections. Both were indeed part of the Salute to France program, which was defined by the MoMA as a festival of cultural events led by the American Embassy in Paris at the request of the French government. And Spire, of course, was therefore deeply involved in it. In the same interview, she explains France was very interested. Actually, the intelligent thing was then to send this exhibit somewhere else. I had shows circulating to provincial museum all the time, 4 or 5. People really came to Paris. It was very exciting. And also the fact that contemporary artists were showing for the first time, like 12 Americans. That was the first time Jackson Pollock was shown here, which is very interesting retrospectively regarding the historiography of European museums exhibition and the critical reception of American post-war art in Western Europe at that time. From 1957 to her official departure from the USIS, Spire was involved in the opening and the artistic direction of the American Cultural Center in Paris, which was close to the famous Galerie du Dragon, promoting both North and South American art, but also some French figures of the Parisian scene. The American Cultural Center quickly became an inspirational central location for French artists and intellectual scene, but also, of course, for American diaspora under her leadership, as the program permitted to create a real exchange between both American and French young artists. With a large team of collaborators, Aspire was in charge of curating this exhibition, 3 to 5 a year. And most of the artists she chose to exhibit were American expatriates living in Paris. The majority didn't have any gallery at that time, and it was for many of them their very first show in Europe. In some way, we can say she got inspired by the group show made by the MoMA during the 50s, and she probably used that idea to maximize the visibility of these artists and create relevant artistic dialogues, such as the 3 examples you can see here which were often sculpture confronting paintings. It seems to be a pivotal moment for both her career and for the history of American art, as her exhibition program gradually emancipated itself from the official line of the MoMA and the USIS, which was again to promote above all abstract expressionism and the modern art of the New York scene. Apart from her professional duties, she developed a friendship with strategic personality from the French art world, especially journalists and critics, that really permitted to promote her activities and shape the critical reception of American young artists in Paris. Indeed, she was close to the famous critics and theorists Pierre Restany and Georges Boudaille, for example, but also Julien Alvar, writing for Art Vivant, Simez, Prisme des Arts, and finally Michel Conil-Laclos from the influential Le Monde, who remained loyal to her a year after, during her leadership of her own gallery. Speyer pointed out that it was almost, I quote her, almost impossible to get in the center, which confirms the real success of her program, both for the expatriate community and above all for the intellectual French scene and the underground artistic spheres of Paris, that both assiduously frequented the cycles of the Rue du Dragon. Regardless of the critical reception given to her exhibition at the Centre Culturel, most of which were acclaimed, it is clear that Dorothea has been an essential support for emerging American artists, as her selection permitted to put many of them on the map, and for some of them to find galleries in Paris. About that, Julien Alvar, the critic, underlines in the French magazine Simez in 1964, some were really lifted out anonymity, like Costa Alex, Caroline Lee. Others took a step forward, like Leon Golub. Indeed, Speyer, in the same 76 interview, says it was terribly important then. Like today, it's not that important, but at that time, it certainly was. And for these younger people like Golub, he had his first European show at the Cultural Center, which again really showed the importance of this specific place for the American art history of the last century in Europe. Right here. More generally, Speyer had a strong cultural and educational role to the public at the American Cultural Center, as her exhibition were not only about contemporary art or plastic arts. As you can see here, she also organized exhibition on modern American design, architecture, and urbanism, giving to the French public a global and relevant insight to American modernism. She was particularly sensitive to modern architecture, as her brother James Speyer was a former architect and a student of Mies van der Rohe, and she was also close to Edgar Kaufmann, who helped her to put on some shows. Kaufmann, who was also an architect and head of design department at the MoMA. All these elements show that she had a strong influence on the French public during her diplomatic life, but after she decided to resign in protest against the State Departments of the United States financial cuts to cultural program in Europe, in France, I mean. So Dorothea Speyer continued her career in a very different context when she decided to open her own gallery in May 1968 in a famous art dealer district of Saint-Germain-des-Prés. Which leads us to the second part of our presentation, focused more specifically on the Dorothea Speyer gallery that you can see here standing in front of her gallery. We will consider here the period going from the opening of the gallery to the 90s, as it was the most significant years regarding the specific promotion of emerging American artists. Speyer first wanted to create a foundation based on the American philanthropic model to promote artists that she liked, as she said herself, but finally chose the art gallery to continue promoting artists as she did before at the American Cultural Center by short and impactful solo or group shows. Now kind of released, we must say, from the strict diplomatic context she worked for during 15 years. Spire was then free to develop her own program of exhibition and to defend artists. As I say, she was probably more interested in, regardless the political context of diplomacy and cultural exchange in the strict sense. Even if other women American galleries such as Ilona Sonaben, Florence Bank, Martha Jackson, or Florence Rubin opened their galleries before her in Paris, Spire seems to remain the only known woman to lead an American gallery at this very moment, as all of them had closed before. While most of the other galleries were focused on still the abstract expressionism, the pop art for Sonaben, for example, but also the color field painters at the Galerie Lawrence. Spire broke the dominant taste by adopting a unique line and a long-time tropism for figurative artists, transgressive artists, mostly from Chicago, such as Ed Paschke, Roger Brown, Christina Remberg, known for their use of bright color and painting singular subjects in a very stylized figuration. More generally, we can also mention Peter Sol, Hugh Weiss, Peter Dean, or Roy de Forest as artists defended by her gallery. We won't develop the notion of transatlantic exchanges catalyzed within the Spire family, but it's important to say and to mention that some of the American artists she supported in France were also defended by her brother A. James Spire in the US, who was the curator of modern and contemporary arts at the Art Institute of Chicago. While Dorothea Spire imported from the US these artists that were for the majority totally unknown in Europe, it is difficult, however, to measure her intentional or unintentional advocacy of a distinctly American new modernity to the critic in France. Thanks to the large network of journalists, critics, politics, and institutional figures she had composed during her diplomatic life, Spire was therefore able to strategically promote her gallery and the exhibition she was leading. However, some of them are now very well known, such as Peter Sol, who moved from the well-known Galerie Arnaud to Dorothea Spire's gallery in the 70s, sorry. But also Sam Gilliam, for example, for who Dorothea Spire remained his only European gallerist during decades, which permitted to see his work being recognized in France and Europe and purchased by museums here. However, her choices as an art dealer and the artist she decided to show in some very important context sometimes means a lot regarding her possible desire to attract the critics. For example, during the Venice Biennale in 1976, Spire presented West in Front, a huge monkey painting by the New Mexican artist Tom Palmore, who was painting in the hyper-realist style, so fashionable at that time in mid-60s America, that left many visitors and critics surprised in such an event. The journalist Henri Hérault wrote on Les Cahiers de la Peinture, "This is certainly the most attractive work of the whole fair." Spire never sold it, but she kept it for her bedroom in her Paris apartment. But it showed that her artistic choices as a gallerist were very personal and sometimes very strong, regardless of the art market. Spire indeed had financial ease that has often allowed her to put the purely commercial context of her gallery into perspective, which also means a lot about her precise intention through the time, and also allow us to question the difference in terms of between gallerist and art dealer. Above all, was her nearly philanthropic goal to see her artists being institutionally recognized in France. For this purpose, knowing the importance again of touring exhibition, and thanks to her important networks, she was able to put on the show 14 Americans that you have here at the Maison de la Culture de Rennes in 1970 Two, to present artists from her gallery in a public cultural center outside Paris, which was very uncommon for a gallerist of that importance back then. Finally, we must underline the fact that she also tried to find many important critics that she knew personally, both French and American, to write texts for the various catalogs of the gallery, such as Georges Boudaille for Peter Sol, Pierre Estany, but also Linda Nöcklin, for example. Even if the French public and museums seem to not have seen, perhaps as they should have, the modernity she was trying to broadcast at that period, she was selling to various public institutions in France, such as the Marseille Museum, the Centre Pompidou, the Centre National des Arts Plastiques, among others, which permitted to support and represent these artists in the French public collections. To conclude this presentation, it's clear that Spire's activities through the time, both as an official diplomat and an independent gallerist, had been crucial to first promote a certain idea of American art and artistic modernity, and then to promote many emerging artists from the United States. Her curatorial choices really helped to shape the critical reception of American post-war art in Europe and in France, more specifically, and served the evolution of discourses in France. At the crossroad of diplomacy, curating, and the art market, her career remains a unique trajectory in the 20th century art history. Thank you all for your attention.
Thank you to Nino Barattini too, of course, for this interesting presentation of a woman with a double role, like a private seller, art market agent, and also a public is her public role in American administration. Thank you very much. Well, let's try to.
I hope you can hear me now. Can you?
Okay, is okay.
Yes, I take that as a yes.
Okay, yes, thank you very much. I introduce only a few words to introduce our last talk of this morning, held by Irene Gherogianni from the Athens School of Fine Arts, and Karis Kanellopoulos from the Open University of Cyprus, Women in Art Criticism and Post-War Art in Greece. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for the invitation and for making things happen with technology. I will be speaking on behalf of both of us, as my co-editor and co-presenter Haris could not be here today. And I'm saying co-editor because this whole paper takes its starting point from the volume Women in Art, Criticism and Greek Post-War Art, which we edited as part of the Criticism Plus Art series, published by the Greek section of the International Association of Art Critics. The volume set out to document and analyze the professional activity of Greek women art critics who have maintained a steady and influential presence in newspapers, magazines, and art journals, as well as played an active role in exhibition curating. The idea for the volume emerged from our observation of the remarkably high number of women engaged in art criticism in Greece from the 1950s to the present. So motivated by this, our research aimed to examine their position within the art world and assess their impact on the development of post-war artistic production in Greece. Our goal was to shed light on their contributions to critical discourse and to acknowledge their involvement in shaping the yet-to-be fully written history of Greek post-war art. As discourse producers, these women not only influenced how art was interpreted and presented within Greece, but also helped define what could be recognized as art, both nationally and internationally, by providing the critical vocabulary and the framework for its understanding. At the conclusion of this research project, which focused on these 11 Greek women artists, you can see their names here on the slide, we arrived at several key findings, and this is what we are going to present today. First of all, the topic of national identity, which seems to come back in Greek discourse throughout the 20th century. Building on early debates, these critics continued and enriched the conversation around Greekness in art. For example, Efi Andreadi approached the question with a degree of caution. While acknowledging Greece's tie to its Byzantine heritage, she sought to situate Greek artistic production within the broader framework of Western art history. Maria Kodjamani, in contrast, articulated a perspective shaped by what could be described as a bourgeois liberalism. She embraced Greekness as a stylistic category, placing value on tradition, even as she supported abstraction and the expanding field of contemporary art practices, including new media. Dora Iliopoulos-Rogan offered a distinct curatorial approach that emphasized the primal, the mystical, the ancestral in Greek art, yet she deliberately avoided explicit labeling these elements as Greekness in her analysis. Similarly, Bia Papadopoulou and her work is rooted in concepts such as flow, perpetual transformation coming from Heraclitus. For her, ancient Greek thought and the continual renegotiation of history function as essential interpretive frameworks, subtly shaping understandings of national identity. Of course, these critics moved away from the national to the contemporary, with many Greek women art critics shifting the focus away from the contradiction and constraints that shape the debate on national identity in art. Instead, they explore broader frameworks, aligning Greek artistic discourse with international developments. Efi Feredinu, for instance, emphasized the significance of post-war American art, positioning herself as a cultural bridge between the United States and Greece. Her criticisms, shaped by the geopolitical context of the Cold War, championed abstraction as a vehicle for modernizing Greek art. Beatrice Spiliadis, writing during the politically charged decades of the 1970s and the 1980s that followed, viewed contemporary art as an intermediate socially engaged practice. Describing it as a total art, she highlighted the importance of new media, alternative methods, and institutional critique as vital tools of artistic production. Meanwhile, Efi Struza approached Greek post-war art through a framework that embraced its diversity and its polysemy. She grouped these varied practices into a unified contemporary perspective, actively shaping the Greek art scene through close collaboration with artists. In doing so, she not only fostered a vibrant contemporary art discourse, but also played a crucial role in redefining the evolving position of the exhibition curator, which was a very new thing in Greece at the time. The other theme that we found in this research project was the move from spectator to participant. In the post-war artistic context, the role of the viewer underwent a fundamental transformation, evolving into that of an active participant. And Eleni Vakalou, originally a poet, was instrumental in advancing the shift. She championed a sensory-centric approach that challenged the traditional privileging of vision and the experience of art. Vakalou sought to engage all the bodily senses of both the artist and the spectator participant, and she emphasized their shared role in the process of making meaning in contemporary art. Similarly, Eleni Varopoulou viewed art criticism as an educational practice grounded in dialogue with the audience on equal terms. Her conception of the critical, emancipated viewer aligned with her support for artistic practices that embrace social and political engagement practices created by and for active participatory subjects, which leads us to art as a collective practice. The idea that visual art serves as a means for artists to engage with the broader public is at the center of Peggy Kounenakis' art criticism. Her writing reflects a distinct political orientation and a firm stance against systems that alienate art from the people, even as contemporary contexts increasingly shift art away from collective aims. From a different perspective now, Maria Maragou's curatorial practice centers on collaborative and participatory creation. She seeks conditions that foster synergy and co-production of meaning. For Maragou, the museum is not a neutral space, but rather a site of democratic exchanges where curators, artists, and audiences interact on an equal footing. The institutional framework of contemporary art in Greece, that was a recurring thing that we found throughout the research. The volume also highlights the recurring concern among Greek women art critics regarding the lack of institutional infrastructure in the field of contemporary art. Writers such as Efi Andreadi, Beatrice Piliadis emphasize the urgent need to establish such structures to support artistic developments. In addition to that, several critics, most notably Maria Maragou and Bia Papadopoulou, underscore the importance of a coherent political strategy to promote Greek artistic production, both nationally and on the international stage. Finally, the need to enhance public education in the arts, both inside and outside the formal school system, emerges as a key theme in the writings of Peggy Kounenaki and Eleni Varopoulou. Their texts consistently advocate for broader access to and understanding of contemporary art among the public. Of course, we have 11 women art critics, so we had to look into the gender perspectives and the possibility of a feminist discourse in art criticism. However, as anticipated from the outset of the research, the question of whether a consistent or even occasional feminist discourse was produced by Greek women art critics is answered indirectly, often nuanced, and in circumstantial ways. In general, gender-specific discourse was rarely foregrounded in either the critical writing or curatorial practice of the women we studied. While overt feminist positions were common, all 11 critics demonstrated a strong engagement with women artists, often treating gender equality as a given. This assumption of a priori equality is particularly evident in the texts of Efi Andreadi, of Eleni Vakalou, and Eleni Varopoulou. However, it is in the work of Beatrice Piliadis that we observe a more explicit articulation of ideas intersecting with feminist thought and gender identity. Her writing shows a broader engagement with feminist concerns, situating them within the socio-political and artistic context of the time. The emphasis placed on organized professional activity and formal recognition is evident in the active participation of Greek women art critics in associations such as IKAILAS, the Greek section of the International Association of Art Critics. From the very beginning, women critics became involved in the association, with Eleni Vakalou joining the Greek section in 1957, and by 1960, Efi Feredinu had been elected to its governing board. Both played active roles in the association's domestic and international initiatives. This tradition continued over the decades, with Beatrice Piliadis and Bia Papadopoulou serving as general secretaries. Maria Maragou held position as both general secretary and president, and Efi Strouza advanced even further, serving not only as president of IKAILAS, the Greek part, but also as vice president and executive board member of the ICA International, the international organization. So to conclude, during the post-war period, Greek women art critics played a key role in shaping both Greek and international art discourse. Working across criticism and curatorial practice, they offer thoughtful, creative perspectives while actively participating in the country's evolving art scene. Their consistent presence, professional dedication, and strong sense of belonging within the community made them influential figures who contribute daily to the development and understanding of contemporary art in Greece. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much. And today we started our talks with a presentation about the role of a historian of art on the rediscoveries of Byzantine art in Europe. And now you conclude our first part of the day with this talk about the role of Greek women critics of art. Is a perfect cycle. Now I hope to open the discussion, okay? And our first questions. Okay.
I do have a couple of questions. The first is for Panayotis. Okay. I was wondering what is Mignati's impact on following scholarship on Byzantine art? I'm thinking, of course, Strigovski, but also in Italy, I'm thinking about Venturi and the birth of Byzantine studies with Toesca and what happens in the 20th century, because of course during the fascist period was a very charged topic. So I was wondering what kind of reception, and if it did influence the reception. And then I also have a question for Michele and one for Lucia, so maybe I'll just collect them. For Michele, you focused on the impact of Mary on criticism. I was wondering if we know anything more about her role in the art market activity of Bernard, for instance, in expertise or mediation, sourcing or selling artworks. And finally, for Lucia, as far as I understood, so the strategy of Benedetta Capa was also to focus on the first futurism. So I was wondering, first, what did she do with the second futurism, the kind of art that was more charged post 1922? And then I was wondering if, along with this private connection, if also the Italian government played a role in the attempt to promote itself as a sort of lesser evil or the good part as compared to Nazi art.
Okay. Thank you. Parlo in italiano. Grazie della domanda. La cosa della ricezione dell'arte bizantina è abbastanza complessa, perché ha a che fare con, diciamo, una cosa a chi appartiene l'arte bizantina. Per i greci in quell'epoca era una cosa, come dire, critica, perché volevano, diciamo, costruire la loro identità nazionale sull'arte bizantina, però questa storia comincia praticamente con l'ambiente di Alvana Mignati. Prima c'era una forte polemica sull'arte bizantina, e con la Mignati comincia a essere più positiva, ad essere positiva questa immagine dell'arte. Perché? Perché Mignati possiede queste copie di Dominique Papetit, e poi i suoi scritti sono tradotti dal suo fratello Federico Alban in greco. Così comincia una discussione là. Per quanto riguarda la ricezione dell'arte bizantina in Italia, siccome per esempio Salazzaro e altri expatrioti all'epoca, diciamo, membri dello Stato italiano, odiavano praticamente l'arte bizantina, perché per loro veniva incarnava, diciamo, l'arte dell'antico regime. Poi si deve passare tempo finché arrivare al Toesca. Praticamente negli anni 30, nel convegno romano, negli anni, precisamente 1936 a Roma, che ha fatto un convegno sulla bizantinistica, diciamo così, comincia diciamo, a trasmutare, a trasformare questa opinione, questo approccio sull'arte bizantina. Poi c'è altri spazi come quello francese, che francese per motivi particolari hanno un grande interesse per l'arte bizantina. Poi più o meno così, grazie.
Okay. I can speak in English. First of all, I want to ask you something concerning Papti. When those drawings were made, and when the
Yes.
showed by Papti were made,
Yes.
when?
I disegni
Sì.
erano nelle mani di un suo collega, Sabatier, che stava a Firenze.
A Palazzo Ungher.
Sì, sì. E adesso stanno, dal 1894, mi pare, stanno al Louvre.
Ma when Papti made? Quando li ha fatti?
Nel
Papti?
1845-46, quando pubblicò anche sulla Revue un articolo abbastanza interessante che fa, diciamo, vedere quest'arte in una maniera abbastanza diversa, perché è proprio la stessa epoca che viene pubblicata la Ermeneutica della pittura di Dionisio da Furnà a Parigi, basato su un codice falsificato, però niente a che fare con questo ambiente.
Perché questo è interessante, perché a Palazzo Sabatier Ungher, non so se ci sei mai stato,
Sì.
hai visto i dipinti di Papti alle pareti?
Sì, sì, sì.
Cioè, a un certo punto, per spiegarlo anche agli altri, Papti viene coinvolto insieme a Dottin ed altri francesi a decorare una parte di questo palazzo fiorentino, una stanza ispirata alle gesta dei grandi scrittori, da Dante, musicisti, eccetera. Ed è curioso il fatto che Papti venga coinvolto e lo sfondo appunto Dante, Raffaello, eccetera, sono su fondi oro.
Sì.
E quindi cioè, mi domandavo se fosse dietro una riscoperta proprio contemporanea, perché non sono affreschi, sono dei dipinti murali fatti sono dei primi anni 40, quindi era...
Sì, sì, sì.
Non so se l'hai mai visti, ma non sono molto
Adesso non mi
conosciuti.
ricordo bene, però è molto interessante questo, perché l'arte bizantina è stata, come dire, diciamo, accolta dagli artisti, sia Papti che Domenico Morelli, nelle loro opere.
Certo.
Più o meno la stessa epoca, nel 1848, Domenico Morelli scende sulle catacombe napoletane. Per quale motivo? Per prendere dei motivi iconografici per rappresentare i martiri del 48, della rivoluzione, e poi negli anni 50 fa a Napoli una cappella, la Cappella Nunziata, che scrive alla Mignati che io la voglio fare come i bizantini, sia per quanto riguarda lo stile che l'iconografia che la tecnica. Però ufficialmente, diciamo, gli scrittori d'arte, diciamo così, che sono contro l'arte medievale in generale, la polemica sul Medioevo. No, grazie delle informazioni.
Interessante. Perché ho recuperato le foto che ho fatto di queste cose, dopo te le faccio vedere. And I can reply in English. Honestly, I don't know what was the role of Mary Berenson in the art market. I think it was more Bernard that was connected rather than her. Even if I think probably in the diaries there might be some, reference to Isabella Stewart Gardner or others. But I think that Bernard has that was his role, which sometimes is not that clear what he actually has done or not. I mean, it was a sort of in the middle between real market and fake market. As I didn't actually know what was the role of Mary, that I think she was more involved in other kind of stuff, including relationships rather than market, but I'm not that sure. So honestly, I won't be able to reply to you right now. Thank you in any case.
Thank you. Regarding your first question, so the museums, dealers, and collectors in the United States were predominantly interested in the so-called first phase of futurism. And so somehow Benedetta Kappa just went with it. She had several artworks that they belonged to her collection and Marinetti's collection, and she just had an opportunity that she pursued. Benedetta Kappa remained committed also to support and help futurist artists who were still alive or belonged to the subsequent phases of Italian futurism. There is an interview that one of her daughters, Ala Marinetti, released many years ago, in which she acknowledged that at the end of the war, the family was in financial constraint, and that was partially due to the fact that Marinetti spent the majority of their resources to support the futurist movement and to support futurist artists. And Benedetta continued in that direction. So regarding supporting artists who were still alive and operating as futurists, she continued the activity of her husband. She had conversation, contacts, relationships with governments and the public institutions in Italy as well as with galleries like Galleria del Milione, one among many. Other exhibits like the one that I briefly mentioned during the talk, like 20th century Italian art that happened at MoMA, that was one case of this collaboration between the museum and the public organization or the government in Italy. And there has been other scholars who have been studying and approaching those specific exhibitions in terms of the dialogue that happened within the institutions and within the public offices.
Other questions? Well, I have a question both for Matilde Cartolare and again for Michele. And the question for Matilde is concerning the correspondence between the Elizabeth Moses and the Italian museums, workers, and scholars. Can you give us some idea about the numbers of the letters kept in Milan or so on? Thank you.
Unfortunately, I haven't visited the archive myself. It was thanks to Bastianini because he quoted this this short correspondence in one of his essays, and he was kind enough to send me the scans. There are overall, I think, 6 letters, and that's pretty much what I summed up. So Modigliani asking for information about American museums and institutions for the Mentore, and Elizabeth Moses replying. However, there might be something more. I hope I'll have the chance to go to the Brera archive because it's very messy, or at least it was when I went there. It was 6 years ago. So it might be that something comes up again in the next future.
Good luck for your research. For Michele,
Could I pose a question?
I would like ask about the role again of Mary Berenson as a woman who made drawings. Is particularly interesting, in my opinion, fascinating. These drawings kept from the books by Morelli, and and also is a practical way to remember things, of course, but I think is another way to investigate the role of course, of Mary in the workshop of Berenson. Thank you.
Yeah, you're right that it was part of a workshop. That means we usually know Bernard Berenson as himself, as a god of art history, etc. But the beginning of everything was in connection with her, also because everything was in connection of the beginning of their relationship. I don't think she have copied pages by Morelli, but she was influenced of pages like the ones that I've shown, and with the same methodology, she explored and she watched and copied as a good artist next to Bernard, probably the particular of hands and ears, and so it was useful for them and also for her to understand in a different ways. That means different comparing to Walter Pater and others, a way to explore art that she provided in the same time as Bernard Berenson. And after that, of course, Bernard followed his own path, which was parallel to that of Mary, and Mary herself. That means because she wrote several articles, including the one Ludovica mentioned, and she explored Israel art from different corners rather than Bernard. She was also involved in the history of collection, for example. Thank you.
Thank you to you, Michele. Other questions?
Now you were talking about the correction that Berenson was making on her book notes. So it's just I would like to know which are these corrections.
Just up of what they have written while they were in front of works. That means because the albums and the sketchbooks were used over the years. So they were the first sources they used, especially Bernard Berenson, to write his books. So as soon as he developed, the field and his knowledge, he retook again back the sketchbook of his wife. He reread what previously together they have written in front of the works, and he just made updated. So it means that the albums were used over the years, and they were absolutely the very first sources that both Bernard in particular used, probably in connection with the photographs. But before the photographs, they were sketched by Mary. This is why they were so important, because it was the background of everything. And then they developed collecting photographs. But yeah, the comment that sometimes Bernard made were just updating of news or maybe of a data that they have gathered while they were exploring areas, museum, churches that were absolutely out of the route of a touristic track, of course, because browsing several sketchbooks, I realized that they have visited in the 1922, for example, in Bergamo, something that I don't know if nobody today go and study. So they were very, they focused on one place, and they tried all the ways to go and see, also in Convent, all of the works. And the only way to do something was to get sketched very quickly. After that, they also hired photographers, some of whom are known and some are not, to, you know, to improve works. But at the very beginning was just the sketch by Mary.
Thank you. Thank you. And then I have just a very brief questions for Angel Ferrer. So thank you for your, to me, enlightening. So I would like to see whether the Agata and I mean the whole movement actually had any connection with American women photographers. So you mentioned Tina Modotti, but she was, you know, in one of the exhibition, and thinking of Vivian Mayer, or also, you know, all the women who were working with the Magnum. The agency was based in Paris for a while.
Yes, thank you for this question. You hear me? Yes, it's working this time. Okay. For example, Erika Lennart was an American photographer. They exposed her work, and they published also a monograph. And it was a time when Erika Lennart was in Paris, living in Paris, and it mostly by this kind of connection that she met Édition des Femmes. And also she knew Marguerite Duras, and Édition des Femmes also knew Marguerite Duras. And Marguerite Duras wrote the preface of the book of Erika Lennart by Édition des Femmes. So this is kind of that, well, this artist, mostly photographs, many American photographs were in Paris at this time, 70s and 80s. And this is something I have to explore more, but I think this is this network, yes.
I think that it exists, and it existed a network of this kind. Thank you.
Are there questions? Oh, yes?
Just for Ludovica. It's Ludovica. Hi. It was just about Julia Cartwright. I was wondering, you mentioned that she focused a lot on Isabella d'Este and her collecting practices, and how important it was that she was interested in mythology and other topics. I was wondering if already in her writing she had a sense, for example, of how important or critical it was that she actually had a studiolo, because ever since that time, of course, many of the later feminist art historians have made so much about that itself, because she was the only woman to ever have a studiolo, and you know, the studiolo is kind of like a Renaissance man cave. Yes. So she was very, very unique, and I just wondered if she had mentioned that.
Thank you for the question. Yes, Cartwright was very aware of the importance of this little room for Isabella d'Este. And as I said, this was a room important for her private need for studying and collecting, but also was a representation of her power. So it had both a public and a private role, the studiolo. So yes, Cartwright was very aware of the importance of this room for the time of Isabella d'Este.
If she, you know, any relation between Maria Bellonci and Cartwright?
Allora, ho riflettuto molto sul se ci fossero stati legami tra Maria Bellonci e Cartwright, e ad oggi la mia, diciamo, risposta è appunto dubbia, non lo so, perché non so se è stato utilizzato come fonte, anche perché per la questione del famoso plagio che poi è stato ritirato, uno degli stratagemmi che Cartwright ha dovuto usare per sopravvivere è stato evitare le traduzioni della sua opera, quindi la diffusione in Italia è stata scarsa, quindi è un'opera che resta in inglese e di conseguenza scarsa diffusione, diciamo, non è una fonte così conosciuta su Isabella d'Este in Italia. Sono molto più conosciuti, diciamo, tutti gli articoli scritti da Alessandro Luzio, che sono tantissimi, anche se poi sono articoli ben diversi dalla monografia di Cartwright, che ha più, diciamo, l'aspetto di un grande romanzo storico, però anche molto specialistico.
Ricorda un po' quello della Bellonci.
Esattamente, ha un po' il taglio che ha quello della Bellonci, esatto. Sì.
Sorry. Curiosity?
Io volevo aggiungere una cosa sempre
Oh,
riguardo al discorso molto interessante della domanda fatta da Matilde a Michele, riguardante un po' il chiedersi qual è poi il ruolo delle storiche nel mercato in generale, che un po' secondo me è una domanda che è un elefante nella stanza, perché ci chiediamo nella connessorship che ruolo avevano le storiche. E ad oggi secondo me sarebbe in generale un argomento da approfondire, perché diciamo il margine ha fatto sì anche che non intervenissero direttamente sulle questioni riguardanti l'attribuzione, ma che appunto scrivessero più appunto monografie che hanno sicuramente contribuito a popolarizzare degli artisti e di conseguenza renderli anche molto più appetibili per il mercato, come ad esempio Mantegna, Botticelli, soprattutto per quanto riguarda ad esempio il mercato inglese, che è quello che poi ho studiato un po' io. Quindi niente, questo era il mio appunto.
Reply?
Io penso sia un problema di credibilità, che la donna che fa attribuzione è meno credibile
esatto,
dell'uomo.
perché l'attribuzione è più scientifica.
Esatto.
Quindi tutto quello che è scienza è sempre estremamente problematico. Però è anche interessante vedere come Mary Berenson e anche Julia Cartwright hanno studiato ad esempio il metodo morelliano, che veniva anche criticato per questa sua scientificità. Quindi in realtà erano molto attive nello studiare la scienza, poi sul dare attribuzioni un po' meno.
Aspetta, Laura, hold on.
Grazie. Posso avanzare l'ipotesi che lo stesso problema di credibilità si ponesse col mercato? Gli affari si discutono tra maschi.
Esattamente, infatti
Cioè,
anche...
È lo stesso problema di credibilità che c'è sul
Certo.
piano scientifico. Stavo dicendo adesso a Michele Amedei, per quello che mi ricordo io dei miei ormai antichissimi studi berensoniani, la percezione era di una chiara divisione del lavoro.
Certo.
Bernard Berenson fa, diciamo, non fa lo storico dell'arte, perché lui scrive I'm not writing an history of art, ma fa il conoscitore e si muove sul mercato,
Certo.
con molta difficoltà a un certo punto di gestire i tempi delle due cose, e lo scrive in diverse lettere. E poi c'è una parte che invece è quella della sociability, della costruzione della rete di relazioni, che è affidata a Mary.
Certo.
Mary è europea e sta in Europa, ha il legame, ha i contatti sociali in Europa che lui non ha. Quindi è una specie veramente di divisione del lavoro, ma chi va a parlare con Giovin è Berenson, ed è lei che scrive alla sorella if 1/10 of what they say is true, a future of affluence lies before us. Cioè, ma è lui, cioè lei lo racconta alla sorella, ma chi va a contrattare le condizioni della collaborazione con Giovin è lui.
Certo.
No, credo che lì proprio, e che questo modello di divisione del lavoro, che probabilmente in maniera così strutturata, in fondo geniale, appartiene soltanto ai Berenson, ma anche i Venturi, il mercato lo facevano Adolfo e Lionello,
Certo.
le ragazze, le allieve studiavano, ma i frutti degli studi in termini di expertise se li prendevano loro alla fine. Cioè è proprio una costruzione di credibilità che ci sono voluti decenni per smontare, anche l'apertura di gallerie. Cioè le gallerie, penso, non a caso, credo che le prime galleriste siano state galleriste di arte contemporanea, Bert Weil a Parigi, eccetera, eccetera, perché la costruzione culturale della storia dell'arte faceva sì che anche lì il ruolo sociale della galleria intanto fosse ancora da costruire in un certo modo, e quindi poi si affidasse piuttosto a queste case d'arte che erano inventate, gestite da uomini, e all'interno delle quali lavoravano, ma questo vale veramente a tutti i livelli, cioè dai Colnaghi ai Goupil, ai Durand Ruel, eccetera. Insomma, c'è tutto il mercato tra fine 800 e buona parte del Novecento è in mano soltanto a degli uomini. Bert Weil è l'eccezione a Parigi all'inizio del secolo, ma si occupa solo di giovani sconosciuti come Picasso nel 1901. Quindi insomma è molto complessa la questione, cioè, comunque la questione è che la stessa è sempre un problema di credibilità.
Certo, sì.
Certo.
Posso aggiungere una cosa che penso sia interessante. Parto dal discorso di Mary in quanto colei che crea una rete. questa rete ha anche, sempre a proposito del contemporaneo, un riflesso sulle figure che le circolano attorno. Voglio dire, gli Stein, Gertrude e Leo si educano al contemporaneo attraverso i Berenson, ma è sicuramente Mary che li educa portandoli in giro e a scoprire Piero, che lei prima, per esempio, ad associare a Cézanne. Quindi c'è una, ecco, allora, magari forse è meno interessante anche capire, secondo me, qual è il ruolo delle donne, in questo caso nello specifico di Mary, il rapporto al mercato, che è sicuramente interessante, ma secondo me è un riverbero, capito, è una questione di costruzione sociale e mai è invece da trovare l'innesco di una influenza importante in rapporto al contemporaneo e al passato relativamente a questa rete di socialità che include figure che non sono proprio minori. Io fra gli altri ho voluto mettere i Fries, cioè Roger in particolare, perché ha avuto un impatto non indifferente a livello europeo, inglese in primis, ma anche a livello europeo, e Leo Stein, che pur più della sorella, quello che insomma dal 1905 in poi ha aperto Casso, e se lui questo fa insieme alla sorella quando è a Parigi, lo deve ai Berenson e probabilmente tra i due più a Mary che a Bernard. Quindi ecco, magari poi se uno va a leggere di Mary quello che lei scrive, si rende conto che sono cose diverse rispetto a quelle di Bernard, approccio differente, si interessa alle collezioni degli italiani in America, interessante, però secondo me il suo ruolo, il rapporto alla socialità ha un impatto molto più forte da questo punto di vista, ma questo è fondamentale anche il rapporto alla sua conoscenza critica, perché lei indirizza tutti questi personaggi all'antico nella prospettiva e nell'apertura del contemporaneo, che mi sembra più influente rispetto anche ad altri aspetti che queste donne, non solo lei, quindi hanno rivestito nel corso del primo Novecento. Grazie.
Thank you very much. Yes, please, as our guest.
So I just say thank you very much for this. Can you hear me? See? Information. So, as I told you at the opening earlier this morning, there is a light lunch served downstairs. So, if you want to join Valentina right at the lobby, she will be taking you downstairs to our small library and kind of summer garden and summer garden, and we will be back here at 3. Thank you.
Yeah. Non lo so, ma io non escluderei che la faccenda avesse un'origine anche da Mary. Mary è
cosa che non c'entra assolutamente niente. Ecco, a questo giro mondano che si muove tra Parigi, Londra, l'estate, o se non inizia l'estate, e poi ieri l'inverno, quando si compra la villa diventa inizia più energia così. Cioè, questo giro che si muove, diciamo così, inseguendo la primavera, in qualche modo una temperatura piacevole, ed è un giro
mondanissimo, ma che poi si... o anche con Piero.
Ma ne fa tantissimo.
Ma è prima che dopo probabilmente l'abbiamo visto questa mostra di Cesare che dice che Cesare gli portava l'università, però io se prendi la città di non c'è una idea del sì, ma lunghi. Poi dopo abbiamo del Piero e eccetera.
E puntate lavorando proprio su come dare una persona cognitiva alla moderna.
Certo, perché tra l'altro a me sarebbe, io sempre ho proposto anche ai tatti, che sarebbe molto bello finalmente, dato che c'è adesso una mostra di sui lunghi e sulla che è passata da Caravaggio. Sarebbe il caso di fare una puntata su Venezia. Si sente molto giusto. Sulla parte da scorta di quello che lui ha scritto già in quel saggio.
Però era proprio a me sembra che
perché anche non si piace
questo ruolo di Venezia
perché secondo lui come design non aveva no, anzi poi in questa lotta tutto, c'è in particolare Andrea Leonardo.
Allora, sì, si può scendere o dallo scalone, si arriva fuori, si gira a destra e si viene in questo c'è che non vedere se sono
La sala diceva possiamo lasciare gli zaini. Grazie. Vado a mandare. Sì, sì,
Benji. Benji.
No, I won't be afraid. I won't.
Hello. Hello. Is everything is okay? I can. Hi everyone. I'm Fátima, a postdoctoral student at the University of São Paulo, Brazil. And I'm glad to be here presenting my research. And I would like to thank you so much, our organizers and my dear colleagues. Hello. And I'm going to start the presentation. Respect to the remains. Lady Calcutt and the art criticism in the 19th century. During the 19th century, the spread of printed culture and travel promoted the insertion of British women in art criticism and art collecting. They took advantage of their experiences abroad and their social network to assess the theoretical circuit of art. The participation of women such as Lady Calcutt is a result of the change in critical production of the period. Whereas previously it was assumed that men had an inherently refined and rational taste, with the possibility of traveling, women demonstrated their knowledge through description and analysis of European collections. When we study women intellectual production, it is necessary to consider the role of scholarly circles involved in the production of knowledge. These groups were organized on the edges of the university and scientific institutions. And there are places that women with social prestige could move more easily beyond the institution that denied them formal access. Francis Haskell discussed the spread of the taste for the old masters of the Renaissance and Calcutt articulation as a scholarly correspondent of prominent figures in art collecting. Recently, Caroline Palmer addressed the professionalization of women in art criticism and the contribution of female authors to the establishment of art history as a discipline, emphasized the role of travel and the strategies used by women to establish their careers. This research considers the assumption presented by these two authors and proposed some questions for the analysis of Calcutt's production, based on the following hypotheses. Lady Calcutt connection with married contributed to the establishment of her career in art criticism. 2. Scientific training influenced Calcutt's art criticism. In other words, the systematic methodology and observation of collection in situ are related to scientism widespread at the time and are relevant to analyze her works. 3. The descriptive method and the prominence of material aspect in some Calcutt's works are resources used to attest to the authenticity of the old master's works and were used to support the construction of the trajectories of paintings, little known at the time. To prove this point, it was selected some of Lady Calcutt's correspondence and texts related to criticism, especially her books dealing with the careers of Cimabue, Giotto, and Poussin. For instance, letters in which
Callcott corresponded directly with Sir Thomas Lawrence. They discussed the art collection of Germany, Austria, and Italy. They also talk about recent acquisition and the movement of artworks in public and private collections, are topics frequently mentioned by the authors. Based on the notion of direct observation of phenomena, art criticism became more viable for women. Furthermore, after the end of Napoleonic Wars, many British were able to travel more freely throughout the European continent. Lady Callcott traveled through Austria, Germany, and Italy as a correspondent of Sir Thomas Lawrence and other art collectors. She also advised Queen Victoria on the selection of paintings and wrote books on the history of art and biography of painters. Her literary output includes a travel journal in Brazil, Chile, and India during the first quarter of the 19th century. In addition to writing, Callcott produced drawing, watercolors, and paintings. Some of these images form the travel notebooks that are now in Kew Gardens, British Museum, and Victoria and Albert Museum. You can see those images here. It's a beautiful collection. Callcott's travel notebooks circulated in various social networks formed around important figures of scientific, artistic, and social distinction. These field notes constituted private archives in the homes of figures of intellectual prestige. The specialized literature indicated that these spaces contributed particularly to human erudition. Representation of the Sir Joseph Banks House with natural collection and a reference library or even Callcott's house are some examples of these spaces of sociability. Notes on essays towards the history of painting. The 1830s were relevant for Maria Callcott in the field of art criticism and art collecting. In 1835, she promoted a limited edition of the book, Description of the Chapel of Annunciata dell'Arena. The following year, she published Essays toward the History of Painting and wrote the manuscript about Cimabue. However, her relationship with Renaissance masters' acquisition was before that, identified in letters from 1820s, in which she organized strip art catalogs and art and works as a specialized correspondent. When reading the book Essays toward the History of Painting, we find their articulate and eclectic text, with varied subjects and temporalities. The theme of studying painting in its most diverse configuration guide through reflection that encompass the oldest manifestation of the genre, with special emphasis on culture before Greece and Rome. Her spatial and temporal scope also consider non-Western cultures, such Chinese, Japanese, and Egyptian art, and even comments on monuments in Mexico and places still little known to Europeans. The British Travels Journal follows our Orientalism wave, in which the insertion of information collected during her transit consider remnants other than those of ancient Western art. In the Callcott's words, the purpose of the book was, quote, to report what I could gather of the materials used by painters, the substance on which they painted, the pigments in which they colored, the vehicles through which the colors were applied, and the tools employed in painting. End of quote. The scientific notion of knowledge about the materiality of artworks developed in the last chapter can be found throughout the volume. In SF5, for example, called On the Materials Used by Painters, the author deals with the pigments and supports used throughout the history of painting. This is what became called an archaeological notion of art history, which consider it relevant to study materials and techniques used by artists. This archaeological notion, extended to work of art, is linked to scientism of the first half of the 19th century. The popularization of knowledge, the dissemination of scientific publication and natural collection, all of these are based on the observation of phenomena. For the author, providing detailed information about the paintings is a form of reverence for the culture of her ancestors. The study of materiality and the preservation of these reminiscences were ways to honor the past. The desire to show respect for the remains of those we once loved is a blessed principle of our nature, in Calcutt's words. Extending this concept to the study of materiality, it is possible to consider the history of art from an archaeological perspective. In the polychromy, a reminiscent of bas-reliefs, sculpture, and ancient monuments, Calcutt develops a historical perspective of colors with aspects of the custom involving the use of pigments, recurrences, and meanings of the constituent elements of the works acquire a scientific dimension in her writings. If it is necessary to get close and scrutinize the layers that make up Florentine and Venetian frescoes that are in danger of disappearing, as the author warns in her letters and essays, the act of observation acquires a dimension of preservation. The essays of History of Painting are travelogues with vivid description of the works and collection of palaces, churches, convents, and museums. This notion of displacement, as we argue, is crucial to understand the articulation of Calcutt's career in the context of art criticism. An example of this numerous footnote with the location of the works to attest her observation. From the Gallery of Florence, through the collection of King of Bavaria and the Belvedere Museum in Vienna, most of these paintings cited here were seen by the author. Quote, of those I have named, except the ancient works, there are not even 6 of which I have not seen the original. End of quote. The way she commented on her works and the close observation of collection were ways to promoting herself as an author. Many female writers consolidated their careers based on these textual typologies, and later managed to publish significant artworks. Madame Johanna Schopenhauer established her research on the Flemish school of painting based on articles for specialized periodicals. A polyglot and self-taught, she became a reference for a study of the work of Jan van Eyck. About this book, Calcutt highlighted, now it's quoting, the excellent description in Madame Schopenhauer pleasant volumes of the old Flemish schools of art, end of quote. Johanna Frame was on the rise in the 1830s. She brought together figures such as philosopher Goethe, as well as art critic brothers August and Carl Schlegel at her soirée. Maria Calcutt and Johanna Schopenhauer used the descriptive method, such as highlighting materiality, location, trajectory of art works, for some purposes, including dissemination knowledge about paintings and supporting the construction of artists' trajectories. Furthermore, given the scarcity of images and the technical limitation of engraving in the reproduction of paintings, the descriptive method was an essential contribution, as it led to a presentation of the work through the characterization of tonal constructions, sensations regarding their dimensions, their style, and technical particularities. The exchange of information between scholars who articulated their writings through observation and description made it possible to construct repertoires and narratives about artists. In this sense, claims such as, quoting, Madame Schopenhauer describes four of Ian van Scorel's works in Munich Pinakothek as worthy to highest admiration, or Madame Schopenhauer did not hesitate to classify the painting among Van Eyck's best, based her judgment on the work's similarity to St. Luke in the Munich Gallery, indicate mechanisms for mapping works to justify attributions. Again, risking one of the ideas we defend in this research, the possibility of seeing the collection was essential for women to build their careers and validate their analyses. Correspondents such as Calcutt and Schopenhauer's provide data on material aspects to attend and confer authenticity, proposing ways to identify the works, especially with the diffusion of the old masters of the Renaissance. The descriptive mappings disseminated this taste and encouraged collecting. With this method, it is possible to investigate the circulation of works through a collection and the trajectory of artists through the data provided by these intellectuals. This text subsidizes the construction of history of tastes, as proposed by Haskell. Though these works, we can see through these works, we can observe the changes that took place in art collecting during the 19th century, when many artists and schools were reevaluated by critics. In this context, some little-known painters of the Italian and Nordic Renaissance were rehabilitated into a special category within the art market. These new trends impacted collection formation and even our current conception about art history. Numerous publications disseminated these new trends in the market and art criticism. Periodicals and publications such as the Art Journal were media to disseminating this information collected by intellectuals such as Lady Calcutt, frequently citing recent acquisition, contesting attribution, and disseminating images and data on public and private collection. The Art Journal editorial line was contradictory. It prioritized contemporary production, but understood the relevance of acquisition of old masters. The ambivalence of this position indicates a complex relationship between the public and this new taste for old masters propagated by critics. The description of materiality supported attribution in a period of dispersion of large royal collection and the construction of many collections of national institutions. Inventorying pigment support and techniques not only contributed a way of thinking about painting from a scientific perspective, but also followed a marked perspective. Articles in the art journal questioned acquisition of old masters by the aristocracy and raised the possibility of forgeries. It was crucial to construct narrative in a period of intense movement of objects. That is why the circulation of this correspondent who observed and scrutinized these ancient masters was so important. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Fati. Thank you, Fatima. Thank you, Fatima, for this interesting presentation of life and works of Lady Calcott. So we move to the next presenter, and eventually I'm very happy to meet in person with Anna Koposki from Pazma Peter Catholic University of Budapest. And she will be talking about Edith Hoffmann, 1888 and 1945, the first successful female art historian in Hungary. Thank you and welcome.
Thank you. I'm very glad to be here. Thank you for invitation. Finally in person, not only virtually. So I would like to speak about today Edith Hoffmann, the first successful Hungarian art historian, and her specifically Italian connections. Thank you. Edith Hoffmann was the first major Hungarian female art historian who built an academic career that brought her professional recognition as well as a position of leadership. In 1922, she was appointed head of the Graphic Arts Department at the Museum of Fine Arts in Budapest. She later became one of the most important and influential figures in the museum, becoming its director in 1936, second only to the executive director. Edith Hoffmann epitomized the highly educated, passionate European scholar who aimed for the broadest, most thorough study of her field that she coupled with methodological consistency. In her research, she focused on the Italian Renaissance and Baroque periods, which I will discuss in my presentation. She achieved significant international research results by examining the world-famous Corvina codices. Despite changes in methods and expanded sources, a significant part of her attributions of authorship and subject matter for works of art are still considered valid today. She published Old Hungarian Bibliophiles, a handbook on old manuscript, which remains a foundational work on the subject. It is noteworthy that it was republished in 1992 with new notes and updated data by Tünde Véli, who was one of the greatest admirers of her Corvina research. Unfortunately, she died also a couple of years ago. Regarding the chief master of the Corvina codices, there are two schools of thought. One follows Hoffmann's thesis that identifies several masters, while the other, supported by two Italian female scholars, Fernanda Wittgens and Angela Daneon-Latanzi, attributes the head of the Buddha workshop to Francesco di Castello. As I'm not an expert on the subject, therefore I cannot offer a personal opinion on this matter. I mentioned their names because of the theme of the conference. As far as I know, they are well known in Italy, and I've heard today morning presentation. She was mentioned there, Wittgens there, and I see that tomorrow there will be a lecture on Wittgens as well. So far, I have found no evidence that they knew each other personally with Hoffmann, but I cannot be excluded. As I'm not yes. However, I will focus on the following issues. What were the difficulties facing a researcher in a national art history community at the beginning of the 20th century as a woman, an Eastern European scholar, and with a language that was spoken only by people in her country? Since her work was embedded in the academic life of her country, she published her most important results in Hungarian, but the topics she focused on were often international. What disadvantages did the language barrier present? If she published in a foreign language in a journal in her home country, how much did distribution constraints hinder her international recognition? To what extent was being born a woman a barrier for her? What strategies did she devise to gain acceptance from the largely male-dominated art historical community, both professionally and morally? Below, I would like to share some important elements of her CV regarding her background and career. Edith Hoffmann's father was a German teacher, one of the leading teachers at the famous Eötvös College in Budapest, who educated all four of his daughters. Two of the four, Edith and Maria, became inseparable friends and both pursued academic careers. Edith worked in a graphic arts department of the Museum of Fine Arts, as I mentioned, while her sister, Maria, became the first woman librarian at the National Library. They both received their doctorates in 1910. Edith in 14th century Sienese and Florentine painting, and her sister in German philology. Edith Hoffmann in Vienna attended Max Dvorak's classes, which likely occurred around 1910, but she didn't adopt his Geistesgeschichte methodology. According to Edith's autobiography, at the time she started her job in the museum, it was almost the only way to remain in the field of art history. In 1910, in the misogynistic atmosphere of the time, no women were employed in museums. However, Edith's male classmates were getting jobs one after another. But she got lucky. István Görgei, brother of Arthur Görgei, the legendary general of the Hungarian War of Independence of 1848, donated valuable relics to the National Museum. In return for the donation, he requested that the Hoffmann sisters, who were fresh graduates at the time, be taken on as volunteers at the National Museum. Their careers, however, were far from ordinary, and perhaps had they not started out as they did, they would have had very different careers. In 1912, Simon Meller, head of the graphic arts department of the Museum of Fine Arts, invited her to work in the graphic arts collection, where she remained from 1913 until her death in 1945. Hoffmann considered accurate attribution to be one of the most important of her tasks, as an art historian, especially since the Museum of Fine Arts had a number of prints in its collection that had previously been misidentified or not identified at all. Her starting point was the assumption that the drawings in the collection were essentially studies or sketches, and she tried to find the finished work for them. She was aided in her work by her well-developed visual memory and passionate study of Europe's major and less significant art collections. Italy was her favorite country, and she had been there many times. Edith Hoffmann's professional connections with Italians developed in the 1920s. First of all, archivists and librarians pursued serious consultations with her regarding the identification of Renaissance manuscripts. Some of her correspondents were Amilcare Ramazzini, first archivist at the State Archives of Modena, Cesare Manaresi, an archivist and paleographer in Milan, Giovanni Mercati and Eugène Tissaro from the Vatican Apostolic Library, as well as Carlo Fratti from the University Library of Bologna, the editor of La Bibliophilia. Recognition of Hoffmann's research was evidenced by publications in La Bibliophilia. In addition, Carlo Fratti wrote reviews of her work published in Hungary between 1924 and 1926, which he was able to read in foreign language extracts. Only one letter from Fratti survives in Hoffmann's estate. Fortunately, Carlo Fratti's estate contains 9 letters from Hoffmann in Archigymnasio library, as well as some drafts of letters from Fratti. This allows us to reconstruct their professional relationship. Hoffmann typically sent various journals and yearbooks to Fratti to keep him informed about her activities in the field of codex research and often sought his professional advice. Their correspondence was about a manuscript kept in Milan at the Ambrosiana. This book has a Hungarian reference because it was originally written for the child Ladislaus V, the Hungarian king, by the Bishop of Trieste, Ignaz Tergestinus. According to Hoffmann, the piece in Milan is a copy which Francesco Sforza ordered for his son after the original was later lost. They discussed whether the Bishop of Trieste would be identified with the later Pope Pius II. In 1929, finally Hoffmann published the identification of the author as Pius II, who had, as I mentioned, previously been considered as 2 different individuals. Edith Hoffmann was an expert not only in illuminated manuscript research, but also in the attribution of drawings as a head of the graphic collection. My next example highlights the difficulties of the flow of information and the disadvantages faced by a Hungarian researcher. In early 1932, Hoffmann received a letter from the German art historian Georg Gronau, who was living in Italy at the time. The letter concerned a drawing by Francesco Vanni, now attributed to Ventura Salimbeni, which is kept in the Museum of Fine Arts in Budapest. Gronau wanted to publish it in a magazine called Old Master Drawings. However, when he visited the museum in Budapest to examine the drawing, he didn't meet Hoffmann and had only recently learned from György Gombosi, a Hungarian art historian who often visited Florence, that Hoffmann had already published a paper on the drawing in the yearbook of the Museum of Fine Arts. Gronau claimed in his letter that the yearbook was difficult to access and that there was no copy in any of the Florentine libraries. He offered Hoffmann a new publication opportunity in the journal Old Master Drawings, along with his own. Ultimately, Hoffmann did not take advantage of the opportunity, and without having access to her reply letter, one can only imagine that she felt Gronau did not take the museum journal seriously enough and therefore wanted her to publish it in a better place. We can deduce all this from Gronau's second letter as well. She refused to republish and sent him a special copy of the museum yearbook. Ultimately, Gronau did publish the Vanni drawing and cited Hoffmann's earlier publication as one of the main references for his article. Less successful was the action taken by the Austrian art historian Hans Tietze, who published an article on a Tintoretto painting, now attributed to Circle of Tintoretto, in the Burlington magazine without mentioning Hoffmann's article on the same painting, which had been published in Hungarian a few months earlier. Fortunately, we can trace the correspondence between Hoffmann and the magazine's editorial staff. Hoffmann requested a correction, which she eventually received. Quote, in connection with the article on A Great Tintoretto Lost, Found and Lost Again by Hans Tietze in our May issue, Dr. Edith Hoffmann of the Budapest Museum draws our attention to an article in the Hungarian magazine Tükör, March 1939, in which she discusses in more detail the painting by Tintoretto representing the Tiburtine Sibyl, pointing out the Virgin and Child to the Emperor Augustus. Previously, the scene in the painting was defined as a Hungarian theme, Saint Stephen offering the Hungarian crown to Mary. The painting was originally owned by a Hungarian collector, Ernst Lajos, who considered it very important that the subject of the painting be related to Hungary. But it is another story. Unfortunately, despite the correction, this information had been largely overlooked, as has the reference to Hoffmann's original publication. Tietze also did not mention her work in his later monograph on Tintoretto, and this reference is still missing from Tintoretto literature. There is another intriguing aspect to this story. The editor of Burlington magazine shared the same name as the complainant, Edith Hoffmann. She was a few years younger and was interested in modern art. One might argue that the likelihood of such a coincidence is virtually non-existent. It is possible that the incident prompted Hoffmann to apply to the Home Office for a name change. A draft letter survives, but it is likely that she did not submit it. And finally, as a woman, she faced challenges at the outset of her career. She recalled that when she and her sister started working at the National Museum, the director reportedly remarked, quote, fine, I put them in the ethnography department and let the little girls have fun. The end of quote. Despite her diligence and dedication, she progressed slower than her male colleagues. Edith Hoffmann was married for only a few months before divorcing. It was a brief affair, more of an alibi marriage to avoid social prejudice than a genuine relationship. In 1936, she was awarded the title of Right Honorary which was almost unprecedented for the time due to her own accomplishments rather than those of her husband. As a result, she was promoted to a higher grade. She became a role model for the independent, self-sufficient woman, die neue Frau, attracting considerable attention from the press. Numerous interviews and photographs bear witness to his admiration, with a recurring theme: how a woman could achieve success as a researcher. She always emphasized that her vocation, diligence, and passion were what made her an art historian. When she chose this profession, she saw little prospect of obtaining an important position. In an interview, she reflected on the beginning of her career, quote, "Museum positions were held by male colleagues, and at that time there was strong prejudice against female scholars. Men were averse to women, and I knew I would be deemed useless as an art historian. But I was driven by such a strong inner force that I didn't care. Then times changed." She was right. That proves that I'm here now and I can tell you her story. Thank you.
Thank you, Hannah, to put light on this very interesting figure of woman and scholar. And just, the archetypes are all the same in all latitudes and longitudes. So thank you. So we will, of course, have a Q&A section later at the end of this afternoon. So next to speak is Inés Serrano Arnal, Università in Spain. And her paper is the Spanish Women Artists under the gaze of Josefa Pujol de Collado. Welcome.
Okay, thank you. First of all, I will want to thank the scientific committee for accepting my proposal, and also to all the organization team for making this conference possible. Although I'm currently carrying out my doctoral thesis about the Spanish female artists at the turn of the 19th and 20th centuries, today I'm going to talk about one of the Spanish woman critics that wrote about them and hasn't been studied deeply, following the theme of this meeting. With the access of women to a broader education in the last third of the 19th century, not only emerged the first generation of Spanish professional women artists, but also the first one of female art critics. We cannot say they were a cohesive group of women, but rather isolated and exceptional figures who also displayed a significant ideological diversity. These authors devoted their work to a wide range of general information and journalistic topics in which they expressed their artistic interest in some of them. Some of these female writers earned great fame and contributed to the development of art theory and criticism. The most famous one could be the writer Emilia Pardo Bazán on the center, but there were others as well, such as Concepción Jimeno de Flaquer, Leopolda Gassó, Carmen de Burgos. All these three figures who advocated a highly progressive form of feminism for their time have been studied in greater depth in recent years. However, it's true to say that their ideological stance was not the most common among women writers between 1875 and 1914, which is my period of time I'm currently studying. Most of the Spanish women writers and critics embraced a much more conservative ideology, just as Josefa Pujol de Collado, our main protagonist of this intervention. an ideology that pursued to defend and cultivate female talents, specifically in the arts, as a contribution to the social ideal they were expected to fulfill as mothers, wives, and caretakers of the home without violating moral standards, and in other words, their aim was to promote women's professional artistic development in order to reinforce the 19th century feminine ideal. Texts such as this one from Concepción Jimeno de Flaquer, the first one, who encouraged women to rebel against the status quo, were not supported by the vast majority of intellectuals, male nor female, in the country, and rather they supported a much more conservative view, just the one of Josefa Pujol de Collado. However, regardless of their ideological stance, all of them defended in their writings the appreciation and promotion of works created by female artists, criticizing the difficulties they had to overcome within the artistic system and proposing solutions to combat such discrimination, especially the obstacles faced by women in the field of art education. Women's magazines also served as a platform for the diffusion of these texts. Moreover, many articles about female artists were published in these magazines, as the achievements of women artists were seen as a feminist triumph. The first one, El Álbum de la Mujer, is the one we are going to focus more, as it was one of the main outlets Josefa Pujol de Collado write on. In this literary context, Josefa Pujol became one of the leading voices in the cultural field of Spain. Born in Barcelona on an unknown date, she seems to have been the daughter of a popular bookseller. Very little is known about her personal life, and even the date of her death in 1904 in Madrid is uncertain. She dedicated much of her written work to texts on ancient Greece and classical Rome, covering topics such as political and cultural history, as well as philosophy and religion of these civilizations. Although her figure has fallen into oblivion, during her lifetime she received various recognitions, such as being appointed a member of the Academy of Fine Letters of Cádiz in 1881. And also she was that committed to the social progress of women that she was so concerned for female education that she founded a girls' school in Madrid in 1884. And even the news described that in this school, in addition to elementary studies, literature, history, aesthetics, and other sciences and arts are taught in it. And it was enough to say that her school was set up for the standards of the most notable ones in all Europe. As you can see briefly, she contributed to numerous women's magazines, cultural and artistic publications and newspapers, both national and Ibero-American, from 1875 until her death. She often signed her articles with a male pseudonym, Evelio del Monte, but we don't really know yet the criteria she chose to use her real name or the pseudonym, as she both used one or another indistinctly all her life. She also founded several publications and directed another ones, just like the first one, El Partenón, which I'm going to focus a little bit now, because although in this presentation we focus on her role as an art critic, it's important to highlight that she was best known for her writings as an historian, specializing in ancient Greece and other past civilizations. Her contemporaries describe her as the first and only Spanish Hellenist in Spain of her time. Between 1879 and 1880, she founded, as I was saying, and directed the publication El Partenón, a magazine of literature, science, and arts dedicated to reflecting, I quote, reflecting in its pages the progressive spirit of the civilized world. In her texts on ancient civilizations, she already began to show an interest in women's history. In 1877, she started publishing her first gallery of exceptional women in the newspaper El Eco de Europa. So here we can make a link with my colleague Ludovica, and her presentation about Julia Cartwright. In these articles, she featured the biographies of historical women, such as Cleopatra, Hypatia, also linked to the classical world. And she also focused on important women in the magazine El Álbum de la Mujer, highlighting in her Greek profiles section figures such as the goddesses Helena, Minerva, and other queens such as Zenobia. Then she adapted this formal structure of text to talk about Spanish female painters of her time in a monographic way. Josefa Pujol de Collado analyzes Spanish female artists through the lens of her conservative feminist ideology, which was the predominant stance among the intellectual women in Spain, as I was saying. She advocated for better and broader education for women, not to achieve equality with men, but to successfully fulfill her social role associated with the caring of home and family. For her, the intellectual improvement of women would, in any case, lead to a better performance for their duties, as well as a stronger moral instruction, and never the destruction of the social order. This education will also give women the possibility of earning a living with a profession in times of need without putting their virtue at risk. In addition to classical culture, she had a deep interest in art history. She wrote articles on great masters such as Francisco de Goya or Filippo Lippi, but she gave special attention to contemporary female artists, Spanish and Ibero-American. Most of Josefa Pujol's articles on Spanish women artists were published in El Álbum de la Mujer, a women's magazine edited by a fellow writer, Concepción Jimeno de Flaquer, which was distributed not only in Spain, but also in Latin America. She used the same format of monographic article and focused in one artist at a time in each text, following her genealogies of exceptional women. This series of genealogies of illustrious or exceptional women through history served to legitimize the talent, intellect, and virtuosity of the female gender. We have to understand that through the 19th century, pseudosciences such as phrenology, which claimed the natural inferiority of women compared to men, had many followers. For this reason, female theorists searched for irrefutable evidence of the female talent and success through history, from classical antiquity to the present. There was a need to highlight the talent and creative ability of women with particular examples and link the present female talent with the past and a tradition. Josefa Pujol not only focused on visual artists, but also on women from other artistic fields, such as writers, actresses, singers, musicians, and poets. From her conservative feminist perspective, Pujol focused on traditional artists who fitted perfectly within the prevailing canon of the female author at the time. In the case of women painters, she generally focused on those who dedicated their art to flowers and still life, such as Emilia Mena Sade on screen, in defense of a delicate but high-quality feminine art. She also appreciated feminine characteristics in women's art as a reinforcement of the 19th century feminine ideal, with expressions such as, I quote, she possesses a candid and an innocent modesty which we believe should always accompany all women. About, in this case, the painter Fernanda Frances, also, as you can see, flower and still life painter. She also did not shy away from praises and compliments about the physical appearance of female artists, just as male writers did. And an excessive gallantry can be perceived in some of her comments. She wrote about Antonia Bañuelos, a Spanish artist based in Paris. If she charms as an artist, she captivates as a woman, as she wonderfully combines the divine gifts of intelligence with the charms of the most delicate physical beauty. These types of expressions are repeated in almost all the articles about these women. Although Antonia Bañuelos' artwork did not fit into the flower genre, so appreciated by Josefa Pujol, She was a painter who specialized in portraits and scenes of children, like these ones. With these images, she proved the unique sensitivity of women in portraying childhood, and despite being a professional painter, she remained within the limits of the feminine virtue imposed by the 19th century society, proving motherhood as the natural place for women. In line with that ideal, Josefa Pujol also admired those female painters who balanced their professional activity with their duties as mothers and caretakers of the home, to show that a woman's intellectual development did not have to imply giving up her social responsibilities. Maria Luisa de la Riva, also a still life painter, was a clear example of it. In her words, an exemplary wife and mother, for her the hours passed serenely, divided between the cultivation of art, which she feels with noble passion, and the love of the home, where she shines with the gentle light of every virtue. Fortunately, these superficial comments, as we might think, did not prevent Josefa Pujol from recognizing the professional achievements these women attained during their lifetimes, naming all the medals and awards given, their success in the art market, and also calling out for their rightful recognition in exhibitions by art critics and public institutions. Despite the divergence of opinions, Pujol deeply respected and admired fellow women, writers and art critics who embraced a much more advanced form of feminism than she did. She dedicated some texts to them, such as in the case of the painter and art critic Léopold Lagasso, about whom she wrote, "The literature she cultivated with flattering success became an exhaustible source through which she could express some of the ideas that stirred in her mind, and all aimed at the progress of humanity and, in particular, the advancement of women through art." In Sofia Casanova's also combative remarks and activism, which was far more progressive than the stances of Josefa Pujol, she even tried to identify certain feminine values as a way to approximate and show complicity to a fellow colleague. And words such as tenderness or delicacy didn't really fit into which was the style of Sofia Casanova. This conservative, and I say conservative in the lens of a 21st century person, positions persisted even among female art critics of the 20th century in Spain. And we can say that in some cases not only persisted, but became even more conservative. Such was the case of Carmela Eulate Sanjurjo. In her essay of Women in Art, published in 1915, she addressed women who aspired to be artists. "Woman, you were born for love and motherhood. Do you prefer to be great or do you prefer to be loved?" And also said, "Equally undeniable, despite feminists, is the inferiority of women as creators in the arts, as agents in history compared to men." So we can say that even in the 20th century, there wasn't really an advance of the way of thinking of some of these art critics. Josefa Pujol's writings were appreciated even after her death and continued to be published in various outlets well into the 1910s. To conclude, I simply say that she viewed art as a means of improving women's position in society, advocating for her intellectual ability, yet placing perhaps an excessive value on her emotional dimension, so characteristic of the 19th century feminine ideal of her time. Despite being a very cultured woman and forming friendships with feminist activists, she did not challenge the social norms that confined women to the domestic sphere and impeded their development in the public space, as some of her more progressive female contemporaries did. Josefa Pujol, like most Spanish women writers, supported women's dedication to creativity and the arts, though they did so from a very moderate form of feminism marked by caution. They were careful to show that this did not have to imply leaving their role as wives and, above all, as mothers. She saw the development of artistic sensitivity as a means of moral refinement and a better education to contribute to the progress of future generations. Her writings represented a significant effort to recover women artists, that is, to recognize women as subjects in the field of art, their talent, and place them within a long tradition of exceptional women in history. This is to be expected, given that these were the early steps of this new form of art criticism in Spain, at a time when feminism was not yet consolidated. Thank you all for your attention, and it's been a pleasure.
Thank you, Ines. And well, your proposal of all these women artists in Spain and the way they were seen is very interesting. I will have some questions for you later. Then next are Andrea Leonardi, Università di Bari, e Margherita De Gennaro, Università di Bari, Defini Busterre, Margherita Nugent, and Alba Medea, Historical Apulia of the early 20th century. Welcome both.
Thank you. Grazie per l'invito a tutte quante le curatrici, Consuelo Lollobrigida, Patrizia Dragoni, e Ilaria Miarelli Mariani e appunto Eliana Carrara. La cosiddetta Puglia storica, che includeva anche la Lucania all'inizio del Novecento, fu attraversata da un gran numero di storici dell'arte, per lo più uomini. Basti pensare alle tracce lasciate dagli scritti di Gustavo Frizzoni, a partire dalla vostra sinistra, Mario Salmi al centro, Vartar Aslan. Stiamo parlando di testi scalati rispettivamente tra il 1914, il 1919 e il 1928, spesso e volentieri incentrati sul tema delle presenze esogene, con particolare riferimento a quelle veneto-veneziane che sostanzialmente ballavano fra 3 e 500. Ciò che è certamente meno noto, tuttavia, è l'impegno che almeno 2 donne hanno profuso nel far conoscere territori così lontani dalle traiettorie canoniche della storia dell'arte. Si tratta di 2 figure che provengono da percorsi formativi molto diversi. Da un lato la contessa Margherita Nugent, a seconda diciamo degli addentellati di provenienza, con tutta una serie di richiami diciamo austro-ungarici, anche se poi tenete conto lo sviluppo completo del cognome è ancora più importante, Riario Sforza Nugent, quindi diventa ancora più complessa. Sostanzialmente autodidatta, nata a Firenze, che ottenne una certa visibilità editoriale con i 2 volumi dedicati al sale della mostra della pittura italiana del 6 e 700 del 1922, pubblicati tra il 1925 e il 1930. Dall'altro lato Alba Medea, lombarda, il cui primo lavoro, Arte italiana alla corte di Francesco I, fu pubblicato nel 1932 con una prefazione di Paolo d'Ancona, cioè il fondatore dell'Istituto di Storia dell'Arte dell'Università Statale di Milano. Ma cosa potevano avere in comune queste 2 donne degli inizi del Novecento? Ebbene, le 2, pur provenendo da ambiti e percorsi formativi molto diversi, nello stesso torno di anni, sostanzialmente la 4ª decade del Novecento, si sarebbero ritrovate a condividere l'interesse per un territorio, appunto quello della Puglia storica, e per le sue testimonianze storico-artistiche, soprattutto legate in questo caso alla matrice diciamo bizantina e medievale. Se Nugent orientò il proprio lavoro in modo quasi monografico sui luoghi a lei cari per ragioni familiari, in particolare il centro di Irsina, siamo in Basilicata, e l'antica chiesa di San Francesco con il suo bellissimo ciclo di affreschi del 300, Medea invece avrebbe rivolto la propria attenzione con un approccio decisamente più sistematico e ampio a un altro tema destinato a diventare fondativo per gli studi pugliesi dell'età moderna, quello delle chiese rupestri pugliesi e dei loro affreschi, con diciamo, buona sequenza di pubblicazioni edite tra Milano nel 1937 e poi ancora a Princeton nel 1938. Nel perseguire i propri obiettivi di ricerca, entrambe incrociarono il loro lavoro con personalità e istituzioni impegnati nelle ricerche pionieristiche nella tutela di un patrimonio allora ancora in larga parte inesplorato, lavorando per una prima valorizzazione contestuale. Ad esempio, entrambe mantennero, e lo vedremo poi con la parte di cui si occupa anche Margherita De Gennaro, una fitta corrispondenza con Umberto Zanotti Bianco, fervente antifascista, fondatore nel 1920, insieme a Paolo Orsi della Società Magna Grecia, che mirava a raccogliere fondi anche per la conservazione dei monumenti e la creazione o l'ampliamento di musei, comprendendo le civiltà, passatemi il termine, indigene, le colonie greche, la civiltà etrusca, l'epoca romana e bizantina, nell'Italia meridionale, laddove per Italia meridionale si intendeva tutto ciò che accadeva a sud dell'ipernodo partenopeo. Si nota inoltre come sempre Zanotti Bianco nel 1955 fondò poi insieme ad Elena Croce, la figlia di Benedetto Croce, un'altra diciamo, figura che ci consente un addentellato con il versante barese per la questione dei rapporti con l'editore La Terza. Fondatore, dicevo, l'Associazione Italia Nostra, di cui fu il primo presidente, tra i presidenti poi a seguire anche Alessandra Mottola Molfino, visto che ci ritroviamo in questo contesto, che aveva a cuore i beni culturali, i centri storici, i parchi nazionali, l'ambiente, anche la questione energetica, la viabilità, i trasporti, l'agricoltura, il mare, le coste, i musei, le biblioteche. Un ulteriore elemento che appunto la collega al contesto pugliese sopra menzionato è poi la figura di Bernard Berenson, più volte evocato, no, oggi, che aveva cominciato a frequentare la Puglia nel 1897 con la scoperta, per la verità contestata, contesa, Mario Salmi, del Lorenzo Lotto di Giovinazzo, questo, e che sempre in questa regione continuò a distinguersi insieme al collezionista, amico, finanziatore americano Edward Perry Warren, almeno fino agli anni 20. Berenson notoriamente, l'abbiamo sentito anche questa mattina, amava, no, interessarsi al mondo bizantino. Fu in contatto sia con Nugent, con la quale condivideva anche la cittadinanza fiorentina, e qui abbiamo il frontespizio della pubblicazione di Margherita Nugent del 1933 dedicata a questi affreschi proprio con la dedica, no, il classico invio della copia autore. Dicevamo sia con Medea che ancora nel 1962 poté contare su una sua presentazione al libro da lei scritto insieme a Rodolfo Pallucchini, altra figura che ci riporta al contesto veno, Paolo Ietti e Franco Fausto, in questo caso sulla villa di Daniele Barbaro a Maser, dove Medea si occupò del ciclo di affreschi, ovviamente. Sempre in riferimento alla rete dei loro contatti nel contesto pugliese, non va dimenticato poi, quello che ho accennato poc'anzi, il legame con l'editore La Terza, che in particolare con Nugent ebbe un rapporto di grande interesse, appunto tra il 1936 e il 1943. Ora, muovendo da queste brevi coordinate, le due appunto storiche dell'arte ci aiutano a far luce su un contributo femminile, se vogliamo, al sistema, no, della ricerca, allora chiaramente ancora impostato su un registro, passatemi il termine, virgolettiamo, patriarcale, perché poi in definitiva, nel quale appunto due donne storiche dell'arte si trovarono a confrontarsi non solo con un territorio di frontiera, no, la Puglia dei Filibusterre, ma soprattutto con una società composta da conoscitori, editori, intellettuali, prestate alle cause politiche più disparate e non sempre, diciamolo, pronti ad accogliere il loro punto di vista. E qui mi fermo cedendo poi la parola a Margherita De Gennaro, che diciamo affonda poi con tutta una serie di richiami appunto a questa tracciatura di rapporti che mette insieme le due con questo contesto della Puglia storica a rappresentare un'unione anche geografica tra Puglia e Basilicata, allora Lucania. Grazie. Margherita.
Grazie.
A me che cercavo di traversare quelle regioni chiudendo gli occhi su tutto ciò che non fosse la sofferenza del popolo, cominciò fino da allora a distillare la profonda pietà dei monumenti del Mezzogiorno. Così Zanotti Bianco ricordava il casuale incontro ad appena 22 anni con Paolo Orsi, roveretano d'origine ma modello di impegno e dedizione verso il Meridione d'Italia, con cui condivise con altri amici dell'Animi, ovvero l'Associazione Nazionale per gli Interessi del Meridione d'Italia, obiettivi e programmi d'azione della Società della Magna Grecia. Gli scopi di questa iniziativa, di carattere illuminale e illuministico, dovettero essere ampiamente condivisi da Margherita Nugent e da Alba Medea, se entrambe decisero di figurare tra i soci sostenitori della Società della Magna Grecia almeno per il decennio dal 1921 al 1931, con 100 lire annue, insieme ad altri studiosi, tra cui compare il già citato Bernard Berenson. Proprio sul periodico della società, l'Archivio Storico per la Calabria e la Lucania, fondato da Paolo Orsi nel 1931, fu recensito il volume di Margherita Nugent, dato alle stampe nel 1933 con l'Istituto Italiano d'Arti Grafiche di Bergamo. La stessa studiosa ci informa dell'imminente pubblicazione del volume sugli affreschi della cripta di San Francesco di Irsina in una lettera che lei scrive da Firenze il 15 gennaio del 1933 all'amministratore delle tenute di famiglia lì in Lucania, Giuseppe D'Antonio, il quale a sua volta nella missiva dell'8 febbraio dello stesso anno indirizzato alla contessa le comunica di aver ricevuto il volume e che è stato da lui ripetutamente letto con estrema attenzione, oltre che essere stato molto apprezzato anche dagli abitanti locali. Il volume appunto fu recensito sul terzo numero del periodico della società da parte dello storico dell'arte calabro Biagio Cappelli, attento conoscitore della cultura artistica bizantina, soprattutto in area calabro-lucana. Nell'affondo di Cappelli si mette in evidenza come la Lugent nel 1926, dopo aver trovato gli affreschi della cripta in pessime condizioni, avesse richiamato l'attenzione degli organi competenti e degli studiosi su questa cripta, che in occasione del 7° centenario francescano veniva completamente restaurata dalla Reale Soprintendenza Abruzzo-Lucana con i fondi della Direzione Generale delle Belle Arti e con i fondi del Comune di Irsina. Il volume della Nugent viene definito dal Cappelli lussuoso ed è riconosciuto come uno studio interessante perché investe la storia della pittura del Trecento, di Napoli e delle sue province e illustra con ricchezza di dati e abbondanza di riproduzioni grafiche e fotografiche il complesso artistico lucano. Margherita Nugent fu anche un'appassionata bibliofila e questo dato ci emerge dai rapporti epistolari che la contessa ebbe con gli editori La Terza, che tra l'altro attestano anche una frequentazione assidua della stessa con Benedetto Croce. In particolare in una lettera del 28 febbraio del 1936 indirizzata proprio a Giovanni La Terza, Nugent lo ringrazia per aver ricevuto 2 copie dell'Estetica di Baumgarten, dotato di una eccellente veste tipografica e dato alle stampe proprio dai La Terza nel 1936. Ancora nel 40 torna a scrivere da via Masaccio a Firenze al commendator La Terza, felicitandosi per aver ricevuto un antico volume napoleonico che costituiva, e cito, un pregevole contributo alla sua biblioteca. Sempre a Giovanni La Terza, la Nugent, questa volta dalla Villa Regina Barcola Trieste, scrive il 2 giugno 1941, pregandolo questa volta di procurarle il raro volume dal titolo Carceri e galere politiche, memoria del duca Sigismondo Castromediano, stampato nel 1896 dalla tipografia salentina, testimoniando quindi i grandi interessi della contessa per la Puglia storica. I gusti antiquari e collezionistici di Margherita Nugent, attestati anche dalla donazione di oggetti sacri risalenti al 6 e 700 che la contessa fa nel 1934 per la chiesa di San Giovanni a Irsina, dove era anche presente la cappella di famiglia, ne parla lei stessa in alcune epistole, sempre con il D'Antonio,
corrono parallelamente alle sue notevoli capacità di gestione delle tenute di famiglia, sparse tra Firenze, Napoli, Trieste e in particolare nell'area lucana. Gli anni 30 del Novecento sono anni duri, dovuti alla depressione economica che colpì l'Occidente proprio nel 29 e cui effetti disastrosi dovevano essere ancora molto evidenti se una lettera del 3 maggio del 1933 indirizzata a Giuseppe D'Antonio, la Nugent si lamenta del perdurare della crisi agricola, definita acutissima, e che aveva investito anche Firenze e a cui il governo fascista evidentemente cercò di far fronte con una mostra internazionale dell'agricoltura, inaugurata dal re proprio a Firenze il 19 maggio del 1934 e di cui la stampa ci dà notizia sia a livello nazionale che a livello locale sulla Gazzetta del Mezzogiorno. Di questa la stessa Nugent ci dà notizia anche lei in una lettera successiva del 23 maggio del 34 in cui racconta di aver visto la mostra più volte con estremo interesse. Di questa stessa crisi parla anche Alba Medea in una lettera a Zanotti Bianco del 24 aprile 1936, in cui pone l'accento sulla difficoltà di reperire fondi da parte di un industriale o un capitalista per perorare la causa meridionale e ribadisce la necessità di far risorgere dalle ceneri ancora calde della Magna Grecia una specie di società culturale per assicurare un gettito costante, anche se modesto, di fondi, alludendo alla brusca chiusura della società qui a Palazzo Taverna nel 1934 da parte dei gerarchi fascisti. Ed è il motivo per cui, nonostante gli studi sulle cripte eremitiche pugliesi fossero stati portati a termine proprio nel 1934, la pubblicazione del volume avvenne solo nel 1939, all'interno della collezione meridionale editrice che aveva sede qui in via Monte Giordano 36. Gli studi di Medea sono documentati da lei stessi nella fitta corrispondenza che ebbe con Zanotti Bianco, in cui narrava delle ricognizioni che lei stessa fece ad Andrea Poggiardo e che la portarono a partecipare ad un convegno internazionale a Sofia nel settembre del 1934 sui monumenti bizantini. Di questo ne dà notizia anche il numero domenicale della Gazzetta del Mezzogiorno del 14 ottobre 1934, firmato dall'orientalista Giuseppe Gabrieli, libero docente nel 1917 presso l'Università di Roma e autore di articoli di argomento storico e artistico sulle cripte basiliane della Puglia e della Grecia salentina. Proprio lui, ribadendo innanzitutto la necessità di creare una cattedra universitaria per gli studi islamici in Puglia, parla della partecipazione di Alba Medea al congresso di Sofia, un convegno tutto al maschile, mettendo in evidenza gli aspetti peculiari del suo intervento, ribaditi poi dalle recensioni al volume sulle cripte eremitiche apparsa sul primo fascicolo del 39 dell'Archivio Storico per la Calabria e la Lucania a firma dell'archeologo Guillaume de Gervagnon. Questi era un esperto della Cappadocia e che a tal proposito ravvisava proprio nelle cripte pugliesi alcuni punti di raccordo con l'area turca di suo interesse. Allo stesso tempo lo studioso riferisce che Alba Medea circoscrisse il suo studio alla Puglia non più storica e quindi alle province di Bari, Brindisi, Lecce e Taranto, sebbene le cripte eremitiche si incontrassero anche in altre parti d'Italia meridionale come la Basilicata e la Calabria. I monumenti nel contributo di Medea sono raggruppati per province e all'interno di ciascuna secondo un ordine alfabetico delle località a cui sono attribuiti. Un ordine ritenuto comodo per la consultazione del volume, ma che a parere dello studioso francese aveva il difetto di non far risaltare le diverse aree di diffusione delle cripte affrescate. Una carta sommaria avrebbe potuto avviare a questo inconveniente e facilitato al viaggiatore la pianificazione delle escursioni. Molte, infatti, delle località menzionate erano ancora poco conosciute e non figuravano nelle guide turistiche. Tutti i monumenti che presentavano vestigio di qualche interesse furono raccolti e per alcuni che non avevano potuto essere visitati o che non furono ritrovati dall'autrice, vi è soltanto una semplice indicazione. Di altri di minore importanza si dice nella recensione che furono descritti molto brevemente. L'illustrazione fu riservata ai più significativi e infatti, mentre il volume di testo elencava oltre 120 chiese o cappelle sotterranee, le tavole, in tutto 165 figure, si riferivano a 23 monumenti. Le schede sono ritenute sempre brevi e ridotte all'essenziale, solo 2 o 3 raggiungevano più o meno la decina di pagine, la maggior parte invece è molto più coincisa. L'ordine, sempre lo stesso, viene valutato come chiaro e logico. L'autrice indicava la posizione esatta del monumento, che era non sempre di facile individuazione quando si trovava soprattutto in piena campagna, oppure la sua condizione, la proprietà privata, il che troppo spesso le esponeva a degradi, la sua forma e le dimensioni, con piante e sezioni per le cappelle più importanti, a seguire poi la descrizione e la valutazione degli affreschi, la trascrizione di testi epigrafici, iscrizioni vere e proprie e leggende. Infine, alcune osservazioni sullo stato attuale del monumento e sulle misure da adottare per assicurarne la conservazione. Ogni scheda si concludeva con una bibliografia che utilizzava, talvolta superava, secondo il de Gervagnon, quelle del professor Gabrieli, che appunto si era occupato anche lui delle cripte eremitiche pugliesi. Tutto ciò, dall'archeologo, è considerato eccellente, non si sarebbe rimpianta la concisa essenzialità dell'opera. Una nota dolente, però, secondo lui, era che Medea avrebbe potuto soffermarsi più a lungo sui monumenti descritti, presentare fotografie semplificative di quelle circa 100 cripte che compaiono nel volume di testo e non nelle tavole. Però le viene riconosciuto un vantaggio notevole avere tra le mani un libro maneggevole, dal prezzo accessibile, considerati i tempi difficili. Nella valutazione del contributo di Medea, de Germagnon nota che nelle sue interpretazioni iconografico-epigrafiche l'autrice si riferiva in generale ai suoi predecessori seguendoli docilmente. E questo era considerato un segno di modestia, considerata già piuttosto rara per quei tempi. In ultimo, viene fatto notare come non sarebbe stata mancanza di rispetto verso queste autorità, per lo più appartenenti al genere maschile, il correggerle o integrarle da parte della storica dell'arte milanese, avendo potuto farlo più spesso di quanto sembra avesse osato, nonostante le sue doti di studiosa appassionata. Grazie.
Okay, we should have now the presentation. No. Ma la fa ora o no? Ok. Chloe, can you hear us?
Yes, I'm here. Can you see my... Oh, perfect.
Can you hear us, Chloe?
Yeah. Can you hear me?
So, well, I
Can
would
you hear me?
suggest to...
Can you hear me? Hello?
Okay. Yes. Can you hear us?
Yes.
Okay, so next presentation, Chloe Julius, University of Nottingham. She will be delivering a paper titled Barbara Rose, Experiments in Art and Technology and the Fate of the 1960s American Art. So Chloe, the stage is yours. If you're ready, you can start. Thank you.
Thanks. Can I try and share my screen instead of this PowerPoint? Is that... Because the font has pulled up strangely. Is that... Is it possible to share my screen or...
Yes.
Okay. Can you see it?
Yes.
No, this is... I can see that it's... Hold on. Here.
We can see you, or we can see also your
Okay, all right, it's fine. Okay.
Can you hear us?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, sorry about that. It's pulled through the fonts have been a bit scrambled, but that's fine.
Whenever
Okay.
you're ready, you're ready.
Okay. Thank you for inviting me to the conference. I've learned a lot so far, and I'm looking forward to sharing this. It's from my current research project on the American art critic Barbara Rose. So on February 25th, 1965, an exhibition opened at the Museum of Modern Art in New York that claimed to bridge the worlds of art and science. While the curator, William Seitz, was keen to point out that the artworks in The Responsive Eye were solely the creation of artists and not scientists, when the art critic Barbara Rose came to write about the exhibition for Art Forum, she complained that the majority of the artworks in his exhibition encroached on science and technology to such an extent that they may as well have been made by scientists, and worse, that scientists would have done a better job. Rose contrasted the monotony of those works with the paintings of Larry Poons, whose densely packed canvases employed optical effects as a means to gain a wider range of expressive possibilities rather than ends in themselves. Far from exemplifying the possibilities that could be yielded from their interrelation, according to Rose, The Responsive Eye clarified that the idea that science and art have something to do with one another was demonstrably false. As she put it, now I'm quoting from Rose, the reconciliation of art to science is a particularly attractive rationale to a science-oriented technological society. Thus, if it was the task of the Renaissance to reconcile Plato with Christ, it is ours, one might argue, to reconcile Orpheus with Einstein, and optical art is hailed as the offspring of that blissful union. This is the pseudo-humanism of the two cultures, and equally nonsensical. If The Responsive Eye proved anything, it is that science applied to art results in applied art, not fine art. For this reason alone, it was useful. So by chalking up the attempt of the British writer C.P. Snow in his famous 59 lecture, The Two Cultures, to reunify the sciences and the humanities as pseudo-humanism, Rose revealed her deep ambivalence that the promise of art and technology could be harnessed with and through American art of the 60s. As we shall see in this short talk, Rose would let go of that ambivalence in order to collaborate with the organization Experiments in Art Technology, or EAT, towards the end of the decade. But before we get to EAT, let me briefly introduce my protagonist. During the mid to late 60s, Barbara Rose was one of the most vocal and well-read defenders of contemporary American art. Her criticism was published in all the major journals of the period, including Art Forum, Art International, Vogue, Encounter, and Art in America. Rose's best-known article from the decade, ABC Art, attests to the clarity with which she unfolded new tendencies in American art, in that case, minimalism, to her readers, a clarity that was carried over into her 1967 book, American Art Since 1900, A Critical History, a survey that ran right up to the mid-60s, most notably in the final chapter on sculpture. Yet by the end of the decade, Rose had changed her mind. As she put it, this was when her role shifted from, quote, enthusiastic cheerleader of the art of my generation to critic of its, and of necessity my own, excesses and limitations. Today, I will be mapping that shift, so her shift from cheerleader to critic, onto Rose's dealings with art and technology. Rose's review of The Responsive Eye was by no means her only critical word on the subject. In the catalogue essay for her 67 exhibition, A New Aesthetic, Rose characterized contemporary attitudes towards science and technology as pseudo-scientific jargon and Park Place pataphysics. Returning again to the question of means and ends, Rose affirmed the machine as the servant, not the muse of art. This point was reiterated in American art since 1900, where Rose claimed that the promise of the technological revolution was that the machine will no longer be a god or devil, but the tool and servant of man.
Patrizia.
Rose's most sustained argument with art and technology was made in her 1970 monograph on the artist Claes Oldenburg. Addressing his series of soft sculptures based on the Chrysler Airflow car, so you can see them there, Rose wrote that by softening the hard metallic forms of modern manufactured goods, Oldenburg makes technology human and vulnerable. After completing the series, however, Rose claimed that this shift, that basically that Oldenburg stopped having this kind of critical engagement with technology and started engaging it with it more positively. So rather than parody technology or subject it to imaginative transformation, as in this series, from that point onward, Oldenburg started to simply duplicate technology to repurpose its effects. Although this was certainly not her intention, this shift maps almost exactly onto the development of Rose's own relationship with technology, whose critique similarly diminished as the 60s wore on. So Rose, like Oldenburg, became less critical as the 60s wore on. Indeed, both Rose and Oldenburg ended up at in Osaka at the 1970 Expo. Rose physically as part of EAT, which had been commissioned to run the program for the Pepsi Cola Pavilion. Oldenburg via his work Giant Ice Bag, which was installed at the entrance to the United States Pavilion as part of its New Arts exhibit. The sculpture was Oldenburg's most ambitious to date, employing a mechanical structure to undulate, so this sculpture moved, in a manner that mimicked breathing. To achieve this, Oldenburg had sought out an industry partner as part of the Art and Technology Initiative at Los Angeles County Museum. So it's a related but separate initiative to experiments in art technology. Rose's own road to Osaka was necessarily more vexed than Oldenburg's. Her turn to technology can't be boiled down to a lack of studio space or engineering know-how, nor can it solely be attributed to a softening of her critical view of technology, though this was certainly a feature. Rose's involvement with EAT meant she had to entirely reconsider her conception of the new art as it appeared in her art criticism. From its outset, EAT demonstrated a disregard for the kinds of debates in which Rose was deeply involved about the nature of the new art, the 60s. In the words of an early strategy document from EAT, the organization was, quote, not concerned with new art, but only to supply new technology for new art. For the founder and president, Billy Kluver, any art that used technology could be called new. It didn't matter whether a given artwork was a painting or a performance, or whether a given artist was allied with pop, op art, or minimalism. Obviously, these distinctions were all very important for Rose and her peers. But conversely, to qualify for EAT, artists only needed to demonstrate an interest in technology and a willingness to collaborate with engineers. For her part, Rose was persuaded to join EAT by artists, not engineers. According to her reflective essay, Autocritique, from 1987, Robert Rauschenberg, who was the chairman of EAT, and John Cage, a frequent collaborator, had convinced her that EAT was an idealist organization devoted to technology as a means, not an end. Recalling her own writings on technology from the mid-60s, Rose's retrospective account suggests that her involvement with EAT did not require a major shift in her thinking, right? Because they're still thinking about this end being art and technology just being the means. Yet Rose conveniently sidestepped the question of precisely what end the technology served. When reviewing the optical eye or writing about Oldenburg's work, Rose had maintained that the end technology was supposed to serve was art. While EAT did facilitate the production of artworks as ends, these artworks were different to the ones Rose had previously championed. While belonging to the art of the 60s expanded field, minimalist sculpture, and so that is from ABC Art again. The art that Rose most vocally championed was minimalism. So minimalist sculpture still had a distinctly object-based aesthetic dimension, certainly in Rose's account. Conversely, with the pavilion as its most profound expression, kinds of artworks produced under the auspices of EAT were oriented toward the experience of those who encountered them. So here you can see two children playing in Robert Brere's floats that were designed to go outside the pavilion. So, as Brere put it, we're making a serious attempt to isolate the senses and create new relationships between them. While entertaining the visitors, we hope to give them a profound physiological experience that will make them more aware of the world around them, right? So very little about art or objects. From enabling each visitor to make their own individual path through the pavilion, or confronting them with the spectacle of their own individual reflections suspended within the mirror dome, this experience was shaped and was bespoke to each visitor at the pavilion. By the time that it came to write her chapter for the 1972 book, Pavilion: Experiments in Art Technology, Rose's thinking about art had changed to such an extent that her opening statement that the pavilion is not an object, it's a unique experience, could be posited as a recommendation. So from unique objects to unique experiences, Rose's presentation of the pavilion as the latter shows how far she travelled from her earlier writings on art. This journey began long before the book was published, however. The diary Rose kept throughout her time in Osaka reveals that she saw her involvement with EAT as part of her retreat from the New York art world. And I'm now going to quote from her diary. I was thinking about new approaches to criticism and searching for new critical problems anyhow. The idea that people were still going around reviewing gallery and museum shows seemed to me unbelievable, as did the lives, tastes, and values of the people belonging to them. I couldn't imagine devoting much of my energy to what I felt was an increasingly dead and compromised situation. I was personally trying to find my way out, but the position of the Art Workers Coalition, for example, seemed to me to be even more untenable than that of the establishment. I felt and tried to communicate to my students that it was not necessary to destroy anything at all, but simply find constructive alternatives. The AWC, so the Art Workers Coalition, was an organization established in the late 60s to introduce progressive reforms in the New York art world and organize artists in the anti-war effort. Rose's critique of the politics of the AWC was a major factor in her growing dissatisfaction with the contemporary art scene in New York. Yet, whereas in the late 60s, Rose used her art criticism to work through that dissatisfaction from the inside, by 1970, she was looking for a way out. EAT provided that way out, not because it was separate from the New York art world, far from it, but because the organization rejected the idea that art could be liberated from the constraints of the market. This was why, according to Rose's diary, almost everyone I know in the art world is against the involvement of the artist with technology on the basis that it must in some way compromise the artists, either ethically or aesthetically. I'm not sure. I'm convinced, as a friend of mine used to say, that the avant-garde is where the energy is. And I recognize that energy is not in the New York art world at this moment, even if the money and power is. Contrary to her peers, Rose believed that there was no compromise to be made because the avant-garde was already compromised. As such, tempting as it is to read this passage as a rallying call to follow the avant-garde out of New York, Rose was not proposing that there was a new avant-garde forming in Osaka, even if that's where the energy was in 1970. Rose's essay on Pavilion extended her critique of the avant-garde beyond her New York friends, citing the charge made by all critics of art and technology collaborations against the artist cooperating with a social, economic, and political structure whose values he does not share. Rose asserted that such legitimate objections must be checked against the alternatives. The posture of the avant-garde has become largely rhetorical. So that's Rose again. Instead of rhetoric, EAT positioned itself as an eminently realizable expression of the earlier 20th century avant-gardes. As Kluver, the president, had put it in '66, quote, "This would not have happened 50 years ago. The futurist painters talked about science, they painted science, but they would never call for scientists." The claim that the avant-garde had progressed into the terrain of the attainable and practicable paved the way for Rose's way out. For while Rose may not have celebrated this development or indeed viewed it as progressive, such a claim recognized that the avant-garde had indeed been compromised. Rather than provide new solutions, then, according to Rose's diary, the marriage of art and technology posed interesting questions, the most pressing of which was how art might continue to survive in a situation in which an avant-garde was no longer viable. This question was still too premature in the New York art world in 1970, but Rose thought that it could be posed with and through the pavilion because of its seeming disregard of avant-garde orthodoxies. "The pavilion replaces nothing," wrote Rose. "It accepts art as part of life, as an experience as ephemeral and fleeting as in its form as life itself." Rose characterized the kind of experience facilitated by the pavilion as useless. In a cultural landscape stripped of an avant-garde, Rose thought perhaps that art could persist through these useless experiences. This was why the pavilion was instructive. As she put it in a short text written just after the expo for the LA newsletter, EAT LA newsletter, Rose suggested that both art institutions and corporations could learn this valuable lesson, that there is no profit in art beyond its experience. Rose's text on pavilion was her last word, positive word on the art of the 60s. If returning to Rose's own characterization of her intellectual trajectory is moving from cheerleader to critic of the art of her generation, her work with EAT is a crucial node in this pivot. It represents Rose's final attempt to salvage a viable art out of the 60s. Finding no art, only empty experiences, Rose's way out not only ended up taking her away from New York, it caused her to withdraw from art altogether. For Rose, that meant giving up on the promise of a new art after modernism that had motivated and animated much of her early writing. While the dismissal of that promise of art after modernism by modernist critics is understandable, the withdrawal of a critic so invested in the possibility of art after modernism poses a conundrum for our understanding of the unfolding of American art after the 60s. This, I contend, is the unique purchase of Rose's intellectual trajectory. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chloe. So we will have a Q&A session at the end of the whole presentation. So if you want to join us or you want to keep connected for the QA section at the end, later today. Thank you. Well, it seems that siamo tutti italiani qua, no, someone speaking English. So I would propose 15 minutes break to get a coffee and to stretch the legs and coming back. Thank you.
demonstrate today. So, but is famous also because the trusted collaborator of Elmer Belt, an American neurologist and founder of the Elmer Belt Library of Vinciana in Los Angeles. I'm beginning with some very short biographical notes. Kate, she came from Upper Silesia, actual Poland, and was a figure of exceptional importance in the history of German art between the two wars. She studied in Berlin. On the slide, you can see one of the first drawings, as we know, before moving to Paris. In 1930, she married with the physician Ernest Steinitz, a military doctor during the First World War. In 1917, the couple moved to Hanover, where together with Dadaist Kurt Schwitters, so sorry, my German is terrible, she created children's book and establishing a publishing house called APOS, an acronym that stood A for active, P for paradox, OS for opposed sentimentality, and the last S as sensitive. So, just a little note, the Kate book for children are very delicious and also a Dadaist book. I have an example because there are not many new. This example was made later when Kate was transferred in Germany, but I have an example for all of us because I don't know if we know this book. So, during the same years, she began writing newspaper articles on different topics. She particularly enjoyed work as Damenfahren and writing about cars. Kate was certainly, so sorry, I want to go on. Kate was certainly a breezy, a easygoing, a self-confident woman, as we can see on this famous shot dated 1828. Actually, we know many drawings and photographs dated at this period, scattering on the leading American and European museums, including this picture now at the Sprengel Museum in Hanover. Just in Hanover, Kate became a touchstone with the local artist avant-garde. Her guest book, just so you can see in this slide, from 1821 until 1860, is a little document with greetings and contribution of all the most important Dadaist artists. After the Nuremberg Law, were forced to emigrate in USA with their family. They arrived in New York, but 5 years later, one daughter died, and after that, her husband committed a suicide. It was a shock. Kate moved from New York to California with her 2 children, and in this time, for empirical evidence, she met the famous Dr. Bell. During this time, on her travel in Nevada and California, she compiled a little sketchbook, now at the Smithsonian Institute. You can see some pictures. In 1945, Steinitz began to work as a librarian on Belt Library of Vinciana, a position she held until 1961, where the library was donated to UCLA. So, on this time, begins her history as mother of all Vinciani, who managed to get in touch with all Leonardo scholars. And she created a real network that has not had her equal. So, just this morning to talk on this focus. Kate's correspondence with Carlo Pedretti, written in a little Italian, a little English, is a proof of this. This picture is Kate with Dr. Belt. So, come back on 1943, when the young widow Kate moved to California and met the famous Dr. Belt. As she recalled herself in a late letter with Pedretti, I have some picture of Pedretti archive. I am the curator in the foundation, and this is the folder and some sample of our documents. So, as I say, Belt remember when he meet Belt, and remember this as a very important turning point in his life, because before was an artist, after that was an art historian. Kate Steinitz, in 1945, began to work as a librarian on Belt Library or work. His work went much further than a librarian, as I remember in a letter to Pedretti. I put all the translation on the slide. With great passion and the Ettore Verga Bibliografia Vinciana, an essential tool of any for any scholar to approaching to Leonardo's study, Kate Steinitz was able to give life Belt dreams. She created the most important private library on Leonardo. The first letter in Pedretti archive is dated 1954. Steinitz wrote to the young Bolognese scholar to send her apologize because Dr. Belt had never replied to his letter sent 1 year before. In the same letter, she congratulated him on the research he was carrying out. Shortly before, the young scholar had published and sent to Belt and Kate, of course, his volume Documenti e Memorie riguardanti Leonardo da Vinci a Bologna in Emilia, a book created as a catalogue for the exhibition with the same title that Pedretti himself had organized in Bologna. The catalogue was an essential tool for study, as Pedretti himself remember, also to me, the sources of the volume led to arrive of a great deal of mail, including many letters from America. The most important, of course, was Steinitz's first letter. In the same letter, Steinitz informed Pedretti about her work at the Bell Library. You can see the last paragraph. So, since 1950, the Belt Library have more than 4,000 books and manuscripts. Belt bought all sorts on Leonardo. Manuscript, apograph, printed edition on Trattato della Pittura. Shortly, Belt bought all was available, but also, drawings by Edgar Degas, but also a note by Michelangelo with the description of his meeting with the Pope, an illuminated folio by Cristoforo De Predis, and much more. And more probably, but I don't have the proof now, Kate was had a more important role in this choice. Despite having the most important American Vinciana library at her disposal, Kate still had many difficulty to find much volume. She quickly understood that the young Pedretti, then in Italy, could help her. Steinitz at this time was also busy. She worked on his volume on treatise on painting that will be published on 1958. So this is some example of a letter, some example when Kate requested Pedretti's help. Pedretti sent draft, books, essay, and catalog of the main booksellers, Italian booksellers, of course, where we found volumes requested by Kate, such as the first Italian edition of the treatise on painting, edited in Naples. Kate's answer is anytime brilliant, written partially in Italian and partially in English. It demonstrates her knowledge of Leonardo historiography that she had acquired in a very short time. At the beginning of 1958, when Kate was finally completing her publication on treatise on painting, asked to Pedretti much more help for increased Belt Library. The most long and drawn-out research regarded the Arconati donation. The Arconati donation is the first source with description of Leonardo's manuscript, previously kept on Ambrosiana Library and now between Ambrosiana and Institut France in Paris. So, on the 5th month of 1958, Pedretti wrote a letter in which he always informed on the sale of one copy of the Arconati donation, as you can see on the transcription. Steinitz did her the best not to miss the opportunity, and immediately she sent a telegram for purchasing this rare copy. But the acquisition was unsuccessful. After that, Kate sent to Pedretti this unpublished list of desiderata, which is based on a bibliographical reference indicated by Verga. I have the picture, because you can see near number 146 a little drawings on red chalk. It's a little crying face. Of course, it's a Kate self-portrait. From now on, Kate begins to insert a small drawings into letters that are a clear expression of her Dadaist culture. Few months later, Kate Steinitz Tennessee was rewarded. In the winter of 1958, the scholar was finally able to write a great notice. From the letter follow, we have other information, but it's important to notice our attention that Kate request Pedretti help for solve a historical artistic problem. Kate noticed a difference on the first letter of the Arconati donation. So, and focus her attention on this problem, because it's an important question on how and why a print run was made. Questions remained partly answered until 2 years ago, when Roberto Marcuccio studied the variation, the typographical variation on printed copies on Arconati donation. So, this is a sample of a method, and it's most important for us. Letter after letter, Pedretti and Steinitz go on Leonardo studies until September 1959, when Pedretti moved to USA. After that, they are meeting directly in Los Angeles, in Westwood, near UCLA. The later letters are short notes with many, so this is the original. As I say, the later letters are short notes with thanks for the lasagna dinners that Rossana, Pedretti's wife, organized in their American house. In this picture, you can see Rossana Pedretti, Kate Steinitz, Carlo Pedretti, Dr. Belt, and Ladislao Redi, another Leonardo scholar. As I say, this is the letter that Steinitz sent after their meeting. Little Thanksgiving, but also little postcard with drawings. And the drawings are very delicious, as these double green drawings on a Saturday breakfast on Pedretti's garden. From letter to letter emerged the critical production of Kate Steinitz, which is responsible for the first and still valid classification of the apograph for the treatise on painting by Leonardo. The correspondence also highlight her great merits. She understood before other the great potential of Carlo Pedretti, who at the time was an independent young scholar, mother in all sense, woman capable to doing, intuiting, encouraging, and supporting, that she made an active contribution in the history of art, despite a private life marked by important deaths. As an artist and photographer, she was a protagonist of important exhibition, also this, organized in Venice shortly after her death. 1 year ago, I put some picture. 1 year ago in Hanover, in her house, a plaque was placed in her honor. And the next window, also in the Sprengel Museum of Hanover, will be organized the first European monograph exhibition on Kate. For us today, it's important to notice that until now, we don't have Kate's information on Kate's education. We don't have any information about her personal library. It is therefore impossible to know if he studied the most important book edited by, for example, Heinrich Wölfflin, Fritz Sals, Panofsky, Warburg, and the other. But it's clear from this her letter with Pedretti, as I say, it's clear that she had a method, a very historiographical method, so sorry. And she based it on the direct study of the primary source, like the best art historian of her time. A woman which much sapienza, so sorry, as the woman in this main hall. Thank you so much for your attention.
Thank you, Margherita. So next is Marcia Oliveira.
This is not made for small people.
University.
But you hear me, okay?
From the big American guys. University of Minho.
Made by American guys for American guys. Okay.
From Portugal.
Okay.
And her paper is Salete Tavares, a critic beyond limits.
Okay, so I'll try and be brief. Thank you very much for this wonderful event and for being here so late in the day. And I'm very happy to be here to talk a little bit about this wonderful woman, Salete Tavares. So in 1965, Salete Tavares performed the first happening in Portugal, reading the poem Aria à Crítica, an aria to the critics. She describes the scene in her typewritten curriculum vitae that you can see here, and we can imagine the scene through her own words. And I quote from Tavares: "My aria to the critics, still unpublished, was performed like someone singing a lead, while leaning over a grand piano and beautifully accompanied by a bass drum with the extraordinary humor of Mário Falcão. I will not try to perform the aria that you see here. It would be tragic, but I will translate a small part of it. Oh, critics from our homeland, oh, from the professorships in the newspapers, or in the many other places where they are accommodated, with plenty of space for their so-called backsides, surrealistically amputated. Through a sound play that symbolically refers to a sound that is said and that is pronounced, the poem situates Portuguese art criticism in the particular political and social context of the country at that time, hinting at the silencing and amputation of ideas to which the art world and artistic creation were not immune. The context was a severe dictatorship under the wing of António Oliveira Salazar. Portuguese fascism, known as Estado Novo, the new state, ruled the country from 1933 to 1974, year of the Carnation Revolution that brought democracy to a deeply impoverished and isolated country that had spent over a decade in war with the guerrilla in African countries like Angola, Mozambique, and Guinea-Bissau in order to try and keep the colonial rule. Estado Novo was based on an ideological triad: God, religion, state, and the family. And one of the most important means of enforcing the ideology was through repression and censorship. According to also art critic Silvio Chicó, and I quote, "In Portugal, the political police, aided by censorship, tried to decipher signs of opposition to Caetano's Caetano was the one who followed Salazar after Salazar died. after 1968, to Caetano's government. It was a censorship of narrow-mindedness that was always ridiculed by intellectuals, both in the university sectors and in cafe conversations, which sometimes took place under the nose of the PID, it was the political police, informers, who were always present everywhere, end of quote. This position is corroborated by the artist David Evans, who pointed out in a conversation with me that censorship often does not accompany the criticism produced by the plastic arts because it is a less explicit language. But even though the visual languages were often elusive to the censors, literature and the theater suffering the most with it, the fact is that the visual artists also struggled with the consequences of the regime's constraints, which also resulted in a small and narrow artistic context that can be summarized in a brief paragraph. So a small paragraph gives us the account of all the institutions in which artists would work and show their art. Until the end of the 50s, activity in the plastic arts was practically reduced to the role of the state and the role of the National Propaganda Service through the salons that were conceived by one of the ideologists of the regime, which Antonio Ferro, which ceased to take place in 51. Then there was the National Society of Fine Arts, Galeria de Março, operated for a couple of years in the 1950s. In 1957, there was another gallery opened, the Jornal de Notícias Gallery in Porto and Pórtico Gallery in Lisbon. Divulgação, a gallery opened also in Porto in 58. And this was also the year of the founding of another institution, the Circle of Plastic Arts in Coimbra, and Galeria 111, Gallery 111 in 1963, and Cooperativa Árvore also opened in Porto. So this was everything that existed in the country in the 60s and 70s. Critic Egidio Álvaro, in a television interview that is available in the Portuguese television archive, refers to the inevitable isolation and loneliness of Portuguese artists, resulting in artistic options such as geometric abstraction, worlds of ghosts, or the use of irony and magnified objects in painting. For the artist, as for the critic, then, the political, social, and cultural context was not favorable to critical thinking, particularly until the end of the 50s and early 60s. By then, some started to emerge and change the scene a little bit. José Augusto França, Rui Mário Gonçalves, Ernesto de Souza, and of course, Salete Tavares were some of the most prominent art critics during these years until the end of the 1970s in Portugal, and they were advocating for a crescent contamination between practice and theory. Benefiting from the recent internationalization of artists who received grants from the Carlos Gulbenkian Foundation, the 1960s were considered the most transformational decade in Portuguese art. Thus, the first meeting of art critics and the creation of the Portuguese section of the International Art Critics Association that took place in 1977. Still, despite this reorganization of the International Association of Art Critics in 1969, the first International Congress of the association in Portugal only happened in 1976, which, according to José Augusto França, had not happened before due to the country's colonialist situation. França also highlighted the particular importance of the role of Salete Tavares, that was the president of the Portuguese section of the Association of International Art Critics, in holding this event. She served as president until from 1971 to 1977. As Afonso Ramos emphasizes, and I quote, the congratulatory, only difficult words today, fervor of the 1976 Congress did not mask Portugal's real priorities after the abrupt political transition that happened in 74. And if until then, ICA's internal programs had been absorbed in the plastic arts, the inauguration of Salete Tavares imposed new directives at the service of the historical moment. Seeking to extend art criticism to the practical problems of social reality, the association began to devote itself more to urban and architectural issues, but above all to actions to raise public awareness and defend heritage, revealing a mutual enrichment between critical practices and the social movements of the post-25th April period. The 25th April is the revolution of 1974. By then, for an art critic, the way out of the stifling situation that preceded the revolution that ended the regime could be, and for Salete Tavares it was indeed, on the one hand, an entanglement with artistic creation itself, and on the other hand, a process of collaboration and dialogue with other artists, and particularly women artists. Born in Mozambique in 1922, Mozambique was then a colony, a Portuguese colony. Tavares, who was a poet, artist, teacher, and performer, and also an art critic, studied aesthetics and art theory in France and Italy, to where she traveled with a Gulbenkian grant between 1959 and 1961. After publishing her first poetry book, Espelho Cego, Blind Mirror, in 1957. This book was central to her subsequent work, in which theory and research were always entwined with her creative practice. In the first art critics meeting in Portugal that occurred in Lisbon in 1967, Salete Tavares, drawing from her perspective in aesthetics and pedagogy, presented a reflection on the relationship between art criticism and aesthetics. In her presentation, she made it clear, and I quote, "Today, the art critic is extremely energized by the exigency that is the very essence of creation in our time. The true artistic form is consciousness, resistance, persistence, insistence, and it effectively exists as a historical continuity." She continues, "New forms of art making, marked by characteristics such as independence and originality, call for a particular attention to difference from the critic, and openness for, as she also says, a good critic cannot be limited to a single art form. Writing and therefore thinking about art was not a separate endeavor from making art, as word and image function as a unique ecosystem in the artist and the critic overall practice, matching her visual, verbal, and sound experimentation in the line with the Portuguese poetry experimental group, of which Tavares was a part of, together with artists such as Ana Atterley, poet Eugênio de Melo Castro, and musician, avant-garde musician Jorge Peixinho, among many others. In 1965, at Galeria Divulgação, the group put together the exhibition Visopoemas, with objects, paintings, posters, etc., to which Tavares contributed with works such as Ouro Besouro. This object was made from a poem she wrote when she was 12 years old, and Maquininho, a 1965 work that is a spatial poem that is still, I think, one of the most striking experiments in the materialization of the world in Portuguese art. It is a piece of aluminum, a spatial poem, a poem that is transposed from the two-dimensionality of the page to the three-dimensionality of physical space. A destruction of words through rhythm, the artist says to Ana Atterley, in a letter that she wrote to Ana Atterley, in which she recalls her collaboration with POEX, the experimental poetry group. And I quote from this letter by Tavares. "I wrote this poem by destroying the words in the connection of the syllables according to the various rhythmic ways in which I say it." End of quote. In the aforementioned poem Aria a Critica, Aria to the Critics, as Tavares says, I quote, "Useless commas no longer separate substance," end of quote. This quote accounts for the ideal of total merging between form, the commas, ideas, and emotions, that is the substance. We can say that there is a complicity inherent to the work of Salete Tavares as artist, poet, pedagogue, critic, which extends also to her relationships with fellow artists like Paulo Rego and Menezes, about whom she wrote extensively. The 1970s, decade in which Tavares was the president of the Portuguese section of the International Art Critics Association, and the period in which her activity as a critic was the most prolific, was also the time for the fertile encounter, and I will focus only on this one because I don't have time for more, between Tavares and the artist Paulo Rego. With the political transition in the background, this encounter helped create a space of visibility for Portuguese women in the transitional period from dictatorship to democracy. Their individual work, and indeed their dialogue, was strongly influenced by these two historical moments. Before the revolution, aiming for, or in criticizing, of course, dictatorship and colonialism, against which both fought using art and ideas as a weapon. And the second moment after the revolution, with a particular emphasis on women's role and position in society. The poem Louceiro, it translates to cupboard, like a cabinet to put tableware and things like that, appears in Tavares' book, Lexicon, after which Paulo Rego made this drawing that she dedicated to the poet. Dear Salete, here is a cupboard full of stuff with many congratulations from Paula. That's what you can read over there in the drawing. In both works, a, let's say, poetics of domesticity entangled with creative practice stands as a common ground. In the poem, I did not translate the poem, I'm sorry, I didn't feel I could do it properly. In the poem, the cabinet is filled with mystery and silent noises besides plates and glassware. Their noisy insides are silenced by the doors, we can read. The drawing opens the doors and shows us the noise, sort of a kitsch mishmash that serves as a way out via the imagination rather than as an enclosement. In 1971, Paulo Rego also won the Sokil Prize that was attributed by the International Art Critics Association that was created to reward the best exhibition of the year. And in 1974, participated in the Association Group exhibition that was an annual exhibition with the work Popular Proverb that emphasizes Rego's storytelling through painting. About these works and why she chose it to be in this exhibition, Tavares says, and I quote, "I've had a great enthusiasm for Paulo Rego's painting and for the semantic aspect of Rego's painting for a long time. I thought it was important to exhibit one of her paintings and tell the specific story of how she simultaneously constructs a painting and structures a story," end of quote. Through the analysis of this work, for example, in the text, The Semantic Structure of the Work of Paulo Rego, Salete Tavares brings forward her perspective about art that she thought should be based on invention and not on imitation. As Tavares puts it in this text, and I quote, "Every Paulo Rego painting is a story that coexists with the painting itself that was made with it. It is there. The code cannot be generalized. Deciphering it is almost impossible. She wants the painting to subsist in itself, broken up, separated from history. But painting and history emerged at the same time. Structured picture, structured history. To read the arbitrary or the confessional or the semantic permutations, even if linked to reasons of analytical interpretation, is to make a complete mistake. It's a long quote, but it's worth it, I think. If we listen to her tell her painting, a new dimension is revealed. The story is implicit in the painting. The painting exists without it, and in other words, the story being an essence in it is not necessary for the real painting to appear, end of quote. Curiously enough, Rego was the only artist Tavares referred to in the occasion of the first all-women's exhibition in Portugal that was held at the Society of Fine Arts in 1977 under the title Portuguese Women Artists. This was not just an exhibition of contemporary artworks. It also included a debate on this subject in the form of conference and roundtables and a cultural program that included poetry, recitals, film screenings, and various music concerts. Salete Tavares was a prolific participant in the overall event. In March and April 1977, this same exhibition was shown at the Carlos Gulbenkian Foundation Centre Culturel Portugais in Paris. In the text that introduces this French exhibition, the same exhibition held in France, Salete Tavares begins a reflection on the grouping of these artists and these works in particular, with the observation that the initiative was not feminist in nature. So this was a very important statement that was made throughout the event in Portugal and in France. And I quote from Tavares' text for the exhibition. The exhibition of Portuguese works at the National Society of Fine Arts that this National Society of Fine Arts is proposing to the public today is not a feminist exhibition. The spirit in which it was conceived was intended to free itself from the confusion caused by the otherwise just claim, so the action was successful. So, end of quote. So art also had an intervention vocation for Tavares, as well as for Paulo Rego. And in conclusion, I believe we can say that to go beyond limits, to bring the title of this presentation, means for the critic Salete Tavares to be in sync with the changing times. The time, she argues, for the avant-garde language to be truly democratic in opposition to the false democratic attitude of kitsch and consumer culture. And this is the main idea of one of her critical texts. But to be beyond limits, also in Tavares' perspective, also means to move forward the creative act, for the artist as critic and the critic as artist are not just relational, but an indissociable unit. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Marcia. Next is Patrizia Rocco, CUNY University, Hunter College, New York. And she will be talking about our beloved Mary Garrard and the first feminist interpretations of early modern women artists. I want just to remind you to be within the 20 minutes. Thank you. Welcome, Patrizia.
Okay, thank you. Just first, a quick thank you to University of Arkansas for hosting this great event, and to Drs. Lollobrigida and Carrara for inviting me here. It's very exciting. I've been to these conferences online, but it's wonderful to be here in the flesh. So, and I forgot my glasses, so this will be plastered to my face. Okay, here I am. Just to add to the title, Mary Garrard and the first feminist interpretations of early modern women artists across the Atlantic. So just that little piece. So the prolific art historian Mary Garrard opened the eyes of scholars to all the aspects of a feminist interpretation of the visual imagery of women and by women in the Renaissance and the Baroque in the 60s, 70s, and 80s, especially to an English-speaking audience, as that was her main language of scholarship. At the time she was working, she was a forerunner of the use of feminism as a mode of interpretation for Renaissance art, combating more traditional and closed interpretations by many of her famous male colleagues. This was a critical methodology at the time and very necessary in addition to and alongside the work being done still for the recovery of works by these early women artists. Dr. Mary Garrard is an American art historian, professor emeritus who taught at the American University in Washington, D.C. Garrard was born in 1937 and obtained her master's degree at Harvard University in 1960 and her PhD at Johns Hopkins University in 1970. She has had a long and distinguished teaching career. Among her many achievements, she was national president of the Women's Caucus for Art from 1974 to 76, and she was author, co-author, and editor of some of the most impactful works on women and women artists in the early modern. Her importance to the field is no less really than that of the famous scholar known to every feminist art historian, Linda Nochlin, who famously asked, "Why are there no great women artists?" back in 1971. Nauchlin's was a radical work that attempted to level the playing field regarding the genius male artist of the canon, and also simply the fact, taking note of the fact that genius itself was seen as a strictly male category during the Renaissance. Garrard's scholarship has been equally important, with some of these volumes co-edited with her eminent colleague and fellow feminist art historian, Norma Brood. I can only list a small selection in the time available to me here of her work, but I will be focusing on a few key works in order to demonstrate exactly how groundbreaking those theories and publications were at that time in the Anglophone world, and how crucial they have been to furthering modern and contemporary feminist scholarship and research on the discourse that surrounds women and women artists from the early modern. This is especially crucial at a moment when the field is now growing by leaps and bounds, thanks in no small part to the Me Too movement in the US, but also to pivotal art historians around the world, such as Mary Garrard and others, on whose giant shoulders we stand as we go forward in the field. Of course, and many of those are also present here today. Garrard is most well known for her magisterial volume, Artemisia Gentileschi, The Image of the Female Hero in the Italian Baroque, from 1989, where she enacts a deep dive into the iconography of the image, this image that few could imitate today, except for some of our latest brilliant generation of feminist art historians. Garrard's research in the US was needed to counter the work of many important male scholars, including the otherwise very talented curator of the Metropolitan Museum of Art's European Paintings Gallery, who, when writing the catalog for an exhibition of father and daughter Gentileschi called Orazio and Artemisia, simply stated that at times his daughter's work was often, quote, just not as good, end quote, as her father's. A comment that does not in any way address the dynamic differences and strengths of her work as compared to her father's, and which is actually not borne out by the visual evidence. For example, the more stilted version of the theme with these two figures by her father. The curator in question has since retracted some of those comments that he made at the time. To go back to this, in the Judith and Holofernes here, Artemisia's talent is obvious to all to see in the very dramatic, visceral, and aggressive presence of her version of the theme, compared even to Caravaggio's beautifully Baroque but frozen and delicate heroine. Let us not forget one of Garrard's earliest but very important articles on the same artist, Artemisia and Susanna, from the 1982 volume, Questioning the Litany, Feminism in Art History. the first of several excellent volumes on feminist scholarship in early modern art history, also co-edited with Brood. This article set the tone for a revision of the simplistic principles used when dating paintings by female artists to one of more close looking to establish as much of the context as possible. It is in this way, using extensive archival research, that Gerard was able to assign this painting to Gentileschi, despite the controversy of the dating issue. When Artemisia made this painting, she would have been 17 years old. Gerard's insightful analysis of Susanna unravels all the gossip and controversial readings of the painting. Her analysis is based on the date of 1610, which apparently is before the rape trial for Gentileschi. For those of you who may not know, the rape trial of this woman artist obviously has become a huge part of her historiography and interpretation. In biography, of course, we have all of the records for the trial itself. Thus, for many other scholars, this date of 1610 negates the power of the feminist interpretation of the figure's position and gesture, since the rape supposedly had a date of 1611, where Susanna firmly and aggressively rejects the advances of the elders here, as opposed to the more traditional paintings of the subject by male artists. Here I have one by Tintoretto, where the scene is used mostly as a vehicle for male voyeurism of the beautiful female body. Gerard presents a solution that had been otherwise ignored by other scholars, that, i.e., that the earlier date was due, most probably, to a situation that must have been all too common for female victims of violence, since the perpetrator of this crime lived in the house with them. He was her tutor. That is, of a woman being harassed by their violators long before the actual incident of violence happens. Gerard's position thus shrewdly confirms the potential for the painting to be by Artemisia herself, an iconography and attribution now in concert with the feminist interpretation. Gerard's essay on the Mona Lisa, quote, Leonardo da Vinci, Female Portraits, Female Nature, end quote, is a tour de force that reveals all the hidden power of the female portrait that Leonardo had embedded in this particular work of art. The essay comes from the incredible 1992 volume, The Expanding Discourse, co-edited again with Brood. Leonardo encoded, Leonardo encoded in the Mona Lisa all his respect and admiration for woman as a force of nature, and not just as a traditional portrait of a woman for a male patron. Gerard was able to see through to the more nuanced suggestions of the Mona Lisa that were in tune with Leonardo's other ideas on science, on procreation, and on anatomy, and was not afraid to suggest ideas that could be controversial at times, but were always backed by solid and extensive scholarly research. She presents the reader with the entire Renaissance apologia on the biology of woman as flawed from the Aristotelian point of view, woman as incomplete male from birth, where in procreation she is merely a passive vessel, with the male as the only active seed in conception. Or this was the prevailing Renaissance view. This conservative view she contests then with the radical break that Leonardo makes by presenting woman as not just in nature in his portrait, but as nature itself. The organic, the life-giving force, the genitrix, an image that the artist himself may have associated with as a painter whose work gave life to the portrait of Mona. Regarding Sofonisba Anguissola, the female artist from Cremona, in her pivotal article, quote, Here's Looking at Me, Sofonisba Anguissola and the Problem of the Woman Artist, end quote, Gerard developed an insightful analysis of all the possible interpretations of how Anguissola's works confront the querelle des femmes of her day, using the visual rhetoric of her paintings, such as the two here, Campi painting Anguissola and the chess game. This article is from the later volume, Reclaiming Female Agency, 2005, also co-edited with Brood. In the chess game, for example, the author reveals Anguissola's incredibly witty response to the minefields of gender discourse, that was Gerard's term, of her day, using not only women playing chess, but young girls, her young siblings, to make the point that even little girls can be taught the intellectual strategy of the hallowed game of chess. She includes critical archival research regarding the game itself that adds a major dimension of interpretation and evidence to the work for her feminist point of view, i.e. that it was only in the mid-16th century that the queen became the most powerful piece on the board. In Campi painting Anguissola, Gerard unveils the many layers of subject-object interpretation in this complex portrait, emblematic of the search for identity and self-presentation of the female artist, whose visual language the author seems to instinctively speak. Here Gerard tells us that although Anguissola is being literally created by Campi in painting, the same master who created her as an artist, he was her teacher, it is Anguissola who is creating the entire palimpsest in the end. Oops. Okay. Gerard also published eventually the important Power of Feminist Art, the American Movement of the 1970s, History and Impact, which she published in 1996. And then further on, her later work entitled Brunelleschi's Egg, Nature, Art, and Gender in Renaissance Italy from 2010, consolidating much of her earlier research on these topics. It's important to remember that in addition to her own work, one volume in particular, the one entitled Expanding the Discourse, also included other key studies of early modern women painters and patrons. One could hardly teach a course in English on women artists without consulting some of these groundbreaking authors that were colleagues that Gerard had worked with. For example, Rona Goffin's discussion of Titian's Sacred and Profane Love, an archival study of a marriage painting, but offering a surprise ending to the reader in terms of the female patron's participation in the commission and the iconographic consequences of this commission as compared to other traditional male portraits. Patricia Simmons' Women in Frames is a key analysis of all the visual conventions of profile portraits, one of the first written, their iconography and meaning, which is critical, of course, to the study of portraiture and identity in the Renaissance, and became the foundation to be built upon by other future scholars, using examples such as Filippo Lippi's Woman at a Casement. Moving on, Lillian Zerpolo's Lesson for the Bride analyzes Botticelli's Primavera, and thanks to her combined archival work, feminist methodology, and reception theory, you will probably never look at this painting in the same way after reading it, I assure you. It is not the Florentine Uffizi Guide approved interpretation, as confirmed by my students who went there and said, but the guide never told me about that part. So, and then finally, Yale Evans' discussion of Cellini's Perseus with the head of Medusa is where we learned the real reason that Judith and Holofernes by Donatello was eventually moved to make space for Cellini's Perseus. And we learned the concept of Renaissance acceptability of a male killing a female displayed in a public piazza, whereas the opposite was considered, quote, contrary to nature, end quote, and had to be taken and hidden away from public view. Meanwhile, it's perfectly acceptable, of course, to behead a woman in the piazza as long as the beheader is male. And to conclude, overall, Mary Gerard's research and that of her colleagues became a fountain of incredible knowledge, casting new light for the first time about these women and their work against the background of the social, historical, and intellectual ideas of the time as context.
and made all of this scholarship available to a broad English-speaking audience in the US. Mary Garrard was truly a woman and scholar ahead of her time, or is, I should say, in the scholarship on early modern women artists and images of women, and deserves to be celebrated as such by the academic community, which has now built so much upon her work and taken her research on these subjects so much further. We stand on the shoulders of giants. Thank you, Mary Garrard, and thank you, audience.
Thank you, Patricia. Thank you. So next is Laura Iamurri from Università degli Studi Roma 3. Well, Laura, welcome back. And she speaks about Lonzi before Lonzi, early writings on contemporary arts.
Thank you. Well, I apologize, my communication will be in Italian. Mi scuso, la mia comunicazione sarà in italiano perché il mio intervento era previsto per sabato in realtà e quindi io l'ho scritto in italiano e non ho avuto il tempo di tradurlo, mi scuso. Cercherò di parlare lentamente. Molte grazie per l'iniziativa di questo bellissimo convegno. Io mi concentrerò sugli scritti pubblicati nel primo anno di vera e propria attività critica di Carla Lonzi, il 1959. La sua carriera come storica e critica d'arte è cominciata presto, prima della laurea, ma ha avuto un andamento piuttosto accidentato. L'esordio, cioè l'articolo su Ben Shang, scritto a quattro mani con Marisa Volpi, è avvenuto ai livelli più alti della storia dell'arte in Italia nel dopoguerra, e cioè sulla rivista Paragone, fondata dal maestro di Lonzi, Roberto Longhi, nel 1950. Ma i passi successivi avvengono in contesti meno brillanti. Mentre lavora alle ultime battute della tesi, Lonzi comincia nell'autunno 1956 una collaborazione con l'edizione fiorentina del quotidiano Il Paese, un'esperienza frustrante per molti versi, segnata dall'inevitabile provincialismo del panorama artistico del capoluogo toscano, ma anche da una forma interessante di apprendistato legata alla forma brevissima delle cronache culturali cittadine. Tra la fine del 1956 e la prima metà del 1957, Lonzi pubblica una miriade di recensioni di mostre di pittori locali, nomi che non vi diranno niente, come non dicono sinceramente niente neanche a me, Farulli, Berti, Capocchini, di qualche presenza legata ad altri contesti, Sergio Saroni, Nichi Berlinguer, e di qualche ancor più rara esposizione di artisti stranieri come Braque e Rouault. Una cesura segna di fatto la prima attività di Lonzi a partire dalla seconda metà del 57, quando si trasferisce per un breve periodo a Roma e poi in Versilia. Il 59 è l'anno del vero inizio di un'attività portata avanti con continuità per i successivi 10 anni. Ai primi mesi del 59 risalgono infatti la conferenza sul teatro alla Galleria Nazionale d'Arte Moderna, su invito di Giovanni Carandente, e l'avvio, ancora grazie a Longhi, della collaborazione con l'Approdo Letterario, rivista e programma radiofonico, negli anni 60 anche televisivo, della RAI. È la collaborazione più continuativa della vita di Longhi e per lunghi periodi anche l'unica remunerata. Il contesto dell'Approdo è quello di una rivista di impronta decisamente conservatrice, in linea con le politiche della RAI. Questo non impedisce a Lonzi di introdurre, accanto ad alcuni scritti dedicati a figure riconosciute del XX secolo come Vlamin o Licini, e a mostre di grande risonanza, articoli sull'attualità più bruciante dell'arte contemporanea e in particolare su quella specifica tendenza pittorica promossa da Michel Tapier già dagli anni 40 e diventata internazionalmente nota con il termine di informale. È intorno a questa tendenza e a questo vocabolo che Lonzi costruisce la propria personalità di critica d'arte, e vale la pena di ricordare che l'informale costituisce per Lonzi un punto di non ritorno nella libera sperimentazione artistica e come tale rimane a lungo un riferimento ineludibile, un termine di giudizio necessario davanti alle superfici dipinte, almeno fino a quando sono in gioco le superfici dipinte. Come ho accennato, il termine informale, o meglio informel, è stato introdotto nel lessico della critica d'arte nella sua forma aggettivale da Michel Tapier già negli anni 40. Solo in seguito assume la valenza di sostantivo e questo non accade negli scritti di Tapier, ma è piuttosto il frutto di un passaggio per altre mani, di una interpretazione, o meglio di una proiezione critica e interpretativa. Il luogo in cui l'idea di Tapier di un'arte altra, di un'arte cioè non immemore delle avanguardie storiche, in particolare di Duchamp e Picabia, e però totalmente calata nel presente drammatico del dopoguerra, carica delle esperienze tragiche vissute dagli artisti, basti pensare a Fautrier, nascosto, che ha passato una parte degli anni della guerra nascosto in un convento il cui muro di cinta veniva utilizzato dalle truppe naziste di occupazione per fucilare i resistenti, o a Vols, letteralmente schiacciato dalla vergogna dell'essere tedesco. Il luogo, dicevo, in cui Tapier sviluppa in maniera compiuta il suo pensiero è il libro Un art autre. Uscito nel 52, la sua circolazione in Italia comincia in realtà intorno al 57 e nonostante la larga conoscenza della lingua francese tra le fasce colte della popolazione, è bene sottolineare il fatto che la sua circolazione è rimasta piuttosto limitata, che il libro è stato più orecchiato che letto e che insomma si è passati nel giro di pochi mesi dalla non conoscenza di questo testo alla più superficiale delle vulgate. Per la cronaca il libro è stato poi tradotto da Mirella Bandini, se non ricordo male, nel 2000. A Lonzi, Un art autre arriva tramite Marisa Volpi, che ne aveva acquistato una copia nel gennaio 1957 a Parigi. È una lettura che la lascia in un primo momento perplessa, anche a fronte di un corredo iconografico in bianco e nero, decisamente penalizzante, per opere caratterizzate spesso da una tensione magmatica delle superfici, da un tormento della materia, dall'esplorazione di infinite combinazioni di segni. Era necessario attendere un confronto diretto con le opere perché le parole e le scelte critiche di Tapier acquistassero tutta la loro rilevanza nella costruzione del discorso critico di Lonzi. Nell'estate del 57 Lonzi e Volpi intraprendono un viaggio in Europa, più volte raccontato da quest'ultima come un vero e proprio viaggio di formazione. Le visite ai musei francesi, olandesi, tedeschi costituiscono in effetti un percorso di educazione dello sguardo e insieme una scuola di storia dell'arte e in particolare di storia dell'arte della modernità. Il momento in cui finalmente le opere delle avanguardie conosciute solo in riproduzione possono essere viste dal vero nella loro materialità e nelle loro peculiarità tecniche, stilistiche e sperimentali. Ma è ancora a partire dal 59 che Lonzi, grazie alle occasioni offerte dall'attività critica per l'approdo, si confronta davvero con l'informale. Il primo scritto dedicato al tema trae origine da due mostre di Fourier, entrambe organizzate da gallerie private, la Apollinaire a Milano e l'Attico a Roma, ma il carattere monografico dell'articolo viene immediatamente tradito a favore di un desiderio di comprensione di una situazione che, sebbene da più parti ritenuta già accademica, appare a Lonzi degna di una introduzione al pubblico italiano. Cito da Lonzi. Nel periodo anarchico e contraddittorio del dopoguerra, l'arte informale europea trova le sue ragioni nell'esigenza di stabilire a qualunque costo un contatto con la realtà, sfigurata dagli orrori della morte e del caos. Essa sorge come esplicita volontà di rottura di quegli schemi formali post-cubisti che continuavano a vaneggiare astrattamente la razionalità dell'universo e della mente umana. L'azione corrosiva condotta dal surrealismo, la scoperta della travolgente attualità dell'espressionismo, il contatto naturalmente instauratosi con letterati e filosofi di indirizzo esistenzialista sono tutti elementi che valgono a potenziare la carica polemica di un movimento che negli stessi anni avrebbe trovato eco in posizioni analoghe di rottura, quali venivano sviluppandosi in America. Fine della citazione. Dunque, con poche frasi Lonzi tratteggia magnificamente gli elementi di rottura e di ogni pretesa razionale e universalistica della pittura europea. Il surrealismo, l'espressionismo, il pensiero esistenzialista maturato negli anni intorno alla guerra, sono questi gli elementi proprio che smontano, come dire, ogni pretesa della pittura europea. Su questa base Lonzi innesta la sua analisi della pittura, richiamando la relazione visiva, ma anche quasi carnale, con la realtà, una relazione imprescindibile ad onta della trasfigurazione materica della realtà stessa. Ma sebbene Lonzi appoggiasse la propria scrittura su una struttura teorica solida e appropriata, come in un riferimento a Merleau-Ponty, cita una frase in cui Merleau-Ponty dice essere nel mondo e conoscersi nel mondo, è in realtà nella descrizione della pittura di Fourier che il testo di Lonzi prende quota, con una precisione lenticolare che le permette allo stesso tempo di restituire, di tradurre in parole la pittura e di fornirne un'interpretazione tanto più puntuale quanto più legata alla qualità dell'osservazione. Cito: nei quadri di Fourier Da uno sfondo indifferenziato, angosciosamente privo della presenza umana come un cielo o un deserto, si enuclea, convergendo improvvisamente in primo piano, una polpa spessa di materia irregolare, ora gessosa, ora fresca, su cui il pennello ha reinventato, cariche di tutta una responsabilità complessivamente individuale, le allusioni visive di un fatto, di un oggetto. Sarà la decomposizione della carne umana ancora segnata dalla traccia sbiadita della fustigazione nei suoi otage, la silenziosa perorazione dei suoi nudi svelati fuori da ogni idealizzazione, imprisi di tenerezza sensitiva, di caducità, di dissolutezza e di sofferenza, la luminosità eccessiva dei suoi paesaggi a strisce o a matasse, azzurre e verdi, dove entrano movimenti marini e l'invadente crescita di cespugli, oppure la calma stagnante dove la bellezza si disfa fino a diventare putrescente di anonime radure. L'immagine, pittoricamente rinnovata e priva di dogma della cosa davvero vista, rappresenta per Fautrier l'equivalente della storia concreta dell'individuo nel suo tentativo di giudizio e di valutazione. Inutile rispondere a questo punto assumendo le ragioni di un Walls o di un Pollock nel concreto terreno delle loro esigenze storiche e culturali. Interessante era indicare nei suoi termini più elementari la tematica di un pittore nuovo che smentisce la pigra immagine di una cultura francese supposta vera e autonoma, poniamo sino al razionalismo bracchiano. Infatti, è difficile immaginare un pittore informale altrettanto radicato nella tradizione francese, cioè non si riconosce nella pittura di Fautrier qualche cosa di radicalmente nuovo e allo stesso tempo completamente dentro la tradizione della pittura francese. D'altra parte ricordo che Fautrier era nato alla fine dell'Ottocento, non è un giovane pittore, è un pittore che ha esordito negli anni tra le due guerre e anzi ha esordito come scultore in realtà. Fa parte evidentemente dell'educazione storico-artistica di Lonzi il riferimento pressoché inevitabile a un contesto allargato, l'idea di una relazione. Era del resto Longhi che in Proposte per una critica d'arte aveva scritto che l'opera d'arte è sempre un rapporto. Ma naturalmente la dimensione contestuale ha bisogno, per emergere compiutamente, di una possibilità di esplorazione collettiva ad ampio spettro, che è quella che Lonzi sperimenta con la mostra Arte Nuova, allestita da Michel Tapie a Torino, e poi appunto ci sono due mostre fondamentali per Lonzi nel 59, Arte Nuova a Torino e la seconda edizione della Documenta di Kassel. La prima, Arte Nuova aveva il merito di presentare, oltre alla cosiddetta corrente informale, alcuni artisti giapponesi operanti nella stessa direzione. In essi, scrive Lonzi, la distinzione tra pittura tradizionale e pittura aggiornata su moduli europei cessa in qualche modo di esistere, per il prevalente accento posto su una situazione culturale di rottura. Adesso taglio perché la citazione è un po' troppo lunga, ma la cosa interessante appunto è che lei dica che non ci sono, come dire, che c'è una rispondenza in qualche modo formale, sebbene persista una radicale distanza, diciamo, tra l'arte, la cultura giapponese e quella occidentali. Se la presenza di artisti come Domoto, Imai, Shiraga, che vedete qui, Tanaka, sembrava sufficiente a presentare una campionatura della pittura giapponese, le sculture del maestro di Ikebana, Sofu Teshigahara, mostravano il legame profondo conservato dalla pittura giapponese con le pratiche tradizionali, senza apparente contraddizione con le sperimentazioni pittoriche del presente. Del resto, come notava acutamente Lonzi, la compagine giapponese si inseriva perfettamente in un gruppo di riconosciuti artisti di estrazione informale, cioè c'è a un certo punto questo stranissimo, incredibile, e grazie a Tapie che l'aveva capita questa cosa e organizza una mostra di europei e americani a Osaka e poi porta i giapponesi in Europa. Insomma, questo gruppo di artisti di estrazione informale, in cui cita Lonzi, ci sono Volz, Pollock, Fautrier, Mathieu, De Kooning, Toby, Klein, Francis, la Mitchell, scusate, ho sbagliato posto per la Mitchell è John Mitchell, pittrice che solo adesso riceve, diciamo così, l'attenzione che merita, che è un'artista straordinaria. Giusetta Fioroni era innamoratissima di John Mitchell, l'aveva conosciuta a Parigi negli anni 50. E poi nota anche che mancano Dubuffet e Gorky, no? Quindi c'è proprio una specie di chiamata, di appello di chi c'è, chi non c'è, ma quello che conta è che, diciamo,
è il collettivo che presenta, diciamo così, è la capacità di questa tendenza informale riconosciuta da Tapie di convergere, diciamo, di unire in qualche modo artisti di provenienza e culture figurative molto diverse. Non ho citato gli italiani, c'erano Burri, Spazzapanna, Fontana, Vedova, eccetera. Ecco, se ci fossero dubbi sul fatto che questa presentata da Tapie a Torino potesse configurarsi a questa data come la selezione di artisti perfettamente capace di tradurre la situazione presente della pittura internazionale, una controprova interessante arriva a pochi mesi di distanza appunto dalla seconda edizione della Documenta di Kassel, che aveva l'ambizione dichiarata di presentare un panorama dell'arte figurativa dal 1945 al presente, insieme a una rassegna più contenuta dedicata esclusivamente ai maestri della contemporaneità. Kassel nel dopoguerra ha giocato un ruolo, la prima edizione risaliva a 5 anni prima, 1954, e Kassel, noi adesso non lo capiamo più perché la Germania è tornata a essere una, ma Kassel era quasi al confine con la Germania Est ed era una città, siccome era un luogo di fabbriche militari, era stata completamente rasa al suolo. C'è un plastico nel museo della città di Kassel dove si vede veramente erano rimasti in piedi 2 muri. E la prima edizione si svolge con alcuni degli edifici ancora senza il tetto, le sculture vengono esposte nelle orangerie con i muri imbiancati ma all'aperto perché non c'è il tetto, non sono ancora stati ricostruiti. Quindi è un luogo carico, diciamo così, per il dopoguerra è veramente un luogo estremamente significativo. Dunque, in questa seconda edizione 2 retrospettive erano dedicate a 2 pittori capitali scomparsi rispettivamente all'inizio e alla metà del decennio, vale a dire Vols e Pollock. Vols si era suicidato, Pollock era morto notoriamente in un incidente automobilistico. Vols e Pollock avevano portato alla ribalta anche delle tecniche pittoriche nuove, il tascismo da parte di Vols, il dripping, ma soprattutto, scrive Lonzi, hanno compiuto questi gesti assolutamente inattesi e il perché di essi non deve essere trovato soltanto in una ragione polemica di rottura di schemi formali che continuavano a postulare un'ipotetica corrispondenza razionale tra uomo e mondo, mentre il surrealismo svelava nuovi misteri e angosciosi interrogativi per la coscienza umana, bensì in una ragione positivamente valida. Non solo non furono gesti di impotenza o di rivoluzione casuale, come qualcuno si è sentito di affermare, ma neppure vanno interpretati come provocazioni post-dadaiste o pragmatiste utili in senso libertario. Essi, cioè i gesti inattesi compiuti da Vols e Pollock, essi risolvono problemi formali di portata generale. Fine della citazione. Il testo di Lonzi prosegue dunque, dopo questa frase, in una accurata analisi della pittura di 2 artisti, sulla quale ora non mi posso soffermare, posso rimandare al volume ormai del 2012, in cui con Lara Conte e Vanessa Martini avevamo raccolto tutti gli scritti sull'arte di Lonzi. Ma per capire la capacità di Lonzi di guardare e di vedere, di pensare e di scrivere la pittura, è opportuno sottolineare la consonanza, con quanto di Vols, per esempio, poteva dire un collega pittore immerso nella stessa temperia informale come Georges Mathieu. Mathieu diceva, lo dice più volte in diverse interviste, Vols a tout pulvérisé, après Vols tout est à refaire. Cioè Vols ha polverizzato tutto, dopo Vols bisogna rifare tutto, bisogna ricominciare da capo. Ecco, era questa totale indisciplina nei confronti dell'ordine compositivo, questa radicale contestazione dell'intelaiatura cubista del quadro, questa abolizione delle gerarchie interne alle superfici, alto, basso, centro e periferia, a fare di Vols, come del resto di Pollock, per il quale Greenberg avrebbe creato la definizione di una pittura all over, il creatore di un'arte completamente nuova e di una interpretazione dello spazio pittorico come spazio di libertà totale, luogo di sperimentazione infinita, di uno spaesamento dello sguardo, di stupore e di scoperta, in una parola di tutto quello per cui valeva la pena di occuparsi di arte contemporanea. Almeno fino a quando nuovi e più spiazzanti esiti non avrebbero costretto Lonzi a un ripensamento altrettanto radicale e soprattutto a uno spostamento dell'attenzione dalle opere al processo creativo, cioè dalle opere agli artisti, cioè ancora dagli oggetti alle relazioni. Ma questa poi è una storia che comincia a metà degli anni 60 e prosegue per tutta la seconda metà del decennio. Grazie.
Well, thank you, Laura. And last of the day is Victoria Scott. She is an independent scholar, and she will be talking about this very interesting topic. June the 2nd, the day of the Republic, and these are just tests for Italian aircraft. Accounting for Greatness, the case for statistics about women in art history.
Prima di iniziare vorrei ringraziare gli organizzatori per aver riunito un gruppo di studiose così interessante. Sono davvero felice di essere stata inclusa in questa discussione. Nel primavera del 2014 ho aperto una pagina di Wikipedia sul storiche dell'arte. Mio obiettivo iniziale era di creare un elenco nominato Art Historians Who Happen to be Women. La mia fonte era il Online Dictionary of Art Historians. All'epoca il dizionario contava 2000 voci. Ho trovato circa 200 nomi di storiche dell'arte e ho iniziato l'elenco su Wikipedia. Ma alcuni redattori anonimi di Wikipedia hanno immediatamente proposto la cancellazione dell'elenco, ritenendo l'argomento troppo oscuro. Dopo un lungo dibattito online, che ha prodotto oltre 40 pagine di discussione animata, si è deciso di conservare la lista, ma nel frattempo qualcun altro aveva scritto un articolo esplicativo per accompagnarla, gran parte di quale era stato scritto da persone che, a quanto pare, non erano storiche dell'arte. Non posso trovare. Ok, scusi. Ok. Non credo che l'articolo sia stato scritto di storici dell'arte perché è pessimo. È difficile stabilire che l'abbia scritto perché, come detto, molti dei partecipanti alla costruzione delle pagine erano anonimi. La lista è sopravvissuta, ma non ho perso ogni controllo e la pagina è stata rinominata Women Who Work in the Art History Field. Stranamente la lista è stata tradotta sia in ucraino che in spagnolo. Teoricamente se ne potrebbero aggiungere altri, ma non mi ispiro più a Wikipedia. In seguito ho scoperto che il 95% dei redattori di Wikipedia era di sesso maschile. Credo che ora la situazione sia leggermente migliorata. Oggi la percentuale è 90%. Okay. L'esperienza ha chiarito che, almeno nel mondo anglofono, il pubblico è profondamente disinformato su ciò che fanno gli storici dell'arte. Ci sono ragioni per questo e parte della colpa ricade sugli storici dell'arte stessi. In Europa la situazione è un po' diversa, almeno in apparenza. Prima di Natale, stavo visitando una libreria e mi sono imbattuto in un intero tavolo dedicato a una biografia dello storico dell'arte Roberto Longhi. L'idea che il pubblico italiano possa essere così interessato alla storia dell'arte di voler leggere una biografia di uno storico dell'arte è inimmaginabile al fuori di Germania, Francia e Italia. Il fatto che il pubblico anglo-americano non abbia idea di cosa facciano gli storici dell'arte è in parte attribuibile al fatto che c'è pochissima discussione aperta internazionale o interculturale sulla struttura istituzionale e la composizione della disciplina. Il risultato e che spiegare al pubblico cosa sia e cosa faccia gli storici dell'arte rappresenta una sfida. La motivazione iniziale per scrivere questo articolo è stata ingenua idea che se fossero state rese disponibili più informazioni prima agli accademici stessi e poi al pubblico, quest'ultimo sarebbe stato più propenso a sostenere il lavoro degli storici dell'arte, in particolare delle donne. Non ci credo più. Credo ancora che sia importante raccogliere statistiche sulle storici dell'arte, ma per ragioni diverse. La raccolta di statistiche sulle storici dell'arte e dell'architettura è una questione di sicurezza sia nazionale che globale, perché chi meglio degli storici dell'arte e dell'architettura sa dove si nasconde il vero tesoro in un dato paese. Pertanto la domanda su quanti storici dell'arte ci siano in un dato paese, cosa sappiamo esattamente e quali siano le loro idee politiche, per non parlare della loro religione, si rivela importante soprattutto in tempo di guerra e probabilmente siamo in tempo di guerra, anche se questo fatto non è ancora pubblicamente riconosciuto. Il problema è che a nessuno importa, nemmeno agli storici dell'arte, o forse sì, non mi è del tutto chiaro. Posso affermare con sicurezza che i governi dei paesi come Cina, Russia e Iran si preoccupino molto e raccogliero statistiche sull'istruzione post-secondaria in Occidente da decenni, comprese informazioni sugli storici dell'arte e dell'architettura e sui loro rispettivi generi. Come vedrete, i numeri sono così piccoli che sarebbe facile farlo. Inoltre, posso affermare con sicurezza che gli americani, i francesi, i tedeschi e gli italiani, tutti i governi dispongono di banchi dati relative a storici dell'arte e dell'architettura, ma non sono pubbliche. Forse anche il Vaticano ne ha uno. Se non ce l'ha, probabilmente dovrebbe averne uno. Non ne ho alcuna prova se non che ogni volta che si fa domanda di lavoro negli Stati Uniti vengono poste domande su genere e razza, e che mi farebbe supporre che esistano già banche dati e che siano collegate ai finanziamenti federali. Altrimenti, perché tutte le università americane raccoglierebbero queste informazioni? Ho posto proprio questa domanda a uno dei principali studiosi incaricati della raccolta di statistiche sulle discipline umanistiche negli Stati Uniti, Dr. Robert V. Townsend, che guida il progetto Humanities Indicators, di cui parlerò più tra un minuto. Ho chiesto se queste banche dati segrete esistano e lui mi ha ignorato e che lo considero una conferma. Avrebbe potuto dire non esistono, ma non l'ha fatto. Le banche date aperte, come il progetto britannico Women in STEM, Statistics, Progress and Challenges, contengono statistiche molto precise sul numero di professori nel Regno Unito e sul loro genere. Quindi è molto difficile immaginare che queste informazioni non siano state ulteriormente suddivise per disciplina. Tuttavia, è difficile dirlo, anche dopo aver letto l'ultimo rapporto sullo stato dell'umanistica nel Regno Unito, The Humanities in the UK Today, What's Going On? Pubblicato dal Humanities Education Policy Institute, nonostante il titolo dell'articolo non forniscono alcun dato esatto sul numero di studiosi delle discipline umanistiche che lavorano nel Regno Unito. Quello che sappiamo è che, secondo Higher Education Statistics Agency, sono circa 250.000 professori che lavorano nell'istituzione superiore e che gli uomini che lavorano come professori sono 15.000 in più rispetto alle donne. Un momento. Il fatto che sia difficile scoprire quanti di loro siano umanisti e il fatto che il governo stia attivamente nascondendo questa informazione è un problema. Significa che il numero di umanisti, per non parlare del numero di storici dell'arte che lavorano nell'istruzione superiore nel Regno Unito, viene nascosto al pubblico dal loro stesso governo. I governi di Cina, Russia e Iran probabilmente sanno più di quello che succede nell'università occidentale rispetto alle accademici occidentali. Ma sto divagando. Ho iniziato questo progetto con l'intento di sostenere l'importanza di raccogliere statistiche sulle storiche dell'arte, ma durante la ricerca per l'articolo è diventato evidente che le statistiche pubblicamente disponibili sugli storici dell'arte e dell'architettura sono in generale inutili. Allora, perché preoccuparsi di sostenere l'importanza di raccogliere statistiche sulle storiche dell'arte che sono donne quando non ci sono statistiche pubblicamente accessibili sulle storici dell'arte e dell'architettura? Punto e basta. All'inizio pensavo che il problema fosse che le organizzazioni che raccolgono le statistiche non sono composte da storici dell'arte e quindi le informazioni che raccolgono sono utili perché non sono legate a alcun tipo di obiettivo utile alla disciplina. Credevo che le organizzazioni professionali che rappresentano gli storici dell'arte e dell'architettura dovessero raccogliere queste informazioni perché, almeno in teoria, sono quelle che meglio rappresentano gli interessi degli storici dell'arte. In altre parole, se fossero gli storici dell'arte a organizzare le indagini statistiche, i dati risultanti sarebbero più applicabili alle sfide che gli storici dell'arte devono affrontare. Parità di genere, stipendi, finanziamenti, carico di lavoro e dimensioni delle classi. Tuttavia, se consideriamo come esempio le statistiche raccolte durante la pandemia dalla Society of Architectural Historians, nota anche con SAH negli Stati Uniti, diventa chiaro che chiedere agli umanisti di raccogliere statistiche sulle umanisti non garantisce l'utilità dei dati risultanti. La SAH dichiara di avere circa 2.300 membri individuali e 600 membri istituzionali in 54 paesi, ma solo il 10% degli intervistati ha risposto al sondaggio. Ciò che il sondaggio ha dimostrato è che il 90% dei membri della SAH non ha voluto perdere tempo partecipando al sondaggio. L'evoluzione della storia dell'arte e dell'architettura in diversi paesi e scenari politici è affascinante. Tuttavia, le dimensioni esatte del campo, le sue strutture, tradizioni, rituali e politiche non sono facilmente conoscibili e rimangono un mistero per la maggior parte delle persone, persino per le stesse storici dell'arte. In breve, la Repubblica della Storia dell'Arte e dell'Architettura è una terra straniera persino per i suoi stessi cittadini. Negli Stati Uniti esiste un progetto per raccogliere statistiche sulle discipline umanistiche, chiamo Humanities Indicators Project, come ho detto. Ma presenta alcuni problemi. Il progetto è iniziato nel 2006 ed è gestito dall'American Academy of Arts and Sciences. È importante sottolineare che il progetto Humanities Indicators è stato modellato sul progetto Science and Engineering Indicators, avviato dalla National Science Foundation nel 1962. Il progetto Humanities Indicators è un'iniziativa interessante e rappresenta una delle fonti statistiche sulle storie dell'arte più facilmente accessibile. Ancora presenta alcuni problemi piuttosto seri, ovvero il fatto che non riesce a mettere in luce la situazione davvero particolare delle discipline umanistiche negli Stati Uniti. Le statistiche più recenti disponibili sulla storia dell'arte negli Stati Uniti del 2023 mostrano che negli Stati Uniti ci sono circa 368 programmi di storia dell'arte e che i dipartimenti di storia dell'arte impiegano 3.150 docenti a tempo pieno e parziale, con una media di 9 docenti per dipartimento. Circa il 63% dei docenti di storia dell'arte ha una cattedra o è in procinto di diventarlo, ovvero 1.590 professori in totale negli Stati Uniti. Il sondaggio non ha chiesto ai direttori di dipartimento di indicare l'etnia o il genere dei docenti, perché ora è considerato politicamente corretto. Tuttavia, il sondaggio ha chiesto ai direttori di descrivere se stessi. Le donne costituivano il 63% dei direttori di Dipartimento di Storia dell'Arte nel 2023 e 85% ha identificato la propria razza etnica come bianca. Il significa incredibilmente che nemmeno la miglior raccolta americana di statistiche sulla storia dell'arte ci dice come la disciplina si suddivise in termini di genere. Nel precedente sondaggio del Humanities Department del 2012 era stata posta la stessa domanda e dei 2.690 docenti che insegnavano storia dell'arte, 1.635 erano donne, quindi il 60%. Gli studiosi europei potrebbero guardare a questi numeri con invidia, ma il fatto è non significano nulla al di fuori del contesto americano. Secondo il National Center for Education Statistics ci sono 1,5 milioni di docenti in istituti post-secondari nel 2022. Il progetto Humanities Indicators afferma che nel 2023 c'erano 131.160 professori che insegnavano nelle discipline umanistiche, di cui solo il 60% di ruolo. Ciò significa che negli Stati Uniti ci sono 78.696 professori di ruolo che insegnano nelle discipline umanistiche. Ancora, probabilmente sembra molto agli studiosi europei, ma quel numero equivale esattamente al 5,2% dell'interno corpo docente delle università americane. Questo è il vero scandalo. Cui bono? È la sinistra che ci guadagna il controllo. Le lauree in discipline umanistiche vengono spesso liquidate come inutili, ma l'influenza di questa disciplina è enorme. Il postmodernismo, ad esempio, ha toccato ogni ambito della ricerca umana, persino la polizia. Organizzazioni professionali di sinistra o liberale come College Art Association e la Modern Language Association potrebbero sensibilizzare l'opinione pubblica sul problema di 5,2%, ma non lo fanno perché più ridotta rimane la forza lavoro nelle discipline umanistiche, più facile è controllarla politicamente in particolare, per controllare chi viene assunto. Ecco perché non chiedono mai più posizione, in inglese lines, righe. È la sinistra che controlla quanti posti di lavoro ci sono nella disciplina umanistica e chi li ottiene. Ed è per questo, amici miei, che è importante almeno di cercare di raccogliere statistiche sul numero di donne che lavorano nella storia dell'arte.
Okay, we are at the end of this very long day. Microphones, yes. So now we open the ground to questions. I would start, Fabio, with the questions we have online, because we have had a lot of people who have followed us through our channel, the University of Arkansas YouTube channel. And the first question is, I cannot see. Okay, see, the first question is from Paula Gauss, who is one of our participants to the last AUA conference. And the question is for the talk from Site, about Site, I'm sorry, yes, Margherita. And you can read, so she is working on Corita Kent, who is, you know her, so it is very nice nun in Pin. So if you want to reply. Now, hold on a minute, because I think the microphone is off. Fabio, il microfono di Margherita è spento.
Yeah. So my research on Spanish is at the beginning, so I can understand so well. And also Steinitz letter, I don't know where, because some are in the Smithsonian Institute, some in the Patrizia Archives, some in USA Bed Library, but I don't know if Bed Library is open or not today. So for this reason, I beginning to get in touch with UCLA Library and with the other institutions, and also I get in touch with the Nobel Museum that received this most important donation on Kate Steinitz drawings and photographs, but if I remember so well, I received the donation 7 years ago. So it's a very beginning studies in this field on Kate Steinitz. But I have a question for all of us, because Steinitz defines herself as a mother, don't define herself as an art historian. When the art historian beginning to define herself as art historian? Thank you.
That's challenging question. So, in meanwhile, you're thinking one. We started calling ourselves art historians. Margherita, I wanted, yes, to ask you. So, but probably you already replied. So, the Smithsonian's received the sketches as a donation from the Steinitz families, correct?
Yes. Maybe more probably after a short time after Steinitz died, but I don't remember now the correct date. But also the Smithsonian received a donation from family. If I remember, somewhat from Stein's daughter.
This is important to understand whether it was her to decide to donate it to the Smithsonian or her daughter or her relatives. Because if she was her to decide the donation to the Smithsonian, she knew perfectly the role she had been playing for a long time as an art historian. So that really makes the change. Qualcuno vuole rispondere a Margherita? Anyone wants to reply to Margherita?
Hi, Chloe. I have a question for you. You hear me?
Yes, hi.
Hi, this is a bit of an indulgent question. I'm sorry, but I have to ask it. I think Rose ended up being in control of Clement Greenberg's archives. Is this true? Do you know anything about this?
That is not true as far as I know. That would be very interesting, but no.
Because I was trying to publish a piece of his that hadn't been published before. He gave a talk at MoMA in 1968 in May. And it was never published as a whole. And when I went to the archive to publish it, they said, you have to talk to Barbara Rose. And I wrote to her, and she wasn't very keen on the project. So I never got that. But I wondered why I had to ask her in particular. You know?
I mean, I don't know the answer to that. I mean, she definitely didn't have any anything to do with his archive. She might have had something to do with that paper, or yeah. I think it was his. I think his wife was the literary executor of his estate. But that's really interesting that you were pointed in the direction of Barbara Rose. What did she say about the project?
She said no, she didn't want to publish it. It's very similar to the one that was done afterwards, but slightly different. And that's why. I mean, it felt actually that it was too radical. It's a very interesting paper. It's very different than regular Clement Greenberg, especially politics. And for some reason, she didn't want it to go public.
So it's from 68?
May 68.
Wow.
And what the best part about it, I got to listen to the recording at MoMA. The best part about it is like the young people in the audience were just like so angry at him and just went at him, like with no holds barred. Like they just went at Greenberg. And so you get this wonderful back and forth. That's fantastic. I want to publish it. But, you know.
And so did you publish it in the end?
No, unfortunately not, but I encourage you to go to MoMA and listen to it if you're all curious.
Yeah, no, I definitely am curious. Anyway, thank you. We could probably keep going, but I'll stop.
I don't know if I could really answer the question because I think it's just so personal what makes an art historian. I mean, in a small way, one might say something like teaching classes on art history and doing research on the visual arts and trying to encourage students' love of this particular topic, but that's as far as I can come up with.
I define myself art historian, but before her, when beginning the woman. I don't know because I left this morning. So more probably, I think so. Anna Banti.
No.
Art historian. Also, Radiante's wife. So Yes, more probably when
But the first things, and we covered the topic at the first edition of the conference in Macerata. I had the duty to open the conference and to cover this part of the discourse. Well, first of all, when the art history as a discipline was born, so at the end of 1800, not before then. But then actually we found some bits and bytes of women awareness of what they were doing, dealing with the art history, dealing with the visual arts, generally speaking. And well, also Christine de Pizan wrote something about aesthetics and the power of the mages. If you want to look at that kind of words as part of the discipline. I remember that I talked about Matilde Serao, and there was one of the question I was trying to pose. Matilde Serao lived at the same time as I took some notes, but now they're gone. Alba Medea, no, she was before. But Matilde Serao, as a journalist, she wrote a lot of comments on exhibitions on art history. But probably the first one were the Longis and Venturis, and the picture we have published. So when the discipline was actually set up, so before we're tentative of giving reflections, comments, thoughts on art.
We have a different. Very, very brief. I totally to my first question. I totally agree with Patricia on the one hand, but I would add very simply storytelling when you think about art history or any kind of history. It's always some sort of storytelling, and you always bring every person that reads art, that reads any form of art, brings something about their lives, about their existence, about their relationships to this reading. So it is always, for me at least, and that's the most interesting, some sort of storytelling. And that's why looking at some artists like, this comes from Paula Fagan, a lot from her. That's why it's so interesting to look at women artists and how they made art and how they looked at art and how they write about art, because they bring these wonderful experiences and different perspectives, like motherhood, like friendship, and so on and so on.
Who was next?
I was just saying, I know you said the 1800s for art history, and I wondered, of course, maybe there's a dichotomy between male writers and female writers, because we could say, go all the way back to Vasari, for he was conscious of what he was doing as the biographer and writing the lives of the artists, but there was no female equivalent for Vasari in this time.
Excuse me, do you really think that the Sinistra controls the politics? No, it was a joke, or do you really think that? No, because negli ultimi 30 anni the humanities have been and still are under attack by neoliberal politics. Departments are captured. People were inspired in England, in the US. Frankly, I don't see this capacity of control of politics of recruitment by the so-called, by what you call Sinistra. I frankly don't know what it is.
Well, let's be specific. I really did talk about the Anglo-American sphere, because it was impossible to talk about.
I enti di humanities vengono chiusi in Inghilterra, i finanziamenti alla ricerca umanistica sono tagliati in Inghilterra. Hanno cominciato loro, voglio dire, anche qui.
So, in England, I would say, specifically in America, let's start with America. In America, the two biggest humanities professional associations have been run by leftists or liberal leftists for the last 15 to 20 years. They could have done something about the line. They didn't. And they didn't because they like to control what's going on politically. That's it. That's my point. And I don't know whether it's the same in Europe, but I have an inkling it might be. That's because my impression here is that like our history is dominated by Marxists right now. There's not even a pretense of debate and discussion. So who's responsible for people not getting hired?
Done? Well, again, thank you for this very long day. I want to thank... See you tomorrow. I want to thank you all. I want to thank Eliana. I want to thank Patrizia. We didn't introduce you because... So I will do right now. Patrizia Dragoni will be chairing tomorrow along with Ilaria, Miarelli, Mariani. So we will be catching up at Palazzo Braschi. It's here in Piazza Navona. And then how many? I think posso parlare in italiano. Sì, I voglio another. Ok. Grazie, grazie. E l'ultimissima, proprio da padrona di casa, devo ovviamente ringraziare il mio Dean che se n'è andato in maniera molto garbata per non disturbarci, ringraziare tutto lo staff, ma in particolar modo il mio compagno d'avventura ormai da 5 anni, che c'ha un feeling, come avete visto, perfetto, Fabio, senza il quale queste cose non avverrebbero mai. Grazie Fabio e grazie Benji.